Chapter 1006. The ending of the mortal triggered a huge tipping chain effect. Thatang Daily's offices in Chang'an City were overcrowded with people. Thousands of copper coins were being pulled in continuously. The shopkeepers of the other shops were envious, because the income of this office in a day was equivalent to 10 or even 100 years of their income. TSK. It really made one's eyes red with envy. But the one who benefited the most should be the Leather Knight who wrote the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality, right? He will get a share of the tipping Thatang Daily receives. I didn't expect this. Writing novels can actually make so much money. The shopkeeper of a calligraphy and painting shop next to the Thatang Daily's office stood at the entrance of the shop. He couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the rich people next door. This old man must have not seen the miserable situation of the other failed authors. That's why he was so emotional, right? Hey, Xiaola, why did you come out from there? The shopkeeper's eyes suddenly widened. He saw his shop assistant coming out of the office. He quickly went forward to grab the assistant and asked, shopkeeper, I saw that it was quite lively here, so I went to take a look, the assistant said hurriedly. Hey, just to take a look. The shopkeeper was old and experienced. How could he not see that the assistant was lying? I really just went to take a look. Nonsense. Tell me, how much did you tip them? The shopkeeper was so angry that he kicked him. The manservant subconsciously dodged, but he didn't expect that a light blue badge would fall out from his sleeve. The shopkeeper bent down and nimbly picked it up. After looking at it carefully, he suddenly said in a bad mood, "You're too young. You're too young. You stinking brat. Just a while ago, you were complaining to me that you were poor and that your mother was sick. Now, you actually went to tip the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality. How much did you tip? Apprentice. If I remember correctly, you need to tip 500 copper coins in order to get the apprentice badge, right? You're really something." After saying this, the shopkeeper kicked the manservant 2 more times in exasperation. "Shopkeeper, I didn't lie to you. My mother was indeed sick before, but she has already recovered. These 500 copper coins were saved by this little one over the past half a year of frugality. I feel that a record of a mortal's journey to immortality is well written. Now that it's finished, I have to do something." The manservant rubbed his buttocks and argued. The shopkeeper frowned. A moment later, he slapped the back of the manservant's head and said, "Bastard. Why didn't you tell this old man that you wanted to give a reward? Go and tell the accountant to withdraw 10 strings of coins. Help this old man reward the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality." The manservant was stunned, and then he replied with a smile, Hey, I'll go right away." A moment later, the manservant came out with a large bag of copper coins. Suddenly, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Shopkeeper, are you only giving 10 strings of coins? I feel that with your status, you should at least reward him with an alliance master." He had yet to see what the guild leader badge looked like. It was a good opportunity to broaden his horizons. Scram. The shopkeeper's face darkened as he roared. This was only a miniature version of Mortal's fans, but it also showed how popular Mortal was among the masses. From the commoners at the bottom to the officials and dignitaries at the top, there would always be people who would laugh and be moved by Mortal. Now that Mortal had finished, it was like a fuse that completely ignited the love of Mortal in their hearts. Naturally, the rewards would come flooding in. In the afternoon, Li Zhuan found out about the crazy rewards caused by the ending of Mortal. In fact, he hadn't paid attention to this novel for a long time. This was because he had already finished writing the rest of the novel more than a month ago. At Thatang Daily, the daily updates were the drafts that he had submitted in advance. Marquis, the reward income from this day's rewards is probably tens of thousands of strings of coins. Aren't we making too much money? Ma Ju exclaimed to Li Zhuan as he held a report in his hand. At the beginning, the business under Li Zhuan's name was Thatang Daily. Later on, when Thatang Daily started to accept advertisements from commoners' shops, they recovered some of their losses. Every month, they could earn at least a few thousand strings of coins. But now, the income from the Bragging World section had completely exploded. and the profits were so shocking that Ma Ju couldn't help but admire Li Zishuan's foresight. If you want to make a lot of money, you have to have good novels. A popular novel like The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality is too rare. Li Zishuan shook his head and said. It was undeniable that The Mortal had some shortcomings, but it was also a great novel. Now, there were dozens of novels imitating The Mortal's Journey to Immortality in that daily, bragging world. This was the best proof. Ma Ju chuckled, his eyes shining with wisdom. He said, for others, it might be extremely difficult to create a novel that is as good as The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. But for Marquis, it shouldn't be difficult. Others might not know who the author of The Mortal was, but how could Ma Ju, the editor-in-chief of that daily, not know who it was? He had previously asked Li Zishuan for a draft. It was precisely because of his confidence in Li Zishuan that he said such a thing. After all, Li Zishuan had created too many miracles. What was there to be surprised about if there were one or two more? Li Zishuan heard that and smiled without saying anything. Ma Ju couldn't help but ask, when does Marquis plan to write the next novel? Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, I don't plan to write it in the near future. Maybe next year. Ma Ju was disappointed. Then I guess many people will be disappointed. Marquis, you don't know this, but many of the people who gave you tips because of the ending of Mortal Man are commoners at the bottom of society. They scrimped and saved up a few hundred copper coins and used it all to tip you. Li Zishuan was touched. In this not only were the commoners simple and honest, even the readers were so stubborn and cute. Brother Ma, you don't have to persuade me anymore. I definitely won't have time to write another novel this year. Good food is not afraid of being late. For next year's new novel, I will definitely not disappoint the readers of The Mortal. Li Zishuan shook his head and sighed. He couldn't bear it and added, in a while, I will write a speech. I'll have to trouble Brother Ma to publish it on Dahua Jianghu tomorrow. Ma Ju knew that it was impossible, so he didn't try to persuade him. Besides, there was only a month left in the year. He didn't have much time left. Hence, he cupped his hands and replied, Yes, Marquis. Chapter 1007. The next day. Damn. Look. Something big happened. Early in the morning, cries and screams could be heard on the streets of Chang'an. What can happen? You're making a fuss over nothing. Something big really happened. Brother Chu, come and take a look. Look here. Let me see. Ouch. Holy *T. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The first few pages of that daily's Dahua pugilistic world were filled with lines of red text. According to the rules, anyone who tipped more than 100 strings of cash could enter the next day's tipping list. The tipping list is printed in red ink. A deluge of extravagant flowers, moving me to tears. You deserve this reward for your talent. Li Zishuan from Chang'an's Yongla Lane has tipped Leather Knight 10,000 strings of cash. This book is too well written. Let's reward him and hope that the following chapters will be more exciting. Back then, when Li Zishuan had just started writing Mortal, he had praised himself and rewarded himself with 1,000 strings of cash. Now that Mortal had ended, this fellow had decided to finish what he started. So what if he was thick-skinned? A deluge of extravagant flowers, moving me to tears. You deserve this reward for your talent. Wang Runbiao from Taiyuan's Wang family has tipped Leather Knight 10,000 strings of cash. This book is too well written. Let's reward him and hope that the following chapters will be more exciting. A deluge of extravagant flowers, moving me to tears. You deserve this reward for your talent. Cao Shi from Chang'an's Cao family has tipped Leather Knight 3,000 strings of cash. This book is too well written. Let's reward him and hope that the following chapters will be more exciting. 10,000 strings of cash, 3,000 strings of cash, 2,000 strings of cash, 1,000 strings of cash. What came into view were all these shocking numbers. At this moment, money was no longer called money. It was just a number that shocked people to the point of numbness. What the heck? There were a total of 10 pages. How much money does it add up to? Gulp. I'm afraid there are more than 1,000 people on the list. That means there were more than 1,000 people who tipped a Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality yesterday. More than 1,000 league leaders appeared in a day. That's at least 100,000 strings of cash. That's crazy. Are there really so many people tipping? Of course. I even tipped him 100 copper coins yesterday. At that time, there were a lot of people who tipped him. The news of a record of a mortal's journey to immortality collecting thousands of Alliance members spread like wildfire among the crowd. Chang'an City and some of the counties near Chang'an City immediately boiled over. In the streets and alleys, in the restaurants and tea houses, there were basically people talking about yesterday's grand occasion. Many people proudly took out their mortal badges, indicating that they were also part of the reward army yesterday. From this, one could see how popular Mortal was. However, compared to the huge amount of rewards, the Mortal section in Tang Dynasty Daily Bragging World was even more touching. Final thoughts. I heard that the streets and alleys of Chang'an City were emptied yesterday. Countless people tipped swordsmen, ranging from dozens of copper coins to tens of thousands of strings of cash. Swordsmen were moved to tears. The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was completed in March and finished in November. It took more than 8 months to complete, with a total of more than 7 million words. During this period of time, I would like to thank everyone for their continuous support. Swordsman will return in March next year. Please look forward to it. Seeing this final thoughts, many people could not help but recall the various things that happened when they first started reading Mortal. Their hearts were very touched at first. However, the last sentence of Swordsman will return in March next year made many people curse. F***CK. What does that mean? It means that Leather Knight will not write another book until March next year? Isn't that too much of a scam? There are still about 4 months until March next year. How am I going to survive these 4 months? Writing for 8 months and resting for 4 months. This guy is too much of a playboy, right? I don't agree. Who knows where that Pai Xiajua guy lives? I'll bring some people to tie him up and lock him in a small house to write novels for me every day. If he doesn't write 20 chapters a day, he's not allowed to go anywhere. Li Zishuan probably did not expect that the Tang dynasty would have such a ferocious reader. Yes, yes, yes. This is a good suggestion. Tie him up. Yes. Tie him up. Tie him up. But no one knows where he lives. A certain person's suggestion received a lot of responses. However, the cruel reality made everyone fall silent. Let's go to the workshop of the Curious Pavilion. Find the people from that Tang Daily. They definitely know who Leather Knight is and where he lives. Yes. Let's go to the workshop of the Curious Pavilion. I know where he lives. I'll lead the way. In an instant, dozens of irritable readers rushed towards the new workshop of the Curious Pavilion. However, these people were too naive. The author of the Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was the big boss of the Curious Pavilion. How could the staff of that Tang Daily tell them the real information? What's more, the new workshop of the Curious Pavilion was also guarded by a group of imperial guards sent by Li Er. A few dozen people would not be able to break through the door of the workshop. In the end, Ma Ju comforted them for a long time and promised that he would keep urging Leather Knight to release his new book as soon as possible. Only then did the irritable readers disperse. Looking at the backs of these people, Ma Ju wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Of course, what he said just now was a lie. Once Li Zishuan decided on something, it was very difficult to change his mind. He definitely would not ask for a rebuff by urging him to release his novel. At this time, he really wished that he never knew that Li Zishuan was Leather Knight. Because many times, it was harder to keep a secret than to know a secret. A bunch of ignorant and unruly commoners. They don't want to read the writings of sages and scholars, and they want to fight over reading that vulgar novel. Sure enough, the world is ignorant. Rotten wood cannot be carved. Of course, not everyone was a die-hard fan of the Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. There was no lack of voices criticizing the Legend of a Mortal in Chang'an City, such as the Imperial College and the Hongwen School. But first, the number of people who liked the Legend of a Mortal obviously had an absolute advantage. Second, that Tang Daily was run by Li Zishuan, and Leah also participated in it. Although scholars had character, no one was willing to go through so much trouble for such a small matter. It was not worth it. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. This was the most common method used by those arrogant scholars. But there were many things that you could ignore, but you could not change its greatness. For example, the huge fan base of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality showed that it was an irreplaceable novel. Next March. That's great. That means that these 4 months are our chance. At noon in Yanghuang College, the 3 people from Jinyu Academy had eaten lunch and were reading the newspaper on a stone bench in the woods of the academy. After seeing the acceptance speech of The Legend of a Mortal, Liao Feichen's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, Chapter 1008. Yes. Without the popular novel A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, we can indeed give it a try. Who knows, we might be able to reach a higher level. In Yanghuang College, Chen Tianhua nodded after hearing his good friend's words. Both he and Liao Feichen had serialized novels in Tang Dynasty Daily. His novel was Zhong Xiaohua's Journey to Immortality, and it was about 900,000 words long. Liao Feichen's novel was called The Long Road to Immortality, and it was slightly slower, but it was also about 800,000 words long. Even though they had been admitted to Yanghuang College a few months ago, they still insisted on writing novels in their free time. In fact, this kind of half-study, half-work state did not affect their studies, because there were many poor students in the college who were in this state. The difference was that the others were working at the posts provided by the college, while the 2 of them were using their free time to write novels. In the past, A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was an insurmountable mountain in front of Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen. Now that Immortal had ended, the 2 of them felt that their opportunity had come. This was especially so for Chen Tianhua. Other than Mortal, his Legend of Zhong Xiaohua's Cultivation to Immortality was the novel with the best results in talking about pugilistic world. Taking advantage of the time when Mortal was finished, if he put in a little more effort, it was very likely that it would reach a higher level. Yes. Let's hurry up and try to write more during this time. Liao Feichen nodded fiercely. Hey, Hongyi, didn't you say that you were about to start writing your novel? Why haven't you started? Are you trying to scare us? Chen Tianhua suddenly thought of something and turned his head to ask. What I said earlier was true, I wasn't lying to you. I've already thought of the plot framework for this novel, and I can start writing at any time, Hua Hongyi said with an embarrassed expression. The other 2 obviously did not believe him. Chen Tianhua said, Hongyi, then tell us, when do you plan to publish your novel? When the time comes, Feichen and I will definitely support you. Yes, that's right, I'll definitely support you. We definitely can't afford the title of Alliance Master, but we can still afford the title of Disciple. Liao Feichen echoed. Hua Hongyi rolled his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he said, although the framework of the plot has been conceived, the specific details still need to be considered. Next March, I'll publish the book next March. Poof. What? F***CK. Hongyi, are you still asleep? Why do you want to publish your book in March of next year? Aren't you courting death? Liao Feichen almost vomited blood when he heard that Hua Hongyi was going to publish the book in March next year. He stared at his old friend as if he was looking at a madman. How is that courting death? Feichen, didn't you want to say that Leather Knight will also release a book next March? Hua Hongyi shook his head and said nonchalantly, if he wants to publish books, then so be it. Who said that we can't publish books together with him? What's more, didn't you and Tianhua publish books together with Pai Xiajua back then? Chen Tianhua said gloomily, Hongyi, how can it be the same? Back then, when novels were just becoming popular, who would have thought that Leather Knight's Mortal Cultivation would be so popular? Yes. The next time I publish a book, I definitely won't publish with that person. Liao Feichen also shook his head. Hua Hongyi, on the other hand, was somewhat disapproving. Heh. Tianhua, Feichen, we're 7 feet tall men. Even if we can't beat him, we can't be afraid before the battle. Besides, I have confidence in my novel. It might not lose to Leather Knight. Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen shook their heads. They secretly thought that their good friend was really fearless because he didn't know anything. Let's talk about it when he gets bumped. Marquis, Manager Fu and Fu Bin request an audience. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan was handling official business in Yanghuang College's principal's office when Mo Zhong pushed the door open and entered. He bowed and cupped his fists. Fu Bin. His back. Li Zishuan was startled, then said happily, "Quick. Let them in." More than a month ago, Fu Bin had set off from Chang'an with the mining team and the iron ore distribution map. After more than a month, this group of people had finally returned. And they had returned at the right time. Because the bicycles produced by the Strange Taste Pavilion were in short supply, the price of the bicycles had been inflated to more than 600 strings of coins. Seeing the money being taken away by the scalpers, Forbert was anxious. Cao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and the other members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce were also anxious. But was this because the workshop's production efficiency couldn't keep up? Absolutely not. The workshop could already produce 40 to 50 bicycles a day, and the speed was not slow at all. The problem lay in the lack of raw materials, the lack of iron and rubber. The workshop had already bought almost all the iron and sulfur that could be bought. Because of this, the price of iron and sulfur in Chang'an City had increased by quite a bit. But this amount of iron and sulfur was still insufficient to meet the huge demand for bicycles. Now that Fu Bin was back, as long as they could find an iron or sulfur mine, no matter how big or small, they could alleviate the Strange Taste Pavilion's urgent need. Young master. Not long after, Fu Bin came in under Forbert's lead. He cupped his fists and bowed to Li Zishuan. Obviously, Fu Bin had gone to find his uncle as soon as he returned. "Forbert, you don't have to be so courteous. Quick, have a seat." Li Zishuan stood up and pointed to the sofa opposite him as he hurriedly said to Forbert. Forbert saw that Li Zishuan was not purposely being courteous, so he thanked him and sat down. Only then did Li Zishuan look at Fu Bin. Compared to more than a month ago, this guy's face was a little less immature. Presumably, this was his first time going on a long journey, and he had gained a lot of experience. "Haha. Xiao Bing. Did you encounter any danger along the way?" Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Fu Bin's heart warmed when he heard this. Li Zishuan did not ask him about the results of the mining. Instead, he asked if he encountered any danger. This was very heartwarming. "Young master, we did not encounter any danger. There were only a few small twists and turns. But in the end, we did not disappoint you. Not only did we find 2 iron and sulfur mines in Yifeng County, we also found a big coal mine, but this coal mine does not seem to be of much use to you." Fu Bin knew his limits and did not wait for Li Zishuan to ask. He took the initiative to tell Li Zishuan the results of this trip. When Li Zishuan heard that Fu Bin had found 2 iron and sulfur mines in Yifeng County, he was shocked. He had only marked a few rough locations on the map. He did not expect such a small place like Yifeng County to have so many mines. But when he heard Fu Bin mention the coal mine, he could not help but smile. "Haha. Who says the coal mine is useless? Xiao Bing, the few of you did well this time. I am very satisfied and will reward you handsomely. Haha." Chapter 1009. It was normal that Li Zishuan did not know about Yifeng County, but if it was Lan County, he would definitely know about it. In the modern era, Shaanxi province had 546 billion tons of usable reserves and 514 million tons of unusable reserves, ranking 4th in the country. This did not include the Shaanxi type of limonite ore that was widely distributed but had not been explored. Among them, 89.3% of the discovered iron ore resources were concentrated in Lan County, 2 billion tons, and Wutai Mountain, 625 billion tons. Other than iron ore resources, Lan County was also rich in other mineral resources, such as coal, iron, manganese, sulfur, marble, granite, and so on. It could be said that it was a real mining county. Lan County was called Yifeng County during the Tang dynasty's Zhongguan period, and it was the capital of Lan province at that time. Therefore, it was not surprising that Fu Bin could find 2 iron ore mines, 2 sulfur mines, and a big coal mine in Yifeng County. "Thank you, young master." In Fu Bin's eyes, Li Zishuan was a real big shot. Now that he could get Li Zishuan's praise, he was overjoyed. Ahem. Young master, forgive me for being blunt, but this coal mine is very difficult to mine. If we can mine a large amount of coal, it'll be fine, but if there's no coal and it's all coal, then it'll be a big loss. Forbert was obviously more mature and looked at the long term. He said to Li Zishuan worriedly, "Ah, Forbert, why is coal useful?" "Oh, I understand now. But Forbert, you don't have to worry. To me, coal is useful, but coal is also useful." Just as Li Zishuan was about to ask why charcoal was useful and coal was useless, some memories of his predecessor suddenly emerged. He quickly swallowed the words that were already at the tip of his tongue and changed his words. His predecessor's memory told him that although people had started to use coal, coal was not popular yet. The history of ancient coal mining in China can be divided into 4 stages. The pre-Qin dynasty was the discovery and early exploitation of coal. The Western Han dynasty to the northern and southern dynasties was the mature stage of coal exploitation. The Sui, Tang, and Yuan dynasties was the general development and rapid progress of coal exploitation. The Ming and Qing dynasties was the heyday of ancient coal exploitation. However, it should be noted that the coal mentioned above was mainly referring to charcoal, not coal. At least before the Song dynasty, coal was not used on a large scale. This was because the unprocessed coal dug out from the coal mines was difficult to burn fully. On the other hand, this kind of coal would emit a lot of soot when it was burned. Therefore, the people would rather burn firewood than coal. This was because the smoke emitted from firewood was less than that from coal. It wasn't until the late Tang dynasty that the technology of using coal to make coke appeared. According to the Tang dynasty scholar Kang Pian's drama talklog, when the rich and powerful children of Luoyang, used coal to cook rice, they would first burn the coal to remove the smoke. This was called cooked coal or refined coal, and then they would use this refined coal to cook rice. This type of refined coal was closer to coke, but because it wasn't deliberately burned, it was only the prototype of coke. In the Song dynasty, the coking technology was perfected, and the raw coal processing and utilization in our country entered a new stage, and the use of coal gradually became more widespread. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the development and utilization of coal in our country had reached the heyday. Similar to the previous salt and iron dictatorship, the mining rights of coal had been nationalized, and coal mining taxes had been collected. What? Young master has a way to use raw coal? Fu Bin didn't think much of it, but Forbert's eyes suddenly widened. He sat up straight from the sofa and said in shock. As long as one had a little bit of common sense, they would know that if raw coal could be used, then a coal mine could bring an amazing amount of wealth. Li Zishuan didn't deny it and nodded happily and said, "I do know some ways. Therefore, this coal mine must be mined. Whether it's charcoal or coal, we want it all." Forbert said excitedly, "If young master really has a way to use raw coal, then of course this coal mine must be mined." Li Zishuan smiled. He muttered to himself for a while, then looked at Fu Bin and asked, "Xiaobing, previously you said that you met with some problems in Yifeng County. What exactly happened?" Fu Bin scratched his head and replied, "Young master, it's like this. When we first arrived at Yifeng County, we were targeted by a few local ruffians. Those ruffians heard our accent and knew that we came from Chang'an, so they wanted to collect toll from us. Biaozi was furious, so he gathered his brothers and beat up those ruffians. Originally, it was nothing much, but who knew that those ruffians were related to the county magistrate's son? That county magistrate's son didn't know what was right and wrong, so he ordered the bailiffs to arrest us and put us in jail. Luckily, Biaozi's martial arts were much better than those bailiffs, so he took advantage of the chaos to escape. 2 days later, the county magistrate interrogated us. Actually, it was just a formality. In court, those ruffians became the good guys, and we became the bullies who bullied the weak and feared the strong. The county magistrate and deputy county magistrate didn't even give us a chance to defend ourselves and wanted to send us to a mine in the county to do hard labor. Luckily, Biaozi arrived in time and brought along the Lan province's provincial governor's office. Those 2 days, he was carrying young master's warrant and went to the Lan province's provincial governor's office to get reinforcement. At that time, the Lan province's provincial governor was not in the government office, So the county magistrate came over. What happened after that was logical. The county magistrate of Yifang County did not teach his son well and allowed his son to keep evil slaves, disrupting the law and order. He was removed from his position and investigated by the Lan province's provincial governor. Even the deputy county magistrate was not spared. After this incident, we no longer met any obstacles when we were looking for or veins in Yifang County. After hearing what Fu Bin said, Li Zishuan curiously said, "Hey, there's such a thing. This Lan province's provincial governor is not bad." Xiaobing, thank you for your hard work. Marquis, you don't need to sympathize with this kid. When you are outside, you should wear normal clothes to keep a low profile. Are you afraid that others will not know you are from Chang'an? There are so many people going to Yifang County. Why didn't those ruffians look for other people? Why did they look for the few of you? Isn't this your own fault? Forbert sneered and scolded them mercilessly. Fu Bin's face was immediately filled with embarrassment. Clearly, Uncle Fu's words had hit his sore spot. Li Zishuan looked at Fu Bin and laughed. "Forbert, you can't say that. This person was walking on the streets and was knocked down by someone. Can you blame that person for not going out today? Xiaobing and the rest did not break the law and were bullied by the ruffians. How can they not retaliate? Before they left, I had told them not to create trouble, but they cannot be afraid of trouble. I feel that they had done well this time. Furthermore, Xiaobing and the rest had unintentionally helped the people of Yifang County to get rid of a big problem. Not only did they not do anything wrong, but they also did a good deed. Haha. Chapter 10:10. Thank you, young master, for your magnanimity. Fu Bin will definitely follow young master's lead. Yanghuang College, Principal's Office. Fu Bin was moved to tears when he heard Li Zishuan speak up for him. In fact, when they arrived at Yifang County with the huge sum of money, they were indeed a little smug. They were dressed in fancy clothes, and it was obvious that they were not ordinary people. That was why the local ruffians came looking for them. Before coming to Li Zishuan's place, his uncle had already harshly reprimanded him. Originally, he thought that he would be reprimanded again. He didn't expect that not only did Li Zishuan not reprimand him, he even spoke up for him. How could he not be touched? Haha. Li Zishuan heard this and could not help but laugh. Perhaps Fu Bin had been hanging out in the streets since he was young, and he had the aura of a ruffian, which could be heard from his words. Calling him a ruffian was not referring to him being bad. Normally, people like him were more loyal and righteous. If you treated him well, he would also treat you well. That was the general meaning of it. Are you so easy to bribe? I only spoke a few words for you, and you are already following my lead. Li Zishuan found it funny. Fu Bin quickly waved his hand and said anxiously, "It's not like that, young master. I, Fu Bin, have been hanging out in the streets for so many years. Whoever is sincere to me, in my heart, I will." "All right, that's enough. I understand everything." Li Zishuan smiled and interrupted Fu Bin, then said, "Xiaobing, you are now familiar with Yifang County. You should be able to handle the local officials. I want to let you manage those few mines. Are you willing?" Fu Bin's body trembled and froze on the spot. Before he could say anything, Forbert quickly said, "Young master, you can't do that. Fu Bin is still young and inexperienced. How can he manage such a big mine? If this brat were to ruin young master's plans, how would this old man have the face to see young master again?" In fact, Forbert was doing this for the sake of his nephew, because he knew better than anyone else how capable Fu Bin was. Fu Bin also reacted at this time. He cupped his fists and said, "Young master, you'd better take back your order. If you want me to help you gather information or search for people, then I can do it. But I definitely can't manage a mine. I know what I'm capable of." Li Zishuan smiled. In fact, he was just testing Fu Bin's reaction. He didn't really want to hand over such a big mess to Fu Bin. Young people need to gain experience. How about this, Forbert? You send 4 trustworthy people from the workshop to Yifang County to be in charge of the mining of the 4 mines. The miners will be recruited on the spot, and their wages will be paid by the workshop. Originally, there were 5 mines, but one of the iron mines had to be handed over to the imperial court. This was the condition promised to Li Er. Forbert muttered to himself for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay. This old man will arrange it." Li Zhuan then looked at Fu Bin and said, "Fu Bin, when the time comes, you will also bring the people who went with you to Yifeng County to assist the 4 mine managers. After all, you are familiar with that place, so the local relations will be left to you. In addition, you should also take some time to learn how to manage a mine. A good man should do big things. If you can take charge of a mine in the future, that would be the best." Forbert will also be very pleased. Sending Fu Bin over was not only to let him manage the relations with the local government, but also to secretly monitor the 4 mine managers to see if they were embezzling anything. After all, this was a truly lucrative job. If they were diligent and responsible, then naturally it would be better. However, if someone were to play tricks, Li Zhuan would definitely not be polite. Fu Bin nodded firmly, then cupped his fist and said, "Young master, don't worry. Fu Bin will definitely not disappoint young master. You must be tired from the journey. Go back and rest for 2 days," Li Zhuan said with a smile. Fu Bin knew that Li Zhuan definitely had some things that he wanted to discuss with his uncle alone, so he tactfully took his leave. In an instant, only the 2 of them were left in the office. Forbert, quickly select the mine managers. The coal is secondary, but the iron and sulfur ores must be mined as soon as possible. We are lacking these 2 things too much. Li Zhuan picked up the cup, took a sip, and then said in a deep voice. Forbert nodded and replied, "Even if young master didn't say it, this old man will do it as soon as possible." Previously, after selling the first batch of bicycles, the workshop's iron and sulfur ores were all in short supply. However, the people's desire to buy bicycles is getting stronger and stronger. If we can't solve the problem of raw materials for bicycles as soon as possible, everyone will definitely be more disappointed in us. Fortunately, Fu Bin came back in time. Otherwise, it would be a pity if our workshop couldn't produce good things even though we have them, Li Zhuan said, and then said, after confirming the candidates, "Have them come to see me before they leave. I have something to tell them." No problem. Li Zhuan stood up. He frowned and thought for a while, then said, "We have to hurry up with the Yifeng mine. We also have to hurry up here." Forbert asked, "Young master, do you want to talk about iron smelting?" Li Zhuan nodded and said, "That's right. The workshop needs to prepare some iron smelting equipment. After the iron ore from Yifeng mine is shipped back, we have to start smelting immediately." Forbert looked worried and said, "It's not difficult to smelt iron on a small scale, but from young master's intention, you want to smelt iron on a large scale. In this way, the furnace required for smelting iron cannot be made in a short time. Moreover, some of the key techniques have to be figured out by yourself. If young master wants to achieve his goal quickly, he can only ask the Zhongsun family for help. After all, in Chang'an City, their iron smelting technology is the best." Zhongsun family? Which Zhongsun family could there be in Chang'an City? Li Zhuan's heart moved. He didn't expect that Zhongsun Wuji, that old fox, had already started the iron smelting business. Salt and iron, these 2 businesses were the most profitable in ancient times. Zhongsun Wuji was indeed an old fox. Why do we need to ask them for help? I have an even better method of smelting iron. Later on, I will draw out the blueprints of the equipment. Forbert, you just have to get someone to follow the blueprints," Li Zhuan said to Forbert. What a joke, he was an engineering genius from the 21st century. He still had countless blueprints in his mind. If he had to ask for help for such a small matter, wouldn't he be smearing the reputation of transmigrators? Forbert's eyes lit up. Then, with a strange expression, he said, "Young master, why didn't you say earlier that you have a good method of smelting iron? It's true that our workshop lacks iron, but we don't lack iron ore. This thing is much easier to buy than iron." Chapter 10:11. Li Zhuan was stunned and asked curiously, "Why is that so? Don't tell me Chang'an City has a surplus of iron ore?" When he first heard Forbert say that iron ore could not be bought, he subconsciously thought that iron ore could not be bought either. But after hearing Forbert's words, it was obviously not the case. Forbert said matter-of-factly, "Young master, isn't this normal? There are only so many iron smelting factories in Chang'an City. How could they consume so much iron ore? Naturally, there would be a surplus. China started smelting iron during the spring and autumn period. Due to the rich experience of smelting bronze, the progress was very fast. Pig iron and iron smelting appeared almost at the same time. The iron smelting temperature was low and there were many impurities, but the carbon content was low. It was close to that of wrought iron, with a high melting point and a soft texture. It was suitable for forging weapons. Pig iron smelting temperature was high, with a higher sulfur and phosphorus content. It was hard and brittle, but it was resistant to wear and was suitable for forging weapons. Since the Han Dynasty, various metal smelting and processing techniques had been developed comprehensively and were becoming fixed in terms of technology. For example, the 100-tempered steel technique was not used often due to its low efficiency. As the early form of the infused steel technique, it was widely used. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the smelting technology continued to develop, but there were not many breakthroughs. They mainly followed the infused steel technique at the end of the Han Dynasty, and the smelting efficiency was not high. Furthermore, the smelting business in this era was owned by the country. People like Zhongsun Wuji who could mine and smelt iron were few and far between. Therefore, the productivity of the people could not be unleashed, and the smelting speed could not keep up with the mining speed. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes inwardly. He thought to himself, "What a shame. If I had known about this earlier, would I have waited until now? Sigh. Forget it. Since it's already like this, another 10 days or half a month won't make a difference. When the smelting equipment is completed, the iron ore from Yifang County should be transported back. By then, our workshop will not lack iron anymore." Li Zishuan sighed and said helplessly, "That's the only way. If young master has nothing else, this old man will return to the workshop first." Forbert could hear the confidence in Li Zishuan's words. He could not help but smile and bid farewell. "Yes. Forbert, you should also take care of your body. If there's anything you need, just order your subordinates to do it. Don't tire yourself out." Li Zishuan asked with concern. To be honest, Forbert was already so old, but he was still busy. He felt very apologetic. But at the moment, he really didn't have anyone who could replace Forbert. Fubin might be able to do it in the future, but he was still too inexperienced to take on such a huge responsibility. If possible, he really hoped that Forbert would live a long life. "Haha. Young master, there's no need to worry. This old man's body is fine." With that, Forbert left the room. "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong'an requests an audience." Afternoon, Sweet Dew Hall. Li was busy flipping through memorials. It was the end of the year and there were always a lot of things to do. He had been busy for many days until late at night. Compared to the carefree Li Zishuan, he, as the emperor, was even more miserable. At this moment, the attendant at the yellow door came in and reported with a bow. "Yes, let him in." Li held the brush and said without raising his head. "Yes." Not long after, Li Zishuan stepped into the hall and cupped his hands in salute. "Your subject pays his respects to your Majesty. No need for formalities." "What's the matter?" Li cherished his words like gold and said softly. Li Zishuan strangely choked. He paused and replied, "Replying to your Majesty, the iron mine that you asked this subject to find has been found. It's located near the Hua family village in Yifang County. Your Majesty can just send someone to receive it." Li finally raised his head. "Oh, so fast. It seems that your ability to find ores is quite effective. Don't most people look for ores for 3 to 5 years? How could there be someone like Li Zishuan, who was able to find 5 mineral veins in just over a month? This time, this guy really had a mine at home. It seems that your harvest this time is not small. Tell me about it." Li's eyes were like torches as he hit the nail on the head. Old Li was asking the obvious. Li Zishuan did not believe that Li did not know this information. After all, the 100 Cavalry Special Agent Organization was not to be trifled with. The people that this subject sent found a total of 2 iron mines, 2 sulfur mines, and 1 coal mine. Your Majesty said that you only need iron ores, so this subject did not say anything about the other mines. What he meant was that old Li, as the ruler of a country, had to keep his word. What kind of person was Li Er? How could he not see Li Zeshuan's cunning mind? He said unhappily, "Stinky brat. Do you think that I will go back on my words? How could I? Your Majesty is wise and wise. Even if everyone in the world goes back on their words, Your Majesty will definitely not." Li Zeshuan chuckled as he flattered him. Li Er scoffed and said, "Don't flatter us. Speaking of which, where is the other iron mine that you found?" Li Zeshuan's eyebrows slightly wrinkled, then he unfurrowed them and replied, "Your Majesty, the other iron mine is also in Yifeng County. However, it is about 20 li away from the Hua family village and is near Peach Blossom village." Li Er smiled meaningfully and said, "That iron mine must have more ores than the one in Hua family village, right?" Li Zeshuan secretly cursed Li Er for being a sly old fox, but he said, "Your Majesty, how can this kind of thing be accurate?" According to the people that this subject sent, the 2 iron mines look the same from the outside. As for the situation inside, this subject has no idea. Although this was what he said, the actual situation was more or less the same. However, when this fellow came, he compared it to the map and recalled the distribution of mineral resources in his previous life. He found that the iron mine near Peach Blossom village had more ores than the Hua family village by 30%. This was why he gave the Hua family village's iron mine to Li Er. Li Er looked at Li Zeshuan suspiciously. Although what Li Zeshuan said was similar to the information that he received, he could not help but suspect that there was something fishy going on. After all, Li Zeshuan was too clever. If he was not careful, he would be tricked by him. This subject will believe you for now. After all, there were so many ores that he would not be able to refine them all. After a while, Li Er helplessly sighed and said, "In the next few days, this subject will let the Ministry of Works start mining. If you have nothing else to do, you can go and do your own things." The subtext was, if you have nothing else to do, you can get lost. Li Zeshuan did not like to stay here, so he straightforwardly said his goodbyes. "Your Majesty is wise. This subject still has things to do at the academy, so I will take my leave first." After he finished speaking, he saw that Li Er nodded in agreement and quickly turned to leave. Chapter 10-12. After coming out of the palace, Li Zeshuan went straight back to Yunshan. He had to quickly draw the drawings of the equipment needed to make iron because these things were not easy to make at all. "Wife, I will be in seclusion in the study for the next 2 days. If there is no urgent matter, don't let anyone disturb me." Back home, Li Zeshuan said to Han Yushi. Yunshan Villa was good because it was far away from the main city. Usually, there were few people and it was very quiet. Moreover, there were beautiful mountains and clear waters here. It was a treasured place for self-cultivation. But husband, don't tire yourself out. We don't lack anything now. Why do you have to work so hard? Han Yushi obviously understood what Li Zeshuan was going to do. It was not the first time a similar situation had happened, so she said with a worried face. "Haha. Wife, don't worry. With your husband's physique, it is impossible for him to tire himself out. I don't believe that when husband is done, I will fight with you for 300 rounds." Li Zeshuan smiled and pinched Han Yushi's pretty face, then said indecently. Of course, even though he said that, he was still very grateful for his wife's concern. "Husband tilde." Han Yushi was ashamed and angry. She stomped her feet and said coquettishly, but Li Zeshuan had already slipped away at this time. "Blast furnace. If you want to improve the efficiency of iron making, you must build a blast furnace." In the study, Li Zeshuan muttered to himself in front of a large piece of white paper on the desk. In modern industry, the methods of iron making included blast furnace method, direct reduction method, melting reduction method, plasma method, and so on. Blast furnace iron making was the main method of iron making in modern society. Its output accounted for more than 95% of the world's total pig iron production. Blast furnace iron making was a complicated process. The raw materials used were iron ore, limestone, and coke. The reaction in the blast furnace was mainly divided into 3 parts. The first part was the process of preparing the reducing agent, the second part was the main principle of iron making, and the third part was the process of removing impurities and forming slag. However, the iron smelted by the blast furnace was not pure and contained a small amount of impurities, so it was called pig iron. In the process of smelting iron ore, raw materials such as iron ore, coke and limestone are layered into the blast furnace, iron smelting furnace, according to a certain proportion. A large amount of oxygen-rich air heated by the hot blast furnace is blown into the blast furnace through the air inlet, so that the coke is burned to form carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide then reacts with the hot coke on the upper layer to reduce into carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide was added from the top of the furnace and reacted with the falling iron ore. The iron oxides were gradually reduced to liquid iron, commonly known as molten iron. After the restored liquid iron accumulated to a certain extent, it was released from the bottom of the furnace. When smelting iron, limestone was added to create slag. Its purpose was to cause the iron or ore with a high melting point, its main component was silica, to react with limestone, forming calcium silicate and the like floating on top of the molten iron, forming slag and separating it from the molten iron. In fact, blast furnaces were not a patent of modern people. As early as the Song dynasty, this method of smelting iron was popularized. According to historical records, during the Yuan-Feng period of the Northern Song dynasty, the imperial weapons supervisor set up blast furnaces on both sides of the Bian River. The red light of smelting iron was reflected in the sun, day and night. At the peak of production, the annual iron and steel production in northern China alone reached more than 70,000 tons. One must know that the British Empire only reached 70,000 to 80,000 tons of iron and steel production 700 years later. At that time, it had already started the Industrial Revolution. From this, one could see how powerful the Song dynasty was at that time. It was just that at that time, there were some famous generals and sages missing. If Li Er's team of civil and military officials were sent to the Song dynasty, perhaps they could really create a super prosperous era. TSK, luckily I traveled to the Tang dynasty. If I had traveled to the Song dynasty or after the Song dynasty, how would I be able to use blast furnaces to show off? Li Zexuan's thoughts had already flown off to God knows where, only to hear him muttering to himself. In some later YY novels, the protagonists traveled to the Song dynasty or the Ming dynasty and built blast furnaces to show off. Those were all pure nonsense. If the protagonists really did that, they would be slapped in the face instead of showing off. Shaking his head, Li Zexuan shook off those messy thoughts in his mind. After pondering for a while, he began to draw a blueprint. At this time, he already had a 3-dimensional model of the blast furnace in his mind, and naturally, he had become a human printer. He intended to completely replicate the blast furnaces that were often used in modern ironworks, and then modify them according to the current conditions of the Tang dynasty. This was not an easy job. The structure of blast furnaces was not very complicated. In the Great Movement at the end of the 1950s, people all over the country were called to smelt iron and steel. Even some elementary school students, villagers, and non-staple store clerks formed groups to build blast furnaces to smelt iron and steel. But the structure of blast furnaces was by no means simple. The technical level of blast furnaces in modern China was about the same as that of the Song dynasty. In theory, they could smelt iron, but the technical mastery was not up to standard, so most of them were left unfinished. Li Zexuan wanted to build a blast furnace, not a defective one. If he wanted to build one, he wanted to build the best one. Generally, a complete blast furnace was composed of a shell, a throat, a body, a waist, a belly, a hearth, a bottom, a foundation, a lining, and a throat guard plate. The shell referred to the outermost layer of the blast furnace. Its main function was to stabilize the blast furnace and protect the furnace body from leakage. The body of the blast furnace iron ore was mainly in the body of the blast furnace for indirect reduction. The throat of the blast furnace was the uppermost part of the blast furnace body. It was shaped like a cylinder. The raw materials for smelting iron were added from the throat of the blast furnace. The gas was also discharged from the throat of the blast furnace. The throat guard plate referred to the protection plate of the throat of the blast furnace. The waist of the blast furnace was the largest in diameter. It connected the body and the belly of the blast furnace. The belly of the blast furnace was in the shape of an inverted cone. It was the main area of the blast furnace for melting and making slag. The hearth was used for fuel combustion, slag and iron reaction, storage and gas emission. It was shaped like a cylinder. The bottom of the blast furnace was located at the bottom of the blast furnace. The bottom of the blast furnace was subjected to the static pressure of the charge, slag, and molten iron. It was also subjected to the high temperature, mechanical, and chemical corrosion of 2000 to 4500 degrees Celsius. The main function of the furnace base was to evenly distribute the weight borne by the blast furnace to the ground. Its shape was also gradually expanded from top to bottom. Generally, there were circles or polygons to reduce the uneven distribution of thermal stress. Time passed bit by bit. Even though Li Zhaoxuan had the super speed of a humanoid printer, it was already dark when all the internal and external structures of a blast furnace were drawn. Bang, bang tilde. Just as Li Zhaoxuan was intoxicated by the sea of construction machinery, there were 2 knocks on the door, followed by a series of footsteps. Li Zhaoxuan frowned at first, but then he relaxed because he knew that Han Yushi pushed the door and came in just by listening to the footsteps. Although they had been married for less than a year, the husband and wife had already engraved everything about each other in their hearts, including the sound of footsteps. Husband, let's eat something first. It's not a big deal anyway. Your health is the most important. Han Yushi put the food box on another table and turned back to speak to Li Zhaoxuan. Li Zhaoxuan put away his thoughts, clapped his hands, got up, and walked toward Han Yushi. Haha. Thank you for the meal, my wife. Sigh. I didn't feel hungry at first, but when I smelled the aroma of the food, the gluttonous worm in my stomach began to make a ruckus. Even the god of cookery in the sky would probably have to admit defeat when he meets my wife. Li Zhaoxuan sat down and said with a smile when he saw Han Yushi take out 2 plates of fragrant dishes from the food box. Husband, stop fooling around. Hurry up and eat. Han Yushi glanced at him and said coquettishly. Haha. Eat, eat, eat. Aren't we eating? Wife, do you want to eat some too? No, husband, eat. I've already eaten. Han Yushi responded and then turned her gaze to the several large drawings on the desk. The complicated and winding lines on the drawings seemed to have a life of their own, outlining a huge and majestic blast furnace. Perhaps it was because Li Zhaoxuan's drawings were too lifelike, but Han Yushi seemed to be able to feel the terrifying heat in the furnace and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What? Is my wife still interested in engineering? Li Zhaoxuan asked with great interest while chewing the food in his mouth. No. I'm just looking around. Han Yushi came back to her senses. She thought for a moment and said, when I saw that my husband's drawings were so good, I was thinking that if my husband were to use this technique in painting, he wouldn't lose to Yang Xiaojian, soon to be Yang Liban. Don't think that engineering drawings were all stiff and unaesthetic lines. The key was to look at the craftsmanship of the person who drew them. The engineering drawings of a skilled person could definitely feel the beauty of a work of art. Li Zhaoxuan now belonged to this kind of person. Oh. Leave things like drawing to Yang Xiaojian and the others. Your husband doesn't have the time for that. Although I'm outstanding, I can't do everything. I have to leave a way out for others, right? Li Zhaoxuan said smugly half-jokingly. Phut tilde. Han Yushi covered her mouth and laughed when she heard that. Husband, how can you praise yourself? Aren't you ashamed? Li Zhaoxuan rolled his eyes. Why is it that my wife can praise him, but your husband can't? Han Yushi shook her head and couldn't be bothered to argue. At this moment, she suddenly thought of something and said, oh right. Husband. I helped you lock the drawings you drew last time in the cabinet. Why didn't you use them? Did you forget? She was actually referring to the generator blueprints that Li Zhaoxuan had drawn last time. Not for the time being. It's almost the end of the year. I'm too lazy to bother with those things. Let's have a peaceful new year first. Li Zhaoxuan replied. Yes, yes. In the past, I spent the new year with Iron Egg and Daddy. Husband, Can you bring them over for the new year this year? At the mention of the new year, Han Yushi's eyes instantly glowed. Although she was already a wife, she was only 13 or 14 years old. Perhaps she still retained some innocence in her heart and looked forward to the liveliness and joy during the new year. Haha. Why can't I? As long as my wife is happy, I'll even pluck the moon from the sky for you, let alone such a small matter. Li Zishuan laughed. Logically speaking, even if Han Yushi didn't say it, he would do it when the time came. How could his father-in-law and brother-in-law be alone during the new year? Naturally, it would be lively when the two families celebrated the new year together. Hee hee. The moon in the sky is bare. What do I need it for? But I still thank you for agreeing, Han Yushi said with a smile. Obviously, she had used the Academy's telescope to see the moon before. Oh, why are you thanking me as a family? Burp Tilda. Alright, I'm done eating. Wife, you should go and rest first. I'll sleep a little later tonight. Li Zishuan put down his bowl and chopsticks and burped with satisfaction. Although the general blueprint of the blast furnace was drawn, there were still many details that he needed to consider one by one. Husband, can't you draw it tomorrow? There's no need to rush, right? When Han Yushi heard that, she knew that Li Zishuan was going to work overtime tonight, so she tried to persuade him. Hey, some things have to be done in one go. If you let go of this breath, it will take a long time to find it again. Wife, you don't have to worry. I'll go and rest when I'm tired. I won't force myself. Li Zishuan said softly as he stroked his wife's soft, jet-black hair. In fact, with his current martial arts cultivation, even if he didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, he could still endure it. That's good. Husband, you have to keep your word. I won't disturb you anymore. Han Yushi knew that she couldn't persuade Li Zishuan to change his mind, so she compromised. Wife, go and have a rest. Li Zishuan said with a smile. Han Yushi nodded and left the study with the plate and food box. The study suddenly became quiet again. Fire-resistant. First of all, the furnace must be fire-resistant. Li Zishuan looked at the blueprint that he had drawn before and was lost in thought. After a while, he muttered to himself. Yes. Fire-resistant cement. I'll get the fire-resistant cement by the way. Recently, I'll ask Fu Bin to go to Shuo province and get some bauxite back. Suddenly, Li Zishuan's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. Shuo province, Shanxi. His college roommate in his previous life came from this city. That guy really had a mine at home. It was not a coal mine, nor an iron mine, but a bauxite mine. Li Zishuan went with him to see it during the National Day holiday one year. Coincidentally, his roommate had bragged to him about the history of Shuo province, saying that the name Shuo province already existed during the Northern Zhou dynasty. Although it was renamed to Mei County during the Sui dynasty, Li Yuan changed it back during the Tang dynasty. It could be said that it was a famous historical city. The current Li Zishuan, relying on his memory, could even mark the detailed location of his roommate's bauxite mine on a map. Hee hee. Old classmate, I'm sorry, but let me borrow your mine first. You don't mind, right? Li Zishuan was like a neurotic, talking to air. Bauxite was also known as high alumina clay. The main minerals were diaspore, baemite, gibbsite, kaolinite, etc. It had a high alumina content. After grinding and calcining with limestone, it became fire-resistant cement. It was directly pressed into bricks and could be fired into fire-resistant bricks. The lowest refractory temperature could reach more than 1,500 degrees. In fact, the small blast furnaces of the Song dynasty were generally built directly with clay, but they did not have a long lifespan. Li Zishuan wanted to build a blast furnace that was closest to the ones used in modern steel factories, so this kind of high-grade fire-resistant material used in modern steel furnaces was naturally used. What's more, he still had the bauxite mine that his old classmate left for him. It would be a waste not to use it. Chapter 1013. According to the statistics of modern society, Shanxi was the province with the largest reserves of bauxite in the country. It was reasonable to say that it should be easy to find bauxite. However, if Li Zishuan wanted to find it in the shortest time possible, he could only go to his old classmate's iron mine. Who asked him to go to that bauxite mine? Who asked the modern Shirozhou to still be called Shirozhou in the Tang dynasty? There were so many coincidences in this world. After solving the material problem of the furnace lining, Li Zishuan was faced with another problem, which was the heat dissipation problem inside the furnace. The melting point of iron was around 1,500 degrees Celsius, and the interior of the furnace was a relatively enclosed space. If the heat wasn't released in time, this thing was undoubtedly a time bomb. Once the heat accumulated to a certain degree, destroying the equipment was a small matter, but the damage to the personnel after the explosion was a big deal. Modern furnaces used special fans with powerful horsepower. Naturally, the cooling effect was great. However, in this era, there was no electricity. Even if there was a fan, it could not be turned. In fact, when it came to cooling fans, one had to talk about the ancient water drains. Many people thought that the water drains had the word water in them, so they should be irrigation tools. In fact, the water drains were invented by Du Shi during the Eastern Han Dynasty. At first, the water drains were called human drains, which used human power. Then, they used animal power and horses, which were called horse drains. Until Du Shi used water drains, it was called water drains. In the future, the furnace in the workshop could use this type of water drains to dissipate heat. However, the dam on the Ba River had not been built yet. Without a certain drop in the water, it would be difficult for the water drains to turn. Let's use animal drains to dissipate heat first. Next year, we will build the dam and hydropower station. After the power grid is set up, we will think about other things. Li Zishuan muttered to himself. Thinking of this, he picked up the pen and began to draw. With his current engineering skills and drawing skills, drawing an improved version of the saddle, a blower that was pulled by a horse, was not a problem. In addition to blowing in air from the outside, the horse drains the internal heat of the furnace. It could also bring oxygen to the fire pool in the furnace and promote the combustion of the fuel. On a winter night, everything was silent. There were no sounds of insects or birds. The only sound that could be heard in the study was the rustling sound of pencil rubbing against paper. Yunshan was located outside of Chang'an City, so there was no sound from the night watchman. For Li Zishuan, it was convenient for him to concentrate on thinking and drawing. Under his modification, the blast furnace moved from modern times gradually lost its original appearance, but its efficiency did not decrease much. Moreover, the blast furnace after the modification was more and more suitable for the conditions and environment of the Tang dynasty. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Li Zishuan hadn't left the study for 2 whole days. Han Yushi, who knew her husband's character, didn't persuade him to go back to his room to rest even though she wanted to, because she knew that it would be useless to persuade Li Zishuan. Instead, it would only add to his troubles. In the past 2 days, Li Zishuan had been eating and living in the study. In front of him, there was already a thick pile of drawings. Those drawings that had been ruined were thrown all over the floor. On the other hand, his face did not look haggard at all. This was all thanks to the enormous spiritual power brought to him by the Supreme Mystery Sutra, as well as the endless flow of inner strength. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they would have collapsed from exhaustion. Why did he work so hard? Li Zishuan might not be able to answer this question himself. Logically speaking, he now had power, and a beautiful wife. He only needed to eat and wait for death like other rich second generations. There was no reason for him to work so hard. If there was a reason, perhaps it could only be said that this was the stubbornness of an engineering nerd. Phew. Haha. Done. On the morning of the 3rd day, Li Zishuan checked all the drawings that he had drawn in the past few days. After finding that there were no problems, he let out a long sigh of relief and laughed. Creak. Almost at the same time, Han Yushi pushed the door open and entered. Her eyes were red as she said with heartache, "Husband, since you're done, quickly go and rest. Leave this place to this concubine." Judging from her speed, it was obvious that this woman had been waiting outside the study all this time. Li Zishuan was a little touched. This little woman. How heartbreaking. Haha. Your husband isn't as delicate as you think. Don't worry, my wife. Why don't we go to the room to study the art of the boudoir? Li Zishuan touched his wife's smooth cheeks and said with a smile. Han Yushi said angrily, "Husband, why are you still thinking about this at a time like this? Go to sleep. If you're still not asleep after 15 minutes, I'll just kill myself." To be able to say such things, it seemed that she was really anxious and angry. Li Zishuan quickly said, Okay. Your husband will go to sleep now. Wife, don't say such things in the future. Sigh. It seems that I have to wait a little longer before I can rest. Just as he was about to move to the bedroom, he suddenly stopped and said, Husband. You. Haha. Wife, don't be anxious. It's not that your husband doesn't want to sleep, but there are guests. Han Yushi was about to get angry, but Li Zishuan interrupted her and said. After saying that, this guy walked out of the house slowly with his hands behind his back. The reason for that was that he heard footsteps coming from outside the house. Father-in-law. Forbert, Xiaobing, you're here? After a while, Li Zishuan's laughter came from outside the house. Han Yushi originally thought that Li Zishuan was just bluffing her, but after hearing that father-in-law, she couldn't be bothered to be angry with Li Zishuan and quickly ran out. Outside the house, Forbert and Han Li brought Fubin and 4 other middle-aged men over. Young master, I didn't dare to neglect the task that you gave me earlier. I'm here today to report back to you. Forbert stroked his beard and laughed. Haha. Let's talk inside. Let's talk inside. Father. You're here. I'll go and get you some tea now. When Han Yushi came out of the study room, Li Zishuan and the rest had just entered the main hall. When she saw Han Li, she said happily. Although the Yunshan residence was very close to the Han family village, after she moved in with Li Zishuan, Han Li rarely came over. Usually, he would only come over when he had something to do. That was why she was so excited now. Haha. Wife, don't forget to get Forbert a cup of tea too. Li Zishuan laughed and joked. Ah. Han Yushi just realized that her father wasn't the only one who came. She quickly said guiltily, Of course I won't forget. Everyone let out a burst of friendly laughter. Li Zishuan looked at Han Li and said with a smile, Father-in-law, you have to visit us more often in the future. Otherwise, Yushi will treat you as a guest. Chapter 1014. Li Zishuan understood why Han Lijing didn't come over often. It was mainly because he didn't want to disturb them, but he didn't think it was necessary. They were a family, so why did they have to make it seem like 2 different families? Besides, he and Han Yushi usually lived at night, so they couldn't be disturbed during the day. Han Lijing looked a little embarrassed. He coughed and said, This girl, Sai, it's my fault that I don't come to Yunshan often. But in the future, even if I want to, I won't have the chance to come over. Li Zishuan asked curiously, Why is that? Is father-in-law going on a long trip? Han Tianhu said, Let's not talk about this first. Manager Fu is looking for you. Let's talk about him first. Li Zishuan could only suppress the doubts in his heart and looked at Forbert. At this moment, Fu Bo said, Young master, you asked me to pick 4 people to manage the mine in Yifeng County. I've brought them here today. This is Ni Taifeng, this is Yaro Jie, this is Yu Xingzhen, and this is Shong Rongguang. They are all old fellows in the workshop and can handle things independently. Forbert said as he pointed at the 4 middle-aged men he brought and introduced them. Li Zishuan knew Ni Taifeng. Ni Taifeng was the leader of the 5th Regiment of the Yanghuang College Construction Corps. This person had superb skills and was the technical backbone of the workshop. Do you know the mission of this trip? Li Zishuan nodded and gestured for them to sit down. Ni Taifeng said, Marquis, Manager Fu already told us before we came. We all know the mission of this trip. Then do you know that if you are busy there, you might not be able to make it back before the new year? Li Zishuan asked again. The 4 people's faces froze. Finally, Ni Taifeng gritted his teeth and said, Marquis's big matter is important. To me, it doesn't matter where I spend the new year. Marquis, I don't care. Me too. Me too. The other 3 people also expressed their opinions. They knew that it was a rare opportunity to work for Li Zishuan face to face. Good. Don't worry, I will remember your efforts and I will not mistreat you in the future. Li Zishuan nodded and praised. Marquis is too polite. The four people said politely. Li Zishuan looked at Li Zishuan and said, Xiao, how's your preparation? There was a hint of excitement in Fu Bin's eyes as he said, Young master, I'm ready. Biao Zi is also fine. We can leave at any time. Li Zishuan, that's good. The sooner the better, the better. You will leave tomorrow. Oh. Xiao, I have something I need you to. Wait, I want to get something I to get tea my husband. I will go and get it. Coincidentally, Han Yushi came over with 6 cups of hot tea on a tray. Forbert, Han Lijing, Ni Taifeng, Yaro Jie, Yu Xingzhen, and Shong Rongguang each had a cup. Fu Bin was a junior and naturally did not have tea to drink. As for Li Zishuan, Han Yushi knew that he did not like tea and did not do anything unnecessary. When she heard Li Zishuan and Fu Bin's conversation, she quickly agreed to this task. After a while, she took out a stack of drawings and a map from the study. She then passed the map to Li Zishuan and said, My husband, do you want this? Not only did she know that Li Zishuan wanted Fu Bin to mine bauxite, but she also knew that Li Zishuan was going to hand over the drawings to Forbert. That was why she took them out. As for how she knew about these drawings, it was because Li Zishuan told her. Yes, this is it. Li Zishuan took the map and praised it. He then turned to Fu Bin and said, Come, Xiaobing. Look here. Fu Bin curiously looked over and stared at the map for a while before asking, Young master, why are you showing me the map of Shuoju? Hey. Of course, it is to mine. Li Zishuan remembered that he was going to mine his old classmate's mine and could not help but laugh. He used a pencil to draw a circle on the map of Shuoju and said, Here. Yes. It should be here. Tomorrow, the few of you will go to Shuoju first. It should be near the place I drew. There should be some white or grayish-white soil. Dig some back for me as soon as possible. Ah! Dig. Dig. Young master, did I hear wrongly? When Fu Bin heard this, he was dumbfounded. He asked again with uncertainty. The rest of the people in the room were also curious. They all looked at Li Zishuan, wanting to hear an explanation. Li Zishuan said angrily, You did not hear wrongly. This thing is very useful to me. As for what it is, you will know when the time comes. Here, take the map. Now go back and pack up. Tomorrow morning, you will leave with Biaozi and the rest. Fu Bin had a stomach full of questions and replied in a muffled voice, Yes, young master. Then he said goodbye to Forbert and left. Ni Taifeng and the other 3 also said goodbye when they saw that there was nothing else for them to do. Only the 3 of them were left in the room. Young master, why are you so sure that there is a bauxite mine there? Forbert finally could not hold back the questions in his heart and asked. At this time, no one used aluminum. The history of aluminum use in China should have started in the late Qing dynasty. Therefore, Forbert naturally did not know the term bauxite. He could only use bauxite mine as a replacement. If I said that I dreamed about it, Forbert, you would definitely not believe me. Then I'll tell you the truth. I did dream about it. Li Zishuan pretended to think for a while, then he suddenly mischievously. Forbert's mouth twitched. He really wanted to pinch Li Zishuan's ear and ask, What kind of education did you receive? Why are you so mischievous? Cough, cough. The premise was that he had to know what mischievous meant. Xiao Xian, this time I will go with them to Yifeng County, right? Han Lijing, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, Father, you. Han Yushi opened her small mouth in shock. Her face was full of confusion. When Li Zishuan heard this, he finally understood what Han Lijing meant when he said, Even if this old man wants to come here in the future, I won't have many chances to come here. He hurriedly rejected, Don't. Father-in-law. We already have enough people. You can just stay at home and enjoy your life. Why do you have to travel so far and tire yourself out? Han Tianhu slapped his daughter's hand away and said, I am taking advantage of the fact that I can still do some work to help my dear son-in-law reduce your burden. Besides, now that Iron Egg has entered Yanghuang College and Yushi is married to you, I have no more worries. I can go to Hadong Road to help you look after the mine. What about the village? Li Zishuan did not want his father-in-law to go so far to work, so he tried to find an excuse. Han Tianhu said, "You don't have to worry. I have already handed over all the affairs of the Han village to brother Hanyun. There will be no trouble." Chapter 10:15. Father. Your leg is not good, how can you go so far away? Yunshan Residence, Li Family Main Hall. Han Yushi heard that her father was determined to go to Hadong Road and couldn't help but speak up. Han Lijing smiled and said, "Yushi, your father is not so delicate. Besides, I'm going to Hadong Road to help Xiaoxian manage the mine, not to fight. The old injury on my leg is not a problem." Li Zishuan also wanted to persuade him a little more, but he heard Han Lijing continue, "In the war between the Tang Empire and the Tujue, countless soldiers were buried in the Hadong Road. So many years have passed, this old man can still see my old comrades in my dreams. This time, this old man will also bring a few jugs of good wine to pay respects to my brothers." In the 5th year of Wuda, Sheli Khan tore up the peace treaty with the Tang Empire and sent out tens of thousands of soldiers. Together with the exiled Liu Hater, they attacked the new city of Hadong Road. Li Yuan sent out 3 armies. Crown Prince Li Jiancheng went to Changju Road and Prince Qin Li Shimin went to Qinju Road to resist the 2 armies of the Turks. In addition, he sent Yunju supervisor Guo Zihei to Yunzhong to ambush Sheli Khan's army. Left Wu Wei General Duan Detsao went to Xiaozhou to cut off the Turks' retreat. At that time, Qin Qiong was a general under Li Shimin and naturally went to battle with him. As Qin Qiong's personal guard, Han Tianhu naturally had to accompany him. It was also in that battle that Han Tianhu was shot in the thigh by the enemy in order to save Qin Qiong and completely became a cripple. Even so, he was considered lucky because in that battle, the Tang Empire lost thousands of soldiers. He was lucky to be able to keep his life in the end. In ancient times, when a war was over, it was impossible to transport all the bodies of the fallen back, and this was also unrealistic. In normal circumstances, the dead soldiers of one side would be collectively buried, and only the bodies of high officials and generals would be brought back to the imperial court. Thus, the soldiers who had died in battle had all been buried at the border between the Hadong Circuit and the Turks. Li Zishuan listened silently and finally stopped trying to dissuade him. In this world, other than family, friendship, and love, there was also a purer and hot-blooded feeling, and that was the friendship of a soldier. They were people who had been on the battlefield together, and they were closer than real brothers. They could truly trust each other with their backs without any scruples. After a pause, Li Zishuan looked at Han Yushi. Although the latter's face showed reluctance, there was more understanding and relief. He then turned to Han Lijing and said, "Father-in-law, you can go. As for the mine, I will instruct Ni Taifeng and the others to listen to your orders. If anything happens over there, you can look for Fu Bin. That kid is quite familiar with the local authorities in the Lan province." Hearing this, Han Lijing's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation and excitement. He nodded and said, Don't worry. What have I not seen in my life? It's just a long trip. It's not a big deal." Li Zishuan thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Father-in-law, after you go to Hadong Road, remember to tell Ni Taifeng and the others not to treat the miners harshly. They are all people who dig for food in the fields. It's not easy." This sentence made Han Lijing a little confused, but in the end, he nodded and replied, "Of course." In fact, he didn't know Li Zishuan's painstaking efforts. Since ancient China's use of minerals became more and more widespread, and mining technology became more and more mature, more and more mine owners tried to recruit people to mine. However, most of them liked to withhold the miners' wages and food, and they also squeezed the miners' strength too much. During the Ming dynasty, there were many miners' revolts in the mines. Li Zishuan's instructions were to prevent trouble before it happened. Han Yushi interrupted at this time, "Father, then you must come back before the new year. Your daughter, Iron Egg, and mother are all waiting for you to come back for the new year." Hearing Han Yushi mention his late wife, Han Lijing's eyes immediately flashed with a trace of gentleness. He nodded solemnly and said firmly, "Okay. Father will definitely come back before the new year." After that, he got up and said, "Little Xian, you chat with Steward Fu. This old man will go back and pack up. Tomorrow, we will leave together with Fu Bin and the others. Obviously, he could also see that Li Zexuan and Forbert still had important matters to discuss. This. Father-in-law, why don't you stay for lunch? Li Zexuan urged him to stay. Han Yushi also looked over with eager eyes. However, Han Lijing said, haha, no. This old man still has to go to Chang'an to buy some things. You guys eat. After that, he looked at Li Zexuan, paused, and sighed inexplicably, little Xian, Yushi marrying you is this child's blessing. This old man will never tell you to treat her well, because this old man knows that you are a kind person. Even if this old man doesn't tell you, you will treat her well. This child is luckier than her mother in the past. Haha. With a sigh, Han Lijing waved his hand, turned around, and walked out of the door. His back looked somewhat miserable. Hubby. Han Yushi felt an inexplicable sadness in her heart. She looked at Li Zexuan with tears in her eyes. She wanted to say something, but stopped. It's okay. Father-in-law must be missing mother-in-law. Li Zexuan stroked Han Yushi's soft long hair and comforted her. Ahem. Seeing that this young couple had neglected an old man like him, Forbert quickly coughed. Otherwise, he didn't know what these two people in front of him would do. Young master. Regarding the matter of the ironworks, I wonder if you have any ideas? When Forbert saw that the couple had finally noticed him, he quickly asked. Li Zexuan came back to his senses and took a stack of blueprints from Han Yushi's hands. He handed it to Forbert and said, I have an idea. Here, Forbert, take a look. A thick stack of blueprints suddenly fell into his hands. Forbert couldn't help but be shocked. So many. Young master, did you start preparing for the steel-making matter a few months ago? In his words, there was some admiration for Li Zexuan's foresight. To be honest, he did know that Li Zexuan drew blueprints quickly, but he never would have thought that Li Zexuan would draw so quickly. He had at least 200 or 300 blueprints in his hand. How could he have started preparing a few months ago? He only started drawing 2 or 3 days ago. He didn't sleep well for 2 consecutive nights. When Han Yushi heard Forbert's words, she couldn't help but say unhappily. Under normal circumstances, when Li Zexuan was talking about business with others, she rarely interrupted. This time, when she saw that Li Zexuan didn't care about his body, she was really angry. What? 2 or 3 days? Forbert was really shocked. The blueprints in his hands were almost thrown to the ground by him. Fortunately, he didn't have a heart attack or anything. Otherwise, he might have fainted by now. Even so, he was scared out of his wits. To be able to draw 200 or 300 such high-quality blueprints in 2 or 3 days, Forbert couldn't help but say to himself, is my young master a monster with 8 hands? Chapter 10:16. Young master, you haven't slept for 2 nights. Then you should go and rest. We'll talk about the ironworks later. After recovering from his shock, Forbert finally caught the other layer of meaning in Han Yushi's words. It was also the most important layer of meaning. He hurriedly said to Li Zexuan. Li Zexuan shook his head and said, of course not, I did take a nap halfway through. Let's not talk about this first. Forbert, you should take a look at the blueprint first. If there's anything wrong, we can discuss it together. The ironworks must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Then. Okay. Seeing that Li Zexuan was so insistent, Forbert knew that he could not persuade him otherwise. He lowered his head and began to look at the blueprint. Li Zexuan's blueprint was placed in a very particular order. First, the overall structure, then the specific structure. Forbert first saw the overall layout of the ironworks in the future, then the overall structure of each part, and then the specific structure of some of the key components. As he flipped through the blueprint page by page, a huge ironworks with a style completely different from this era gradually appeared in Forbert's mind. After doing engineering for a lifetime, Forbert still had the ability to visualize through drawings. A towering iron furnace stood in the middle of the factory. Pipes extended out from the furnace like the roots of an old tree, densely entrenched in the surroundings. 2 large chimneys towered into the clouds, as if they wished they could reach the clouds. They were constantly spewing thick smoke into the sky. The various machines in the workshop rumbled incessantly. Forbert was extremely shocked. Clearly, Li Zexuan's ironworks was not a small scale. Its scale was definitely one of the largest in the entire Tang Empire, but why did this steelmaking method feel so familiar to him? Young master, why does this look a little like a shaft furnace? Forbert suddenly remembered and asked. China was the first country in the world to use shaft furnaces to make iron. In ancient times, our country mainly used shaft furnaces to smelt pig iron. The iron shaft furnace was developed from the copper shaft furnace. At the end of the spring and autumn period, the method of smelting pig iron with a shaft furnace appeared. However, this method was not fully popularized until the Northern Song dynasty. Shaft furnace smelting was an economical and effective method of smelting iron. Material was loaded from the top and air was blown from the bottom to form the relative movement of the furnace material falling and the gas rising. The high-temperature gas produced by the combustion passes through the layer of material and ascends to transfer the heat to the furnace material. The carbon monoxide contained in it also had a reduction effect on iron oxide. In this way, the heat and chemical energy of combustion could be fully utilized. The lower layer of the furnace material was gradually reduced and melted, while the upper layer of the furnace material was slowly lowered from the top of the furnace. The furnace material was preheated to a higher temperature. Blast furnace ironmaking was born out of shaft furnace ironmaking. However, due to certain structural optimizations, the efficiency and quality of blast furnace ironmaking were far superior to shaft furnace ironmaking. Li Zhuan said with a smile, "This is not completely a shaft furnace. Forbert, if you look carefully, you should be able to tell the difference. I call this furnace a blast furnace." Forbert closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then he opened his eyes and said, "There are indeed many differences. But this old man doesn't know whether these differences are good or bad." Li Zhuan confidently said, "Of course they are good." With that, he pointed to a drawing and said, "For example, the air inlet of this blast furnace. Before it enters the furnace, I put it together. There is a fire pool below that is separated from the air inlet. It contains coal. Before the air enters the furnace, it will be heated to a very, very hot temperature. It can even directly melt iron. In this way, the efficiency of smelting iron will be greatly improved." Air preheating was the most critical step in modern steel production to improve the efficiency of smelting iron. High air temperature was also one of the main technical characteristics of modern blast furnace ironmaking. First of all, the heat required by blast furnace smelting was partly from the combustion heat released by the fuel in the furnace, and partly from the physical heat brought in by the high-temperature hot air. The more heat brought into the blast furnace by the hot air, the less fuel combustion heat was required, and the lower the fuel consumption. Therefore, increasing the air temperature could significantly reduce the fuel consumption and production cost. In addition, increasing the air temperature could also help to increase the theoretical combustion temperature in front of the tuyere. This would increase the temperature in the convoluted area of the tuyere and increase the heat in the furnace. This would help to increase the combustion rate of the pulverized coal, increase the amount of coal injected, and further reduce the coke ratio. Therefore, air preheating was the key technology for the blast furnace to achieve large-scale coal injection. It was also an important technological advancement in the history of blast furnace ironmaking. In Li Zhuan's impression, no one in the world had mastered this technology before the Industrial Revolution. Forbert seemed to understand something. He thoughtfully nodded and said, "What young master said seems to make sense. Maybe we can give it a try." Li Zhuan laughed and said, "Actually, the benefits of this blast furnace are more than this. Forbert, you will slowly realize it in the future. Now, the most important thing is to build this iron-making factory. As for the interior of the furnace, I intend to use the white earth ores from Shuoju to make the refractory material. We will wait for Xiao Bing to transport the earth back. Forbert, your main task now is to look at the blueprints and see if there are any problems with the iron-making factory." Li Zhuan did not intend to build the first blast furnace on a large scale. The effective volume of the blast furnace on the blueprints was only about 100 cubic meters. In modern society, the world's largest effective volume blast furnace was Shogang Huasheng's blast furnace in China. The effective volume was 5,860 cubic meters, and the annual production of steel was close to 30 million tons. So, His iron-making factory was only a small workshop in modern times, but in ancient times, it was definitely a giant. There should not be any big problems. At most, it will be a little troublesome. I will gather the craftsmen to plan this as soon as possible. Young master, you should have a good rest first. Don't tire yourself out. Forbert looked at the blueprints again and said after pondering for a long time. Li Zishuan finally heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, compared to most transmigrators, he was definitely considered lucky. This was because he had a workshop and had many excellent craftsmen by his side. Many new ideas, he only needed to draw out the blueprints, and the craftsmen behind him would think of ways to realize his ideas. He only needed to spend a little effort to draw the blueprint. Haha. Thank you for your concern, Forbert. My body is still fine. But you should also take care of your body. Don't tire yourself out. Li Zishuan smiled warmly and said. Forbert shook his head and got up. Young master, you don't have to worry about me. My old bones are getting stronger the more I move. If I lie in bed all day, I will fall sick. Young master, you should rest first. I will go back to the workshop to make arrangement. Li Zishuan hurriedly got up to send him off. After a moment, Forbert disappeared from the sight of the couple. Han Yushi said, Hubby, why aren't you resting? Do you want me to find? Before she could finish the words, Li Zishuan had already covered her mouth with his hand. Hey, you. What nonsense are you talking about? Let's go. Let's go back. Sleeping alone is better than sleeping. Haha. No way. Chapter 10:17. Li Zishuan slept from noon until the morning of the next day. It was true that his internal strength was profound and his spiritual power was strong. It was also true that he could maintain high-intensity work for a long time. However, it didn't mean that he didn't like to sleep, because everyone would feel tired. It was just that people like him who practiced martial arts were more resistant to fatigue. Oh, cool. It's still better to sleep on the bed. Haha. Li Zishuan was awakened by the sunlight. He couldn't help but stretch and sigh at the top of his lungs. The person who slept next to him was no longer there. She must have woken up a long time ago. Husband. You're awake. Han Yushi heard the sound from the bedroom. She pushed the door open and looked at Li Zishuan with a gentle smile. Yes. I'm awake. Wife, what time is it now? Li Zishuan rubbed his numb face and asked. Husband, it's almost noon. I'll get you some water to wash your face. After washing up, quickly eat. You've slept for almost a day and a night. Han Yushi said and turned to get water. Li Zishuan wanted to stop her, but it was too late. After washing up, Li Zishuan asked, Wife, where's father-in-law? Han Yushi's brows furrowed slightly and she replied, Daddy set off with Fu Bin they all when it was daybreak. Iron Egg is still at the academy. He didn't even have time to say goodbye. It was obvious that she was very worried about Han Lijing. Li Zishuan patted Han Yushi's shoulder and comforted her softly. Don't worry, my wife. Father-in-law can be considered someone who has been on the battlefield for a long time. Now that he's just going on a long trip, he'll definitely be fine. As for Iron Egg, I'll bring him to Chang'an City. I heard that he has become the husband of Lin Wenyuan's eldest son. Bringing him to Chang'an will save him the trouble of going back and forth on the weekends. At the mention of her younger brother, Han Yushi's mood finally improved. She smiled and said, Husband, if I remember correctly, Iron Egg hasn't even entered the top 10 in this monthly exam, right? This brat hadn't even done his own homework, yet he was teaching others. When he comes back this weekend, let's see if this concubine, as his elder sister, will teach him a lesson. When it came to Iron Egg's education, Han Yushi had always been quite strict. Their mother had passed away early, so Han Yushi felt that she had the obligation to nurture Iron Egg into a talent. Most of the time, Li Zishuan couldn't even get a word in. As for how she found out that Iron Egg had become a tutor, wasn't it because Big Mouth Old who accidentally revealed it? Haha. Clean up, clean up. As long as you're happy. Li Zishuan didn't care about it at all. Anyway, with Iron Egg's thick skin, being hit 2 or 3 times was like being tickled. Han Yushi rolled her eyes at her husband and said angrily, Husband, what are you saying? What do you mean as long as I'm happy? I obviously want Iron Egg to focus on his studies and become a talent as soon as possible. Li Zishuan waved his hand and admitted defeat. Yes, yes, yes. My wife is right. Let's eat. Let's go eat. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan received news that the first batch of bean sprouts in his residence in Chang'an had already grown. He naturally didn't bother to make a trip personally for such a small matter, so he directly ordered San Bao, who came to deliver the news, to send part of the first batch of bean sprouts to Zuaxian Restaurant and another part to Yanghuang College. San Bao accepted the order and left. Li Zishuan looked at San Bao's back with an inexplicable expression. My wife, when the bean sprouts become popular, do you think someone in our residence will sell the method of making bean sprouts to other merchants for money? After a moment, Li Zishuan turned to look at Han Yushi and asked. Of course, he didn't care about the little profit that the bean sprouts could bring. In fact, his main purpose was to use the bean sprouts to test the loyalty of the servants in the residence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly told all the servants in the residence about the method of making bean sprouts. Han Yushi frowned and thought for a moment before saying, I don't think it's possible. We have always been kind to the servants in the residence, especially our father and mother. For so many years, they have rarely been harsh to the servant. The hearts of people are made of flesh. If we are good to them, they will certainly not betray us. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't deny it. Haha. I hope so. After saying that, he turned and walked down the mountain. He had given all the drawings to Forbert before, so he had to go and see if the blast furnace had started. Oh. If this old man's eyes are not blurry, there is a new dish today. Brothers are connected by heart. Why is the name of this dish so strange? The next day, at the Drunken Immortal Inn. After receiving a batch of bean sprouts from the Li estate yesterday, Manager Liu asked the chef to try this dish overnight. This morning, he immediately added a new dish name to the menu of the Drunken Immortal Inn. Brothers are connected by heart. Soon, the regular customer of the Drunken Immortal Inn, Feng Zhihua, noticed the new addition to the delicacies in the restaurant, so he asked with interest. When Manager Liu heard this, he was very proud because the name of this dish was something that he had thought of for a long time last night. No matter what, it was more vivid and more elegant than stir-fried bean sprouts, right? Haha. Boss Feng has good eyesight. This is the new signature dish of this restaurant. You must have never eaten it before. Why don't you try it today? This old man guarantees that this brothers are connected by heart will absolutely not disappoint you. I guarantee that after you eat the first plate, you will want to eat the second plate. Manager Liu narrowed his eyes and started to promote with all his might. Feng Zhihua laughed and said, haha, then let's have a plate first. In any case, the dishes of this Drunken Immortal Inn have never disappointed this old man. Now that he had become a righteous merchant personally conferred by Li Er, his life was even more carefree. Searching for delicacies everywhere could be considered as one of his usual hobbies. As for the price of these delicacies, he didn't care in the slightest. All right. Moneymaker, quickly go and instruct the kitchen to give Boss Feng a plate of Brother's Heart. Manager Liu smiled and shouted at the waiter. All right. Manager. The waiter responded and went to the kitchen to instruct. After approximately 7 minutes, the waiter came out with a plate of sparkling and translucent bean sprouts that emitted a faint fragrance, and then walked towards Feng Zhihua's location. Boss Feng, your brother's hearts. This. Why does this look like bean sprouts? No. It's winter, how could there be bean sprouts? After Feng Zhihua saw clearly what was on the plate, he spoke in surprise. Haha. Boss Feng, this isn't bean sprouts, you'll understand after you try it. Don't worry. You absolutely won't regret it after you eat it. Manager Liu was afraid that Feng Zhihua would misunderstand. After all, a plate of bean sprouts was sold for over 600 copper coins, so he hurriedly came over to explain. Chapter 10:18. Haha. Since Manager Liu praises such a delicacy, this old man naturally has to give it a try. In the Drunken Immortal restaurant, Feng Zhihua chuckled as he glanced at the sparkling and translucent bean sprouts on the plate. Finished speaking, he picked up his chopsticks and directly picked up a small handful of bean sprouts without waiting for the other dishes. The pure white bean sprouts were suffused with a clear oily sheen, causing Feng Zhihua to involuntarily swallow a mouthful of saliva. He didn't hesitate any longer and hurriedly put the bean sprouts into his mouth. Fragrant and juicy, crispy and sweet, with a trace of sour taste, causing one's appetite to be greatly aroused. I didn't expect to be able to eat such fresh and tender vegetables in this harsh winter, too unbelievable, too delicious. The moment the bean sprouts entered his mouth, Feng Zhihua couldn't help but squint his eyes in comfort. After swallowing all the bean sprouts in his mouth, he opened his eyes and praised to Manager Liu who was beside him. Eating vegetables in the winter had always been the patent of the imperial family. Some ministers who were in the Empress' favor, if they were lucky, might be able to get some vegetables as a reward from the emperor. But in any case, merchants like them would never be able to eat them. In this era where imperial power reigned supreme, there were many things that couldn't be bought with money. Being able to eat vegetables in the Drunken Immortal restaurant today made Feng Zhihua extremely surprised, and he thought in his heart, the Drunken Immortal restaurant is truly a magical place. They actually sell vegetables in winter. Haha. It's fine as long as Boss Feng is happy eating. You can eat first. This old man won't disturb your meal, Manager Liu said with a grin. Ari. Manager Liu, take care. This old man still has something that I don't understand. Feng Zhihua hurriedly put down his chopsticks and urged him to stay. Oh. Boss Feng, please speak. Cough cough. This old man is just curious. Why is this dish called Brothers Connected by Heart? Feng Zhihua pointed at the bean sprouts on the plate and asked. Yeah. Manager Liu, in my opinion, this is only bean sprouts. How can it be related to Brothers Connected by Heart? But this thing is rather delicious in winter. Yes. I'm tired of eating pickled vegetables, fish, and meat in winter. It's rare to encounter such a refreshing and delicious dish. The Drunken Immortal restaurant is indeed amazing. The other customers had already noticed the commotion over here and came over to join in the fun. Shopkeeper Liu explained with a smile, Hey, everyone, please take a look. This brotherly bond is actually made from the sprouts of soybeans. The soybeans are the elder brother, and the newly grown sprouts are the younger brother. If the two of them are connected together, what else is it but brotherly bond? Smack, smack, smack tilde. Feng Zhihua clapped and laughed loudly as he said, Haha, wonderful, wonderful. What a good name. Manager Liu, this name is good. Of course, the taste of the dishes is even better. The rest of the diners echoed, interesting, interesting. Shopkeeper Liu is really talented. This brotherly bond is not bad. Shopkeeper Liu, give us 2 plates. There were also some customers who caught some clues from Manager Liu's words. They asked, Manager Liu, you just said that this dish uses soybeans to sprout. But how can soybeans sprout in winter? Don't tell me it's soaked in water. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at this person as if they were looking at an idiot, causing this person to feel uneasy. Shopkeeper Liu's old eyes flashed, and then he said to that person indifferently, Wuzhu Liuli, this is a secret of the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. Obviously, this was a barbarian merchant who didn't know much about the ways of the Central Plains dynasties. Hetilda. What is this person thinking? Didn't he ask around to find out who owns the Drunken Immortal restaurant? How dare he come here to ask for the secret recipe? That's right. He's overestimating himself. All right. Let's eat. These bean sprouts are a rare delicacy. We must eat our fill today. I didn't expect to be able to eat such delicious and tender vegetables in winter. The Drunken Immortal restaurant is too amazing. That barbarian merchant's face turned green and white when he heard everyone's discussion. In the end, he apologized to shopkeeper Liu and left. After a while, Feng Zhihua had eaten his fill. He stood up and prepared to pay the bill, but he couldn't bear to part with the delicious bean sprouts he just ate. He walked to the counter of the restaurant and asked shopkeeper Liu in a low voice, Shopkeeper Liu, other than selling these brotherhood-linked hearts in the restaurant, can this old man bring back some raw ones? Shopkeeper Liu narrowed his eyes and glanced at the diners in the hall. Then he said in a low voice, others naturally can't, but since Boss Feng requested it, this old man will naturally give face to Boss Feng. When this old man returns, This old man will have someone send one. 5 catties of freshly soaked brotherhood linked hearts to Boss Feng's residence. Feng Jihua was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said excitedly in a low voice, "Many thanks, shopkeeper Liu." Yanghuang College's cafeteria also released a new dish today. However, unlike the elegant name of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, there were only 4 words added to the menu: stir-fried bean sprout. At first, the students who came to the cafeteria to eat after class didn't notice that there was a new dish in the cafeteria today. The main reason was that the same meat was served every day. No one would have thought that fresh vegetables would suddenly appear. Moreover, even if someone noticed the word stir-fried bean sprouts on the menu, they wouldn't know what kind of dish it was, so they wouldn't order it. However, there was one person who did know, and that was Li Tai. The little fatty came to the cafeteria after school. When he saw the new stir-fried bean sprouts on the menu, he was shocked at first, then ecstatic. He didn't hesitate at all and directly ran to the window that sold bean sprouts. "Master, give me 3 servings of stir-fried bean sprouts and 2 bowls of rice," Li Tai hurriedly said when he arrived at the window. He was afraid that the dishes would be snatched away by others if he was late. In fact, he had ordered too many dishes. Until now, he was the only one who was willing to buy bean sprout. "Okay. It's a total of 900 copper coins tilde," the waiter said as he finished ordering the dishes. The bean sprouts were sold at the Drunken Immortal restaurant for 666 copper coins a plate. At Yanghuang College, it was only 300 copper coins. As for the rice, it was free. Here you go." After the little fatty paid, he immediately carried the tray and planned to find a seat to enjoy the meal. Li Ku, Cheng Chumo, and a few others who followed behind him surrounded him. Cheng Chumo said, "Wow, Qingqiu, your appetite is so good today. You ate so much. Hey, what kind of dish is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Oh, it smells so good. Qingqiu, where did you get this dish? What's its name? Tell us quickly." Li Ku sniffed with his nose and immediately said with a face full of excitement. Sun Zifan licked his lips and chuckled. "That's right. Qingqiu, tell us quickly, we can't enjoy the delicious food alone." Li Tai placed the tray on the empty seat beside him, pointed at the window where he had just gotten his meal, and said, "Here. It's at that window. The dish is called stir-fried bean sprouts. Cho Nyo, you guys go quickly." Chapter 10:19. Damn. Delicious. Delicious. I didn't expect to be able to eat vegetables in the academy during winter. It's so good. At Yanghuang College, Cheng Chumo and the others each bought a serving of bean sprouts and sat beside Li Tai. After tasting it, Cheng Chumo immediately opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, Yes. I've been eating pickled vegetables and fish recently. This stir-fried bean sprouts came at the right time. It's really delicious." Sun Zifan's mouth was stuffed with food as he mumbled incoherently. The other students couldn't help but be curious when they saw that these typical second-generation officials of the academy were actually crazy over a dish. After hearing the name of the dish, they also went to buy bean sprouts because they believed in the taste of these second-generation officials. "Oh, delicious, delicious. How did you make these bean sprouts? They're crispy and refreshing. It's really delicious. So fragrant. It's better than meat. 300 copper coins for a serving. It's really worth it." "What do you mean it's really worth it?" "It's really worth it. No, I have to buy 3 more servings. It's really good to eat this. I want to go too. Brother Jew, wait for me. 300 copper coins for a serving of bean sprouts." Logically speaking, it wasn't expensive. At least, that was what the students thought in their hearts after tasting the bean sprouts. After all, vegetables in the winter had always been priceless. Since when could commoners eat vegetables in the winter? Many of the students who were rich really wanted to take out 1,000 copper coins and directly buy all the bean sprouts in the academy. Of course, this idea was unrealistic because they simply couldn't carry that many copper coins. In short, the moment the bean sprouts appeared in the academy, they quickly became popular. The previously deserted window that sold bean sprouts was instantly filled with long queues. In order to increase the efficiency of the meal, The cafeteria manager had no choice but to let all the windows start selling bean sprouts, which slightly relieved the pressure of the meal. However, not everyone could afford to eat stir-fried bean sprouts that cost 300 copper coins per serving. For those poor students, spending 300 copper coins on a meal was really too extravagant. Fortunately, Yanghuang College provided many part-time jobs for them, and the salary was quite good. Overall, they could afford to eat bean sprouts once a week. And it wasn't just bean sprouts, it was enjoyment. After all, in the past, only the royal family could eat vegetables in the winter. For this lunch, the 200 catties of bean sprouts prepared by the academy's cafeteria were all snatched by the students' tea. In contrast, the popular meat dishes in the past, such as gnawed chicken, dongpa meat, and so on, were difficult to sell. In order to avoid wasting ingredients, the cafeteria manager had to reduce the price of all the meat dishes. Therefore, this strange scene appeared: the rich students were eating vegetables, while the poor students were eating meat. It was the complete opposite of what they used to be. TSK. Let me tell you, the only reason you can eat bean sprouts today is all because of me. If I didn't strongly recommend Yamacho to provide bean sprouts to the academy's cafeteria, you might not be able to taste such delicious food in your lifetime. After lunch, on the way back to the classroom, Li Tai began to brag to Cheng Chumo, Li Ku, and the others. Damn. Based on what you said, Chingqiu, you've already tasted bean sprouts. I say, aren't you a little too disloyal? You don't even share the good stuff with us, and you actually eat it alone. When Cheng Chumo heard this, his face was filled with indignation. Li Tai said unhappily, I'm disloyal? If I'm disloyal, the academy wouldn't even have been sprout. It's Yamacho who eats alone, not me. Ugly ox, if you have any dissatisfaction, you can go and find Yamacho. Cheng Chumo's old face fell, and he immediately admitted defeat. Who's dissatisfied? Well, no matter what, it's good to have bean sprouts. These bean sprouts are really delicious. After saying this, Cheng Chumo's face revealed an expression of reminiscence. He could eat, drink, and talk, but asking him to find Li Zishuan to reason, wasn't this looking for excitement? He wasn't stupid, of course he wouldn't go. The few of them immediately burst into laughter. If the academy's cafeteria was like this, then the Drunken Immortal restaurant was even crazier. Have you heard? The Drunken Immortal restaurant released a fresh vegetable today, called Brothers Linked Hearts, and it's only 666 copper coins per serving. What? Fresh vegetables? How is that possible? Isn't fresh vegetables only available in the soup department? Brother Liu, have you been deceived? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. The juicy, crispy, and tender vegetables are definitely fresh. The world's righteous merchant Feng Zhihua just ate it, and he couldn't stop praising it. Hetilda. Brother Liu, what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. 600 copper coins per serving of fresh vegetables, it's a waste not to eat it. That's reasonable. Let's go quickly. Don't lose it in a while. The news of a fresh vegetable appearing in the Drunken Immortal restaurant spread throughout the entire Chang'an city in the shortest time possible. At first, people did not believe it, but later on, more and more people spread the news. Furthermore, each and every one of them swore solemnly, as if they had eaten in person. Finally, regardless of whether they had eaten lunch or not, whether they had money or not, everyone rushed madly to Shi City, to Drunken Immortal restaurant. Some people thought that even if they didn't have the money to try it, smelling the fragrance would be considered a profit, right? How could the small Drunken Immortal restaurant accommodate so many people? Thus, Manager Liu decisively launched a takeout service for bean sprouts, and temporarily opened 5 sales windows, so that customers could directly buy from the window and bring it home to eat. Yo! It's really fresh vegetables, not pickles. The Drunken Immortal restaurant is indeed extraordinary. To actually be able to get fresh vegetables in the middle of winter. Fragrant. Too fragrant. Fragrant and refreshing, crispy and juicy. To be able to eat such delicacies in the middle of winter, it's really not easy. Xiaodong, quickly go and buy another serving for this old master. And a bowl of rice while you're at it. Some people even brought utensils with them when they went out. When they smelled the unique fragrance of the bean sprouts, they couldn't help but start gorging themselves on the streets of the West City without caring about their image. In an instant, the fragrance drifted through the air, making those who came to watch the fun gulp their saliva. 600 copper coins per serving. I'll buy it. Today, I want to have a taste of the vegetables in winter. Yes, yes, yes. In the past, we couldn't even eat it in the winter. This year, it's rare that the Drunken Immortal restaurant is selling vegetables. It'll be a pity if we don't try it. Many people who had a small amount of money, but weren't extremely rich and extravagant, couldn't resist the temptation when they saw others eating so happily, and one by one, they began to donate generously. Chapter 1020. Yesterday afternoon, the Drunken Immortal restaurant received more than 600 catties of bean sprouts. Shopkeeper Liu thought that it would at least last for 3 to 5 days, but the result was out of his expectations. Because the 600 catties of bean sprouts only lasted for 4 hours in the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Yes, you didn't hear wrong, it only lasted for 4 hours. From the time when the first plate of bean sprouts was served to the time when the bean sprouts were all stir-fried, it really only took a little more than 4 hours. All of the chefs in the Drunken Immortal restaurant's hands were sore from cooking. No, shopkeeper Liu. It's only 3 in the afternoon and your brother's heart is already sold out. Some of the people who heard the news late were told that the bean sprouts were already sold out when they finally got in line. They couldn't help but ask Shopkeeper Liu. Shopkeeper Liu bitterly smiled and said, "Old Master Zhu, I'm really sorry. There are too many people buying brother's heart today. If you come early tomorrow, you will definitely be able to buy it." Old Master Zhu sighed and said regretfully, "Ari, I miscalculated. In the morning, I went to the farm outside the city. When I returned, I heard that the Drunken Immortal restaurant was selling fresh vegetables. I immediately rushed over, but I didn't expect that I still couldn't make it in time. I say, Shopkeeper Liu, you must prepare a lot of things tomorrow. Don't sell it out again. If you really can't, you can sell it at a higher price. That way, it won't be sold out tilde." When these words came out, many people who didn't lack money but didn't buy brother's heart today echoed, "Yes. Shopkeeper Liu. You must prepare more brother's heart tomorrow. You can sell it at a higher price." That's right. 666 copper coins for a set is really too cheap. In my opinion, these fresh vegetables should at least be sold for a set amount of money. When these people said this, those commoners who didn't have rich family backgrounds and just wanted to buy a plate of bean sprouts to taste immediately became anxious. However, in front of these rich people, the poor like them didn't have the right to speak. Thus, they could only look at Shopkeeper Liu anxiously. Shopkeeper Liu repeatedly waved his hand and said, "Ari, that's not right. That's not right. The price of brother's heart is set by my family's marquis. I don't dare to arbitrarily change it tilde. Moreover, my family's marquis has always been kind-hearted and hopes to do something for the people. Now, even my marquis feels that the price of 600 copper coins is a little expensive. If not for the cost, the price might have been even lower. How could this old man dare to go against my marquis's wishes and lower the price without permission?" Once this was said, the commoners all cheered. The Marquis of Yong'an is truly a kind person. First, he made clothes for us commoners. Then, he lowered the price of books and set up an academy to take in children from poor families for free. Now, he wants us poor commoners to taste fresh vegetables in the winter. He's really a great benefactor sent to us by the heavens. That's right. My brother-in-law's family is one of Marquis's farmers. According to him, Marquis treats them very well. Not only did we lend them money without interest, but we also waived a lot of rent for them. What do you mean? My neighbor, Liu Laroa's son, got into Yanghuang College this year. Not only did he not need money, he even earned 30 strings of coins from the college. Whoa, there's such a thing. Is that true? Why would I lie to you? I heard that the child got into the top 10 in the monthly exam. The 30 strings of coins was a reward from Marquis. This child is really promising. Heh. He should be thanking Marquis for giving those children a chance to learn. Shopkeeper Liu was a crafty person. He used this small detail to boost Li Zishuan's reputation in front of the commoners. The commoners were simple and talkative. They were grateful for Li Zexuan's kindness from the small matter of the price of the bean sprouts. As they chatted, they brought up the recent scholarship incident at the college. Li Zexuan's image in their hearts instantly improved by a few notches. What? More than 800 catties of bean sprouts were all used up today? Evening, Yunshan residence. When Li Zexuan heard the news from San Bao, he asked in surprise. More than 800 catties of bean sprout. According to the serving size of Zuasian restaurant's dishes, 1 catty of bean sprouts could be used for 2 plates. 800 catties meant 1,600 plate. 1,600 plates of bean sprouts were sold out in one meal? Even those big restaurants in his previous life didn't have a dish that sold so well, right? Moreover, the price of these bean sprouts wasn't cheap. San Bao said excitedly, "Yes, young master. Shopkeeper Liu came to our residence to ask for more, so old madam gave him 500 catties of the bean sprouts we collected today and sent the remaining 200 catties to the college. Young master, your decision back then was really wise." San Bao is truly in awe. Most of the bean sprouts in the Li residence were distributed by the servants. Now that the bean sprouts were selling so well, old Madam Li and old Madam Li would definitely not mistreat these meritorious people. Thus, San Bao was very excited and her hands were trembling. She was also Li Zexuan's bootlicker. Li Zexuan slapped the back of San Bao's head and said, "What do you mean by prostrating?" "It's prostrating, okay? You should read more books when you're free. Do you understand?" Yes. Young master, you're right. I'll definitely read more books when I'm free." San Bao nodded hurriedly and giggled. Li Zexuan put his hands behind his back and said, "Ask the servants to distribute more bean sprouts and use up all the beans in the warehouse as soon as possible." "Yes, young master." San Bao nodded subconsciously, but then felt that there was something wrong with Li Zexuan's words. Puzzled, he asked, "Young master, you mean that you don't want to buy more beans?" "Yes." Li Zexuan was thinking about other things and only replied with a faint yes. San Bao found it hard to accept. He asked anxiously, "Young master, why don't you buy more beans? Bean sprouts are so profitable. I've already calculated that 1 catty of beans can produce about 10 catties of bean sprouts, which can be sold for more than 10,000 copper coins. But 1 catty of beans only costs 8 copper coins. How can you just give up on such a profitable business?" Li Zexuan came back to his senses and saw San Bao's pitiful look. He couldn't help but find it funny. He teased, "Ha! Your math skills are not bad. Where did you learn it from?" San Bao didn't look happy at all. Instead, he lowered his head and replied, "Young mistress taught me when she was bored." "Lana!" Li Zexuan was stunned. He shook his head and laughed. Then, he looked at the dejected San Bao and kicked the latter's leg. He said, "That's enough. One must be content with what one has. We can't be in the bean sprouts business forever, right? Look at how useless you are. Go back to Chang'an now." Chapter 10:21. Li Zexuan definitely wouldn't be in the bean sprout business for the rest of his life. What he wanted to do in the Tang dynasty was to become a technological powerhouse, not to develop the country through commerce. The so-called commerce was just a tool in his hand. As an engineering nerd, what he valued was technology, not small profit. Thus, he definitely wouldn't continue relying on bean sprouts to get rich for long. He was just eating the fish head market. As for the fish body and fish tail, he intended to let others eat them. As for who he would give them to, that would depend on the situation later on. The popularity of the bean sprouts had only just begun. On the second day, the 1,000 jin of bean sprouts prepared by the drunken immortal inn were sold out in a single day. Because those who had eaten the bean sprouts and came from well-off families all became repeat customers of the Connected Brothers. As for those who hadn't eaten the bean sprouts, after hearing the praises of the Connected Brothers for the entire day, they naturally came over to try it. Thus, the number of customers who came to buy the bean sprouts on the second day was much more than the first. It was worth mentioning that the head eunuch in charge of purchasing in the palace had specially come to the drunken immortal inn to purchase a batch of bean sprouts. The bean sprouts he purchased were naturally raw. After all, it was food that Li ate, So how could he hand it over to someone outside the palace to cook? The street in front of the Drunken Immortal Inn was bustling with activity. Many people were buying and eating on the spot. Those who had carriages sat in them, while those who didn't had carriages found a place to eat on the street. Upon seeing this, the shopkeepers of the restaurants and shops beside the Drunken Immortal Inn decided to clean up their shops. They placed some empty tables and chairs inside and outside the shop to provide a place for those who were eating bean sprouts on the street. Of course, there was a charge for this. Outside the shop, it was cheaper at 5 copper coins per seat. Inside the shop, it was more expensive at 20 copper coins per seat. They even provided free tea. If those customers took a fancy to the items in the shop and bought them, they would earn even more. Because the Drunken Immortal Inn knew the secret to growing bean sprouts, they ate the meat at the front. Even though the surrounding shops didn't know the secret, they still had to follow behind to drink some soup, right? On the second day, the 1,000 jin of bean sprouts of the Drunken Immortal Inn were all sold out. Even if the surrounding shops followed behind to drink soup, they still earned a fortune. Every shop earned at least 5 strings of coins more than usual. The third day, the Drunken Immortal restaurant once again exerted its strength and prepared 1,100 pounds of bean sprouts, but it was still unable to hold off the crazy diners. As the only restaurant that could provide fresh vegetables in the winter, it was difficult for the Drunken Immortal restaurant not to become popular. Through this matter, it had once again established its position as the overlord of the restaurants in Chang'an City. As for Yanghuang College, the supply of bean sprouts had been increased to 300 catties. However, the students still finished the 300 pounds of bean sprouts. After all, there was no lack of rich second generations in the academy. It was common to see one person eating several portions of bean sprouts. For example, Li Tai and Cheng Chumo. On the fourth day, the Drunken Immortal restaurant prepared more than 1,500 catties of bean sprouts, and they barely managed to last until the restaurant closed at 5 p.m. Although this had not reached the daily consumption limit of bean sprouts for the people of Chang'an, it had already reached the physical limit of the chef of Drunken Immortal restaurant. They were really too tired these few days. After manager Liu promised to double the salary for this month, the chefs felt a little better. The Drunken Immortal restaurant continued to become popular because of the bean sprouts, which naturally attracted the envy of others. After all, the daily consumption of over 1,000 catties of bean sprouts was close to 200 strings of coins. Although the cost of bean sprouts was unknown, it should not be too high. This was truly a profitable business. How is it? Is it still not working? In Yunlai restaurant, a middle-aged man with a full beard had his hands behind his back and an ugly expression on his face as he asked the servant in front of him. Looking at his face carefully, it was the barbarian merchant who had asked manager Liu how to distribute bean sprouts. Wuzhu Liulin. Master, it's still not working. Beans are basically rotten after being soaked in water for a day and night. They can't be eaten at all, let alone sprout. The servant said with a bitter expression. Hearing this barbarian merchant already knew that the Drunken Immortal restaurant's brotherly connection was soaked in beans. In fact, this barbarian merchant was not the only one who knew that the brotherly connection was soaked in beans. Basically, anyone with half a brain would be able to figure it out. There were even more people who secretly distributed bean sprouts. This was also one of the reasons why Li Zexuan did not expect the bean sprouts to make a lot of money. Because this kind of low-tech thing could be easily understood by others. It was just a matter of time. Take the nibbled chicken for example. 2 months after it was released, there were already imitations on the market. If he did not want others to imitate it, he could only raise the technology of the product. This was why he had always paid attention to technology. The workers in the workshop were currently receiving the best treatment in the entire Great Tang. Bastard! This old man has spent so much money to raise you, but you can't even do such a simple thing. You're all a bunch of trash. The middle-aged barbarian merchant roared. With a paw, he smashed the vase on the table beside him. At this moment, a beautiful barbarian woman with a seductive figure and revealing clothes walked over. That barbarian woman walked over and grabbed the barbarian merchant's hand. Then, she placed it on one of her peaks for warmth and said coquettishly, Master Tilda, don't be angry. It's not like there's no other way. After saying this, the barbarian woman turned to the manservant and said, "You can leave for now." "Yes, madam." The manservant hurriedly withdrew as if he had been pardoned. The barbarian merchant's interest had already been piqued. At this moment, seeing that there were only the two of them in the room, he hurriedly asked, "Madam, just what kind of brilliant plan do you have? Hurry up and tell this old man." The barbarian woman smiled sweetly, her smile bewitching as she said, "Master, if we can't make it ourselves, we can steal it." "Steal? How do we steal it?" No matter how bewitching the barbarian woman's smile was, the barbarian merchant remained unmoved. This was because at this moment, he only had eyes for small amounts of money. The barbarian woman coquettishly said, "Master, you've been intelligent all your life, so how can you be so foolish now? The drunken immortal In's Heart-Linked Brothers sells an astonishing amount every day. There must be a lot of people involved in the production. Snow Cherry has already asked around for master. These Heart-Linked Brothers are soaked in soybeans by the servants of the Eternal Peace Marquis estate. As long as we can get in touch with the servants of their estate and entice them with benefits, we won't have to worry about not knowing how to soak soybeans, right?" The barbarian merchant's eyes darted around, and then he was overjoyed. "Haha. Wonderful. Wonderful. My Snow Cherry is really exceptionally intelligent. Madam, you've done a great service this time. Once it's done, this old man will definitely dote on you." Even though there were risks in stealing secrets, especially when they were stealing secrets from Li Zexuan's estate, many merchants were willing to take risks in the face of enormous benefit. "Master, you're so hateful." Chapter 1022. Miss Lian are you really not going to reconsider? In Shi City, in a room of a tea house, a young woman in a thick dress said to a little girl. This little girl was the Li residence's maidservant, Lian "No. No. I will never betray young master and young madam." Lian shook her head fiercely and replied. Today, she had come to the pharmacy in Shi City to get some medicine for her mother. However, a woman stopped her halfway and said that she had a way to treat her mother's illness. She was overjoyed and followed her to this tea house. However, she did not expect that woman to actually want to use 100 strings of money to exchange for the Li residence's Bean Sprout secret formula. Lana subconsciously rejected it in her heart because the 2 strings of money in her purse to buy medicine were lent to her by Han Yushi yesterday. With that, Liana turned to leave. However, the 2 burly men guarding the door took a step forward and blocked her way. "Miss Pingxiang, what do you mean by this? I'm from the Marquis's residence, and this is the foot of the Emperor. Do you want to commit murder?" A hint of panic flashed in Liana's eyes, but when she remembered that this was the capital, she calmed down slightly and forced herself to remain calm. "Impudent. All of you, leave. Don't scare the guest." The woman waved her hand and scolded the 2 burly men at the door. Then, she went forward and grabbed Liana's hand. She smiled and said, Liana, you might have misunderstood what I meant just now. I didn't ask you to betray the Marquis of Yong'an. I just want to know how these soybeans are soaked into bean sprouts. Don't worry, after I know, I will definitely leave Chang'an immediately and go to other counties to sell bean sprouts. Naturally, I won't harm the Marquis of Yong'an's interest. And you can't be considered as betraying the Marquis of Yong'an. Don't you think so? Liana frowned slightly and remained silent. Seeing this, the woman continued to persuade, besides, your mother is sick now. You definitely don't have enough money, right? Sister Lian as long as you tell me the bean sprout recipe, not only will I give you 100 strings of cash, I will also help you find the most famous doctor in the world to treat your mother. Think about it, when your mother recovers, you will still have 100 strings of cash. Why would you still need to be a maidservant in the Marquis's residence? At that time, you will become a rich family's young miss. Don't you think so? Liana's expression finally changed. She opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Is what you said true? Will you really leave Chang'an? Will they really find a doctor to cure my mother's illness? The young woman was overjoyed. She pointed to a black package on the table and smiled sweetly. Of course. Why would I lie to you? Here is the 10 strings of coins. As long as you tell me the secret recipe, I will give you the 10 strings of coins immediately. After Big Sister verifies your method, I'll give you the remaining 90 strings of money. As for the doctor, I can send the doctor to your house tomorrow to treat your mother's illness. What do you think? Miss Lian-er? Lian-er's little face was instantly filled with conflict. Under the young woman's overbearing gaze, she thought for a long time and still refused. I can't say. I don't know if you're lying to me. Let me think about it. It's getting late. I have to go buy medicine for my mother. With that, she hurriedly ran out of the door. The 2 men outside the door wanted to stop her, but they didn't hear the woman's order and could only let Lian-er leave. In the side room, after Lian-er left, a Hu woman with blonde hair and blue eyes walked out from behind the screen. This was none other than the concubine of the Hu merchant, Wuzhu Liushi. Madam, she didn't agree. This servant has failed. Madam, please punish this servant. The young woman bowed and said. The Hu woman called Snow Cherry waved her hand, and then she lifted the young woman's chin and chuckled. Haha, Lingmeng, this isn't your fault. Besides, that girl has already been tempted. Whether she succeeds or fails is still unknown. Think of a way to ask her out tomorrow. If 100 strings of coins isn't enough to move her, then 200 strings of coins. If 200 strings of coins isn't enough, then 500 strings of coins. If this matter is done well, I will let the old master favor you well. Yes, it was she who had ordered her maid to tempt Lian-er into revealing the secret recipe for bean sprouts. She had not personally appeared because she was a Hu. Most Tang people looked down on Hu, and Lian-er was from a marquis estate. There was a high chance that she would also look down on Hu. Moreover, she was hiding behind the scenes. Once the matter was exposed, she would be able to escape unscathed. Thank you, madam. The young woman softly thanked her. Mother, the medicine is here. I'll help you up to drink it. South of Chang'an City, Dan Square. In a small, run-down courtyard, Lian-er held a bowl of medicine as she spoke to an old woman lying on a bed. Lian-er, how many times has mother told you not to waste money? Mother has lived long enough. I can't be a burden to you. The old woman looked at her daughter, whose face was still covered in ash, and sighed. Mother, what are you saying? You gave birth to me and raised me. No matter what, your daughter will take care of you for the rest of her life. How can you call me a burden? Lian-er hurriedly said. The old woman sorrowfully said, Lian-er, mother has let you down. You lost your father when you were young. Mother couldn't raise you, so I could only sell you to Master Li as a maid. Mother only gave birth to you, but I didn't raise you. Now, mother can't be a burden to you. Mother, if you say such things again, Lian-er will get angry. Lian-er stomped her feet and said, besides, it was fortunate that you sold me to the Li estate back then. Old master and old madam are both kind people, and young master and young madam are also good masters. Moreover, young master is favored by the emperor and will definitely have a bright future. Who knows how many people want to be a maid in the Li residence? It's a pity that they don't have this fortune. The old woman agreed with Lian-er's words. She said with a face full of joy, Lian-er, you're lucky to have a master like Marquis. Otherwise, I would really regret it for the rest of my life. Mother prays for the Marquis of Yong'an every day. I pray that he will be healthy and live a long life. I pray that his family will prosper for generations. This way, Lian-er, you will have someone to rely on. Enough, mother, don't say such things. The medicine is getting cold. Quickly drink it. Lian-er hurriedly said with some complicated feelings in her heart. All right, but Lian-er, you're not allowed to secretly buy medicine behind mother's back next time. Mother's illness is actually almost healed. I understand, mother. Only then did the old woman drink the medicine in the bowl. Then, she muttered to herself, this Marquis of Yong'an's wife is really kind. She lent you money and actually didn't set a time limit for you to return it. She and the Marquis of Yong'an are really good people. If anyone dares to harm such good people, mother will definitely turn into a vengeful spirit and seek revenge after death. Lian-er's body couldn't help but tremble. The face of the young woman who came looking for her during the day involuntarily appeared in her mind. Almost instantly, she made a decision in her heart. Chapter 1023. Marquis, Yunshan Residence, Li Family. Pang Feiji whispered something into Li Zeshuan's ear. Li Zeshuan's face darkened and his eyes flashed with a cold light. He muttered, 12? Ha! There are so many people who don't want to be left out. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said, Marquis, do you want me to capture all these servants and send them to the imperial governor's office? Li Zeshuan pondered for a moment and waved his hand. No need. Give them one more chance. Let's see if they can rein it in. Today, I will return to Chang'an with you. Pang Feiji did not understand, but he still cupped his fists and said, Yes, sir. Not long after, the master and servant rode towards Chang'an city. As for Han Yushi, she returned to Chang'an on the first day of the bean sprout sale to take charge of the situation. Young master, you're back. The little bootlicker San Bao, who was guarding the entrance of the Li residence, said excitedly when he saw Li Zeshuan return on his horse. Yes. Have you been reading a lot lately? Li Zeshuan threw Whitey's reins to San Bao and asked casually. San Bao took the reins and scratched his head. I've been studying. San Bao is still studying when he's in the toilet. Li Zeshuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and went straight to the front hall. Little Xian is back. Although Chang'an was not far from Yunshan residence, as long as they did not see each other every day, Madame Li was still worried about her son. When she saw Li Zeshuan return, her face immediately revealed a look of warmth. Yes. Li Zeshuan agreed and sat down to chat with his parents for a while. At this time, Yi Guozhong happened to pass by the door. After glancing at Li Zeshuan in the room, he stopped in his tracks and said, Yo, little Xian is back. Li Zeshuan stood up and said, Yes. How are grandfather and grandmother recently? After getting along with Yi Guozhong and old Madame Yi for a long time, Li Zeshuan found that they were not bad people. Old Madame Yi, needless to say, had always been very kind. Although Yi Guozhong was a bit extreme, Li Zeshuan asked himself what had happened in the past. If he were in Yi Guozhong's position and knew that his daughter's sweetheart was destined to be a jinx, he would probably do something to break up the couple. Now that this old man had stepped down from his position as the patriarch of the Yi family, his personality had also become more open-minded. After all, he had once managed a large family clan. His vision and experience were still very sophisticated. Many times, he could give Li Zeshuan a lot of pertinent suggestions, which benefited Li Zeshuan a lot. Yes, everything was good. Little Xian, come out. Grandfather has something to say to you. Yi Guochan nodded and waved his hand. Li Zeshuan naturally agreed. After informing his parents, he followed Yi Guozhong to an old ginkgo tree in the northwest corner of the courtyard. Little Xian, recently, our family's bean sprouts have been selling very well in Chang'an. You should know about it, right? Yi Guozhong asked Li Zeshuan with his hands clasped behind his back. Li Zeshuan understood and roughly understood why Yi Guozhong called him out. He replied, Of course I know. Yi Guozhong nodded and said with a heavy heart, Little Xian, although the Li family is small in number, with your position in the imperial court, it's only a matter of time before you become a powerful family that dominates a region. Now that you're in charge of the Li family, you have to consider the interests of the family. For example, bean sprouts are a profitable business, but once others learn how to make them, you'll be in a passive position, Little Xian. In recent days, this old man has noticed that some servants in your residence have been leaving the residence very frequently. I reckon that it's very likely that other restaurants, merchants, or families want to get the secret recipe of bean sprouts through them, but you actually turned a blind eye to it and hid in Mount Yunshan to live a leisurely life. You're really. At the end, Yi Guozhong's old face was a little red. Obviously, he was angry. If the person in front of him was his own son, he would have slapped him. Li Zeshuan was happy in his heart. He secretly thought that the old man's vision was quite shrewd and ruthless. He could actually see the hidden danger in the residence. Seeing Yi Guozhong's angry face, Li Zeshuan quickly cupped his hands and said, Grandfather, please calm down. In fact, I've already expected this. But in my opinion, the Li family can't monopolize the bean sprout's secret recipe forever. This method isn't difficult to learn. During the process, you just need to pay attention to changing the water and air of the bean sprouts. Even if the servants in the residence don't say it out, the people outside will definitely be able to figure it out within a month or two. Grandfather, don't you think so? Yi Guozhong pondered for a moment and sighed. He nodded and said, according to what you said, it's really possible. But if you strictly ordered the servants not to leave the residence at will from the beginning, perhaps the Li family could earn a few more months' worth of bean sprout. But now, I estimate that in less than 5 days, other restaurants in the city will definitely start selling bean sprout. It's obviously you who thought of this thing, but it's benefiting others so quickly. Alas! Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Haha, grandfather, this matter hasn't reached the end yet. It's still uncertain who will benefit from who. You just watch carefully. Let's see who will have the last laugh between your grandson and those secret thieves." Yi Guozhong was startled. He, who was old and experienced, instantly understood that Li Zishuan definitely had a backup plan. He sighed and said, "Haha, looks like grandfather has underestimated you. Fine, this old man won't meddle in other people's business. I'll wait outside for your good news." After saying that, the old man hummed a tune and walked away. Li Zishuan was just about to go to the Drunken Immortal Inn to take a look when he saw Han Yushi walking over with a servant girl following behind her. "Husband, are you free now? This concubine has something to tell you." Han Yushi's expression wasn't very good. After coming in front of him, she opened her mouth and said, Wife, if there's anything, just say it. But, husband, why don't we go inside and talk?" Han Yushi turned her head and glanced at the servant girl, feeling troubled. Plop. "Young madam, there's no need. Liana did something wrong and should be punished. Young madam, you and young master don't have to give Liana any face." Before Li Zishuan could speak, the servant girl knelt on the ground with a plop and then kowtowed to Li Zishuan with tears in her eyes. "Liana." After Li Zishuan heard the name, his heart skipped a beat, but his expression didn't change. He pretended to be surprised and said, "Madam, what does this mean? What did she do wrong?" Han Yushi looked around and wanted to say something but hesitated. Liana cried and said, "Young master, Liana has let you down. I'm sorry, old master, madam. Liana betrayed the Li family. I beg young master to send Liana to the authorities for punishment." Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Quickly get up. What kind of nonsense is this? Let's go. If there's anything, let's talk in the study." Although there were very few people who came to the place where they were standing now, it didn't mean that there weren't any. At the very least, Li Zishuan had already heard footsteps approaching, which was why he said that. Chapter 1024. Young master, that's what happened. Liana has let young master and young madam down. In the study, Liana told Li Zishuan everything that had happened in Shi City the day before. When she was done, her tears began to flow uncontrollably again. Li Zishuan said solemnly, "That's enough. Stop crying. From what you're saying, you haven't told that person the secret recipe for bean sprouts?" Liana shook her head and said, No. At that time, Liana felt sorry for young master and young madam and hoped that woman would help find a doctor to cure my mother's illness. At that time, Liana's heart was in a mess. "I really didn't know what to do, so I ran out." "They didn't stop you?" Li Zishuan asked again. Liana looked up and replied, "No." "Oh. No." When Liana wanted to leave at first, 2 men wanted to stop Liana, but they were scolded by that woman and left. But later, Liana was confused by that woman's words, so they didn't stop her. Old master, old madam, young master, and young madam usually treat Liana so well, but Liana's heart wasn't strong enough and almost betrayed young master. "I beg young master to send Liana to the authorities for punishment." Han Yushi hurriedly pleaded with Li Zishuan, "Husband, Liana hasn't leaked the secret, so don't punish her. Besides, the reason why she was greedy was because of her filial piety to her mother. Don't send her to the authorities, okay? Woo-woo. Young madam, don't say any more. Liana doesn't have the right for you to plead for mercy. Liana deserves to die." Liana kowtowed to the ground and cried bitterly. Han Yushi lent her money yesterday to buy medicine for her mother, but for a moment, she wanted to betray the Li family. From last night until this morning, the more she thought about it, the more she blamed herself. In the end, when she saw Li Zhuan return from Yunshan, she finally mustered the courage to surrender. Li Zhuan patted his wife's shoulder and looked at Lian, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "All right. Get up. Since you can rein in the horse at the edge of the cliff, what reason do I have to punish you? Get up." "But, young master, enough. Say no more. Just get up when I tell you to. Don't tell me you won't even listen to me." Liana still wanted to say something, but Li Zhuan reprimanded her with a straight face. Thus, Liana hurriedly got up from the ground. Han Yushi's face lit up and she hurriedly said, "Many thanks, husband." Li Zhuan waved his hand and shook his head as he said, "Liana, although you didn't commit any major mistakes, you should also be punished for minor mistake. I cannot expel you from the mansion, but you must do something for me to make up for your mistake. Do you agree?" Liana said with a look of joy. "Liana agrees. As long as young master doesn't chase Liana out, Liana will agree to do anything." Han Yushi looked puzzled, but Li Zhuan smiled and whispered, "How about this? I heard what you said just now. That woman clearly wants to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Go to Shi City again tomorrow and tell that woman that you've thought it through and can give the secret recipe to them." Liana covered her mouth in shock and shook her head desperately. "No, don't. Even if I die, Liana won't betray young master." This silly girl thought that Li Zhuan was deliberately testing her. Li Zhuan said helplessly, "Stupid girl. I, young master, naturally have my reasons for letting you do this. Just do as I say. I have a backup plan. You can give the secret recipe to them, but they must give you 1,000 strings of coins in one go. If they don't agree, then you can sell the secret recipe to others, understand?" Liana saw that Li Zhuan said it in a serious manner and didn't seem to be bluffing her, so she was slightly relieved. However, after hearing Li Zhuan say 1,000 strings of coins, she couldn't help but say, "Young master, if you ask them for 1,000 strings of coins, I'm afraid they won't agree, right?" Li Zhuan smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, this secret recipe is definitely worth 1,000 strings of coins. If they aren't willing to pay you so much money in one go, just say that our manor has been very strict recently. This young master has already sent several spies to the authorities. You plan to take this money and immediately leave this place, so they have to pay you all at once. This way, they should believe you." Liana listened and felt that Li Zhuan's words were very reasonable, so she said, Then, young master, Liana will tell her like this tomorrow. When the time comes, Liana will bring all the money back and give it to young master." Li Zhuan laughed and said, "Haha, don't worry, if you do it well, I will reward you handsomely. Liana doesn't ask for a reward, I just want to make up for my mistakes. Young master, young madam, Liana will leave first." Liana wiped her tears and then left. In the study, Han Yushi looked at Li Zhuan and finally asked the question in her heart, "Husband, I don't understand why you want Liana to deliberately leak the secret recipe." Li Zhuan stroked his wife's long hair and said with a smile, "Haha, I have a backup plan. Wife, just watch carefully." Seeing that Li Zhuan was keeping her in suspense, Han Yushi was too lazy to get to the bottom of it. "However," she said worriedly, "but there is a loophole in what husband taught Liana to say just now. If those people go to the authorities to investigate and find out that we haven't sent any servants to the authorities recently, then wouldn't Liana's words be exposed?" Li Zhuan's gaze turned cold and said, "Who said that we haven't sent any servants to the authorities? We'll send them out before dark today." Han Yushi was stunned and immediately understood the meaning in Li Zhuan's words. Her face couldn't help but turn cold. "Husband, you mean N? That's right. There is more than one spy in our residence." After dealing with Liana's matter, Li Zhuan waited for another 2 servants and 3 servants to surrender in the afternoon. For those who surrendered, Li Zhuan gave them the same instructions as he had for Liana previously. However, according to the information provided by Pang Feiji, there were a total of 12 servants and servants in the residence who had recently been in contact with the outside world. In other words, there were still 6 people who wanted to get away with it. At 5:15 p.m., in the study room, Li Zishuan was half leaning on the armchair. He was resting with his eyes closed, but he suddenly opened them and said to Pang Feiji, "Go, arrest them." Pang Feiji's spirit was lifted. He was finally going back to his old profession. He bowed and cupped his fists, saying loudly, "Yes, Marquis." After saying that, he strode out of the door. Not long after, the entire Li residence was in chaos. "Where is Zhao Sai?" "Feeding the horses in the backyard." "Go. To the backyard. That's Zhao Sai. Go. Arrest him for me." Hey, Brother Pang, why are you arresting me?" "Me." "Then you should ask yourself. Look after him. The rest of you, follow me to arrest Han Xiaoyang." Chapter 10:25. The next day. The news of the Marquis Yong'an sending 6 servants to the capital office for investigation spread like wildfire, causing quite a stir in Chang'an. Many people did not understand why the usually easygoing Li Zishuan would suddenly make things difficult for a group of servants. This was against the rules, but there were some who had ulterior motives. When they thought of what they had done recently, their hearts sank. Those with backgrounds quickly destroyed the evidence and cut ties with Li Zishuan. Those without backgrounds planned to quickly liquidate the restaurants under their names, pack up their valuables, and flee Chang'an before Li Zishuan came looking for them. However, no one noticed that Han Yushi had brought a few servants and maids back to the Han Manor under the escort of Pang Feiji. "Sai. What should we do now? The Marquis Yong'an is now in the royal court, and the military officers in Chang'an are all familiar with him. If he really wants to investigate, it won't be long before he finds me. This is bad." In Yunlai restaurant, Wuzhu Liuhui sat on the couch with a frown and sighed. Obviously, he had also heard about the Li residents sending servants to the capital office last night. "Old master, you don't have to worry too much. You didn't show up from the start. No matter how powerful the Marquis Yong'an is, he won't find you in a short time." Huji Ingxue consoled. Wuzhu Liuhui shook his head and sighed. "This is a matter of time. Just because he didn't find out now doesn't mean he won't find out in the future. I have to consider moving the restaurant to another state capital. What's hateful is that after all our efforts, not only did we not get the bean sprout recipe, we even offended the Marquis Yong'an." "Sai. Old master, madam, the maid from the Marquis residence called Lian is here again." At this moment, a woman in a long dress walked in and bowed. This Han Chinese woman was Ling Meng, who had come in contact with Lian. A trace of panic appeared on Wuzhu Liuhui's face. He subconsciously thought that Lian had brought the Marquis residence's guards to capture him. Huji Ingxue was rather calm. She turned and asked, "Is she alone?" Ling Meng replied, in reply to "Madam, she came alone and is currently at the tea house next door. She said that she has something important to discuss with this servant." Snow Huji's eyes lit up as she said excitedly, "Old master, this maidservant might have thought it through. As long as we get the secret formula from her, we can leave Chang'an immediately and head to other counties. We can still make a fortune." Wuzhu Liuchu closed his eyes and thought for a while, then said, "All right. Ling Meng, go and get in touch with that maid again. You must get the bean sprout recipe. Since we've offended the Marquis of Eternal Peace, then we can't return empty-handed." "Yes, master. 1,000 strings of cash." "Miss Lian are you joking with me?" A quarter of an hour later, in a tea house not far from the cloud-gathering wine shop, Ling Meng heard Lian request. She couldn't help but stare at Lian as if she was looking at a madwoman. "I'm not joking." Lian frowned and said, "Elder sister, think about it. This bean sprout can bring my young master close to 200 strings of cash every day. If you get it, then it won't be long before you have tens of thousands of strings of cash. I took the risk to come and tell on you. Isn't it reasonable for me to take 1,000 strings of cash? Besides, elder sister, you should have heard about it, right? My young master sent all 6 servants who might have leaked the secret to the authorities yesterday. Fortunately, I came out to buy the medicine that day with young madam's permission. Otherwise, young master would definitely suspect me, but I definitely don't dare to stay in this Marquis residence. I plan to sell the secret formula and then take the money to escape Chang'an. So if you want the secret formula, not only do you have to give me 1,000 strings of cash, you have to give it all at once. I don't have the time to wait for you to verify the secret formula in Chang'an City. Of course, if elder sister thinks it's too expensive, I can find other buyers. After saying that, Liana actually turned to leave. It was obvious that she had nowhere else to go and was in a hurry to cash out and leave the house. Hey, Miss Liana, wait. Ling Meng was shocked and hurriedly said, elder sister sympathizes with Miss Liana's experience, but 1,000 strings of cash is really too expensive. I'm afraid it's difficult for elder sister to make the decision alone. So, Miss Liana, please wait for a moment. I will discuss with my lord, my husband, before we make a decision. Tilda. Liana frowned and made a very difficult expression. After a while, she finally nodded and said, all right then, elder sister, hurry up. I must leave Chang'an City today. Don't worry, Miss Liana. Elder sister will be back soon. 1,000 strings of cash. This girl really dares to ask for an exorbitant price. Wuzhu Liuhui and Hu Ji, Snow Cherry, were actually in another wing of the tea house. After Ling Meng reported Liana's request to them, Hu Ji sneered and then looked at Wuzhu Liuhui and suggested, Master, why don't we capture this girl and torture her? When the time comes, we don't have to be afraid that she won't tell us the secret formula. Wuzhu Liuhui's face darkened and he waved his hand and said, this is not the time to complicate things. If things get out of hand, I'm afraid we won't even be able to leave Chang'an City. Besides, this secret formula is indeed worth 1,000 strings of cash. Hu Ji, Snow Cherry, could not help but say, Master, what if the girl tells us a fake secret formula? Wuzhu Liuhui's eyes flashed with a cold light and he sneered, then if she's heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. But looking at her current situation, it's unlikely that she will come out to deceive others and cause more trouble for herself. Ling Meng, go and promise her that in the afternoon, you will send the money to her house. Hand over the money and the secret formula. Tilda. Ling Meng bowed and said, yes, Master. Tilda. Similar scenes were happening in different parts of Chang'an City today. In the afternoon, around 5 in the afternoon, the 2 servants and 4 maidservants that Li Zishuan sent out all returned with a full load. On this trip, the 6 of them had cheated nearly 8,000 strings of cash because one of them, Wang Xiaogang, was secretly invited by the Kui family. Towards his old enemy, Li Zishuan showed no mercy and directly asked Wang Xiaogang to ask for 3,000 strings of cash. The Kui family's duke hated Li Zishuan to the core and wanted to disgust him. Moreover, the income brought by the bean sprouts was indeed considerable. They could earn at least 4,000 to 5,000 strings of cash in a month. Although the Kui family had a large business, if 4,000 to 5,000 strings of cash were to fall on the ground, it was impossible for them not to pick it up. The most important thing was that Wang Xiaogang was an actor. He even acted as the duke, so he was able to cheat the Kui family of 3,000 strings of cash. According to the information from the 6 servants, Li Zishuan immediately asked Pang Feiji to secretly bring back the 8,000 strings of cash in a carriage from their houses. At this point, the operation to clean up the leakers had finally come to an end. But the operation to punish the leakers had just begun. Chapter 1026. The Kui family was the most influential force in the operation. The rest of the thieves were mostly self-employed people like Wuzhu Liulin who wanted to make a fortune overnight. Compared with the Kui family, they were nothing more than a bunch of rotten shrimps. But no matter if they were big fish or small shrimps, to Li Zishuan, as long as they provoked him, they would have to pay the price. Not only would these 6 families have to pay a fine of thousands of strings of coins, they would also face a trade blockade from the Yanghuang Chamber of Commerce in the future. The next day, Wuzhu Liulin and the other secret thieves took the gold and silver that they had packed up yesterday and fled Chang'an City. Although Li Zishuan knew about it, he did not stop them. Something worthy of mentioning was that the price of the bond of brothers in the Immortal Indulgence Inn had suddenly dropped greatly from 666 copper coins per serving to 333 copper coins per serving. The extent of the price drop was so great that it caused everyone to be astounded. The number of diners heading to the Drunken Immortal restaurant suddenly increased. When the rich people saw this, They all complained that manager Liu did not know how to do business. It was fine if he did not raise the price, but he lowered the price instead. This caused more and more people to come to eat, causing them to have to line up for a long time. As for Yanghuang College, the price of the bean sprouts continued to drop from 300 copper coins to 150 copper coins. This time, the children from poor families did not hesitate anymore. They all ran to the cafeteria to order a serving of bean sprouts for themselves and slowly enjoyed it. South of Chang'an City, East Duke's residence. When Kui Junchuo heard that the price of the Brotherhood connection had dropped, he subconsciously felt that something was wrong. With a gloomy face, he asked, "Has the secret recipe started to be tested yesterday?" A servant beside him replied, reporting to Grand Duke, "The secret recipe has been handed over to our restaurant's manager Wang. They have already started to follow the secret recipe yesterday. It is estimated that it will take another 4 to 5 days for the beans to sprout." Kui Junchuo's heart calmed down. He thought for a while and asked, "Where is that Wang Xiaogang who came yesterday? Is there any news about him?" "Grand Duke, I've sent someone to check Wang Xiaogang's residence today. There's no one inside." It must be as he said. He fled Chang'an yesterday because he was afraid of the Marquis of Yong'an's revenge. Actually, the 6 people who turned themselves in yesterday and were sent out by Li Zexuan to cheat money had all been hidden. Naturally, the Kui family couldn't find them. "Yes. We have to keep an eye on Li Zexuan's movements." "Yes, great-grandfather." "This group of people will definitely not have a good ending. Li Zexuan is not an easy person to deal with." Chang'an City, Yanshou Square, inside a house. Feng Zhidai stood on the red attic, looking at the houses in the distance and sneered. "Second young master, it is clearly the Marquis of Yong'an who is in a passive position. Why do you favor him?" The black-faced guard cupped his fists and asked in confusion. Feng Zhidai couldn't help but recall the night when Li Er led the civil and military officials to the Cloudy Mountain to see the moon, and the first time he met Li Zexuan face to face. After a long silence, he said with a complicated expression, "Mu, never underestimate Li Zexuan. How can a bunch of mayflies shake this big tree? Others may be narrow-minded, but he is a man who has the universe, the sun, the moon, and the stars in his heart." Feng Zhidai added in his heart. Mu scratched his head. He didn't understand why his young master, who was fearless in Lingnan, would immediately cower when he came to Chang'an. "Help me buy some brothers linked hearts. Lingnan really can't compare to Chang'an. This is called living. I've even put on some weight recently." Feng Zhidai let out a long sigh and said contentedly. Although he was a hostage, he didn't have to worry about food and drink here. As long as he didn't leave Chang'an, no one would restrict his freedom. He had good food and wine every day, and he was so happy that he forgot about home. "Yes, young master." On the first day of the bean sprouts price reduction, Yanghuang College and Drunken Immortal sold a total of 2,500 jin of bean sprouts. The Li family's remaining soybeans could only produce 7,000 jin of bean sprouts. In other words, it could only support the consumption for 3 days. However, Li Zexuan still didn't have any intention of buying soybeans. But if someone paid attention, they might notice that many farmers had entered the city to buy large amounts of soybeans. On the second day, the price of bean sprouts was slightly reduced again. At Drunken Immortal, it went from 333 copper coins to 300 copper coins. At Yanghuang College, it went from 150 copper coins to 130 copper coins. There was no doubt that the number of customers at Drunken Immortal was even greater. The road from the Drunken Immortal Inn to the entrance of the Western Market was completely packed. Fortunately, Li Zexuan had opened a few branches of the Drunken Immortal Inn in Chang'an City. Otherwise, the main branch of the Drunken Immortal Inn would have been overcrowded. On the third day, the price of bean sprouts at Drunken Immortal dropped to 280 copper coins. At Yanghuang College, it went down to 110 copper coins. The once glorious bean sprouts that only the rich could enjoy suddenly became not so unattainable. Ordinary people could still squeeze out enough money to eat a plate of bean sprouts. However, while the commoners were happy, East County Duke Kui Junchuo couldn't be happy. Bastard! This bastard lowered the price of bean sprouts so low. How can the Kui family make money when the bean sprouts are released? When will we be able to recoup the cost of 3,000 copper coins? When Kui Junchuo heard the news, he couldn't help but smash vases and teacups in his residence. Everyone in the Kui family was in danger. Li Zishuan couldn't care less about the Kui family's situation. He was leisurely carrying out his plan. On the fourth day, the price of bean sprouts at Drunken Immortal dropped to 200 copper coins. At Yanghuang College, it went down to 100 copper coins. The people of Chang'an couldn't help but feel happy. In the past, only the imperial family could eat fresh vegetables during winter. Now, they could eat a serving for 200 copper coins. This was too happy. However, on this day, the Li family's bean sprouts were all used up. If Drunken Immortal wanted to sell Brother Connected Heart in the future, they could only buy it from elsewhere or ask shopkeeper Liu to make it himself. When shopkeeper Liu first heard the news, he couldn't help but be anxious. However, Li Zishuan only said one word to him, buy. At that time, he really wanted to cry, because where would he go to buy something like that? But on the second day, a miracle happened. Shopkeeper Liu, I have more than 50 kilograms of bean sprouts. Do you want them? If you do, I can sell them to you at a cheaper price. That morning, when the door of Drunken Immortal opened, a burly man carrying a basket came in. It was Hu Hanyun from the Han family village. Shopkeeper Liu recognized him and was shocked. He said in disbelief, Old Hu? It's you. No, why do you have so many bean sprouts? Chapter 10:27. Shi City, Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Ah. Shopkeeper Liu, you don't know? I thought you knew. Here. Hu Hanyun scratched his head and chuckled at the shocked shopkeeper Liu. Shopkeeper Liu's face darkened. What do I know? Is there something I should know? Hurry up and tell me. Old Hu, you, shopkeeper Liu was about to ask when a few more villagers came in. Some were from the Han village, some were from Plum village, and some were unfamiliar to him. Shopkeeper Liu, do you want bean sprouts? I have more than 25 kilograms here. They are fresh. I have 70 kilograms here. Shopkeeper Liu, do you want some? While listening to the villagers shouting and yelling, shopkeeper Liu seemed to have understood something. He looked at Old Hu and asked uncertainly, Old Hu, did young master teach you all the methods of growing bean sprouts? At this point, it seemed that this was the only reasonable explanation. Old Hu nodded and said, yes. Young master told young madam to teach us the method of growing bean sprouts 4 days ago. After the villagers bought the beans, they didn't go anywhere and just stayed at home to grow bean sprout. As soon as the bean sprouts grew, we sent them to you. No matter what, we're young master's villagers, so we have to prioritize the needs of Drunken Immortal Restaurant and Yanghuang College. Shopkeeper Liu suddenly understood. No wonder Li Zishuan was so calm when he looked for him yesterday, as if he had a card up his sleeve. Good, good, good. This old man was worried about where to buy bean sprouts. Old Hu, you guys come in. Drunken Immortal Restaurant wants all these bean sprout. Shopkeeper Liu stroked his beard and laughed. Old Hu and the others picked all the bean sprouts and brought them in. These villagers knew how to repay kindness. They knew that Drunken Immortal Restaurant was the Li family's business, so they only sold the bean sprouts to shopkeeper Liu for 25 copper coins per kilogram. Shopkeeper Liu felt bad about it and raised the price by 5 copper coins per kilogram. According to their original plan, they only sold the bean sprouts for 20 copper coins per kilogram. Hey, Old Hu, Marquis really treats us well. Just by selling this batch of bean sprouts, I'll be able to make at least half a year's worth of money. On the cement road back to the Han village, a villager from the Liujia village couldn't help but sigh to Old Hu. Old Liu. Of course, young master treats his family's farmers well. After you've been with young master for a long time, you'll naturally know how good young master is. Old Hu smiled faintly. Hey, how much do you think the bean sprouts would fetch if they were sold to other restaurants? Someone in the crowd said this, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Hu Hanyun's expression changed. He stopped in his tracks. Seeing that there was no one else around, he said with a sullen face, a person must have a conscience. I, Old Hu, had only moved to the Han family manor over 20 years ago. Previously, I had experienced who knows how many main families in other places. But which main family didn't King think about how to suck everyone's blood? I, old who, dare to say that there isn't a main family that treats us as sincerely as young master. You may not know how valuable this method of growing bean sprouts is, but I heard 2 days ago that the Kui family offered 3,000 strings of cash to buy this secret recipe. But what about young master? Young master didn't ask us for a single copper coin and directly taught us this method. Now that we've distributed the bean sprouts, other restaurants may indeed buy them at a higher price. But Marquis treats us like this, yet you want to sell the bean sprouts to others just to earn a few copper coins. Don't you feel guilty? I, who Hanyun, will put the ugly words out here today. If any of these 8 villages dare to sell bean sprouts to other restaurants without permission, I, old who, will be the first to go to their house and break their leg. Whether you report it to the authorities or ask someone to take revenge, I'll accept it. But if this kind of situation happens again in the future, I'll definitely beat you up. Unless the Drunken Immortal House and Yanghuang College get enough bean sprouts, then we can sell them to other restaurant. But the price can't be lower than what we sell to the Drunken Immortal House. Old whose words were powerful and resonating. The dozen or so villagers in front of him all became serious after hearing this. Second Master Liu stepped forward and fiercely hammered Old who's chest. Then he shouted to the crowd. What little who said is correct. There are some things that young master doesn't care about and he won't tell us. But since we've received young master's kindness, we can't disappoint young master. I, Liu Wanshan, will definitely not allow anyone to go back on their word. Right. I, Liu Mang, will definitely not allow anyone to go back on their word. Marquis brought us to live a good life, so we must repay Marquis. As a person, we can't lose our conscience. Second Master Liu was a well-known figure in the surrounding villages. With him saying this, who would dare to not believe him? As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Mang of the Liujia village quickly stood up and agreed. He sold more than 100 catties of bean sprouts today and earned more than 2,000 copper coins. After deducting the cost of buying soybeans, his net profit was more than 2 strings of coins. When Li Zishuan encouraged the villagers to build greenhouses, he couldn't afford to build greenhouses. Now, he didn't expect that just selling bean sprouts once would be enough for him to build 3 or 4 greenhouses. Happiness came too quickly. He was planning to first return the 500 copper coins he borrowed from Li Zishuan and then build 2 greenhouses. Next year, he would definitely have enough money to send his children to school. Therefore, he had now become one of Li Zishuan's staunchest supporters. Old Hu and Second Master Liu are right. In the future, our bean sprouts must be sold to the Drunken Immortal House and Yanghuang College first. I agree. This is a must. The rest of the villagers followed behind Liu Mang and voiced their agreement. Second Master Liu nodded his head in satisfaction and said, also, all of you, when you go back, keep your mouths shut. Also, keep your wives' mouths shut. Although the young master didn't tell us to keep it a secret, the less people from the other villages know about the bean sprouts, the more money we can earn. If everyone knows about it, the bean sprouts will definitely be sold at a cheaper price. Old Hu agreed and said, yes. Keep your mouths shut, just like the greenhouses. No matter who comes to the village, don't let them see it. Also, don't mention this to the other villages. If you do, you'll be destroying everyone's rice bowls. That's right. Whoever says it will feel bad for all of us. Yes. We must keep it a secret. Under the mobilization of Old Hu and Second Master Liu's propaganda, the villagers of the 8 villages smoothly formed an alliance of interests and agreed to keep the secret. In Chang'an, the Drunken Immortal House's brotherhood connection continued to be popular. But today, there was a disruptor. The Kui family's restaurant in the Eastern Market also introduced a dish similar to the brotherhood connection. They directly called it stir-fried bean sprouts. The price was still reasonable, 190 copper coins per serving. It was 10 copper coins cheaper than the Drunken Immortal House's brotherhood connection price yesterday. Why was it yesterday's price? Because today, the Drunken Immortal House's brotherhood connection price was lowered by 10 copper coins. Therefore, the 2 prices were the same. It wasn't that the Kui family didn't want to lower the price, But the price they paid for the secret recipe was too high. They had to get the original price back first, right? Otherwise, when the bean sprouts were overflowing in the future, the price would be even lower, and the profit margin would be even smaller. Obviously, after experiencing Li Zexuan's indiscriminate bombardment these days, Kui Junchuo had already predicted the future trend of the price of bean sprouts. However, he didn't expect that Li Zexuan would secretly teach the method of making bean sprouts to the farmer. As a result, the price of bean sprouts in Chang'an City would fall at an even faster rate. What? There are people selling bean sprouts in the Western Market and the Eastern Market? In the Eastern Duke's Mansion, south of Chang'an City. When Kui Junchuo heard the news, his heart sank. At this time, he completely understood that he had been tricked by Li Zexuan. Yes, great-grandpa. They should be villagers outside the city. Each of them has a lot of bean sprouts. The servant of the Kui family bowed and said, "Villagers? How could they know the secret recipe of bean sprouts? Did you find out which village they came from?" Kui Junchuo's face was gloomy. Although the Kui family was rich, they wouldn't ignore such a profitable business like bean sprout. Moreover, the current situation was very obvious. The Kui family had been cheated by Li Zexuan for a whole 3,000 strings of coins. As a top aristocratic family, how could he tolerate this? "I think I saw a villager from Plum Village. I don't know the rest," the servant replied. Today, shopkeeper Liu had bought more than 2,000 catties of bean sprouts from the villagers. If he bought more, the Drunken Immortal restaurant wouldn't be able to eat it all. Therefore, the remaining villagers were either sent to other restaurants to sell or brought to the Western Market and the Eastern Market to sell. After the other restaurants bought the bean sprouts, they hurriedly asked their chefs to study the method of making bean sprouts. They planned to join the ranks of selling bean sprouts tomorrow. When the people of Chang'an City saw the villagers selling bean sprouts, they would usually buy 2 catties of bean sprouts so that their wives could try it. If this continued, the number of people eating bean sprouts in the restaurants would decrease greatly. The sales of bean sprouts in the restaurants would definitely not be as prosperous as in the Drunken Immortal restaurant. It could be said that the most popular stage of the bean sprouts business had passed. All that was left was the soup, and the meat in the soup had all been scooped up by Li Zexuan. Bam tilde. Plum Village. Plum Village. Damn it. This brat is so ruthless. He actually resorted to a life-and-death struggle move. This is so infuriating. Kui Junchuo immediately understood when he heard Plum Village. He slammed the teacup on the table onto the ground and said angrily, "Life-and-death struggle? No, no, no. Grandfather, you might have misunderstood. This is not called a life-and-death struggle. It should be called a courageous retreat." Yongle Lane, Li Residence West Courtyard. When Yi Guozhong heard that the Hanjiazhuang, Plum Village, Lujiazhuang, and several other villages had started selling bean sprouts in the east and west cities today, he subconsciously felt that Li Zexuan was using the method of killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own men to take revenge on the Kui family for stealing the secret. In the end, both families would not be able to earn any money if they fought to the death. Therefore, he came to the west courtyard to ask Li Zexuan what he was thinking. Li Zexuan laughed when he heard that. "What do you mean by a courageous retreat? I think you're just being stubborn. Sigh. You youngsters are so impetuous and easily let your emotions affect your decisions." Yi Guozhong shook his head and sighed. Li Zexuan could only patiently explain, "Grandfather, think about it carefully. Since the first day the Drunken Immortal restaurant started selling bean sprouts, our residence has earned a total of more than 2,000 strings of coins. Together with the 8,000 strings of coins that the Kui family stole from us, it adds up to more than 10,000 strings of coins. The little bean sprouts brought in more than 10,000 strings of coins in less than 10 days. Grandfather, do you really think it's a loss? Previously, I've already said that even if the servants in the residence did not leak the secret recipe, the people outside would definitely be able to figure out the method to grow bean sprouts in 1 or 2 months. At that time, we might not even be able to earn 10,000 strings of coins. Now, not only have we maximized the income of the bean sprouts in the shortest time possible, but we have also cleaned up the disloyal servants in the residence. No matter how you look at it, I don't think I've suffered a loss. Yi Guozhong secretly nodded when he heard that. In the end, he laughed and said, "Haha, you really are a sly fox. Those people in the Kui family provoked you. They're really unlucky, Tilda." After saying that, he smiled comfortably and turned around to leave. At the gate of the courtyard, Father Li suddenly understood. He patted his chest and quickly left before Yi Guozhong came over. He had also heard the news and wanted to come over to ask his son what he was thinking. However, when he walked to the gate of the courtyard, he found that Yi Guozhong was also there. He stopped and stood at the gate of the courtyard to eavesdrop. Although Yi Guozhong was usually kind to Li Zishuan, that was because of the generational gap effect. Grandfathers usually doted on their grandsons, but for his son-in-law, it was already good enough that he didn't reprimand him. "This stinking brat, he likes to hide things from his old man now, causing this old man to worry for nothing," Li Jingmo muttered. Although there was a reprimand in his words, why did his tone sound like he was happy that his son had become more mature? Whether it was a life-and-death struggle or a courageous retreat, it was just a small business worth a few tens of thousands of strings of cash. Li Zishuan didn't take it to heart. He had always been concerned about how his technology tree was growing. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan left Chang'an and went to Chi Chu Ji workshop in my village. The first thing he saw was a bustling scene. There were people coming and going in the workshop, and the west side of the courtyard had already been set up. There were many pipes on the ground, and in the middle of the pipes, there was a prototype of a furnace. Forbert was gesturing with a group of blacksmiths about something. Li Zishuan stood a distance away and did not disturb them. After a while, Forbert finished talking to the blacksmiths and walked towards Li Zishuan. "Young master, you are here?" "Yes. Forbert, the progress is not bad. I estimate that in less than a month, the ironworks will be able to start smelting iron, right?" Li Zishuan looked around and said with satisfaction. "Haha. Almost there. We have a lot of experienced blacksmiths in our workshop, and the construction of the furnace will only be faster. Now, we just need to see when Xiao Bing will be able to transport the platinum ores back." Chapter 1028. Is there still no news from Xiao Bing? Strange Taste Pavilion's new workshop. Li Zishuan looked at Forbert and asked. Speaking of which, as the owner, he was not responsible at all. A few days ago, after he gave the blueprint of the ironworks to Forbert, he basically did not ask about it anymore. It was not because he was lazy, but because of the sprouts and the spies in Chang'an, which took up a lot of his energy. "Young master, that guy sent a message back 2 days ago, saying that he had found the bauxite you wanted in Shuo province. He should be sending a batch back in 2 days. Forbert replied with a smile. He had received the news from Fu Bin and wanted to report it to Li Zishuan, but he had heard about the recent turmoil in Chang'an City, so he gave up the idea. He wanted to wait until Li Zishuan was free to tell him. Li Zishuan was happy to hear that. He was secretly glad that his memory was not wrong, but he felt sorry for his old classmate. He had dug up his family's bauxite more than 1,000 years in advance. Just take it as a continuation of the glory of the Chinese people in the world. Old classmate, the bauxite that your family contributed is very meaningful. Li Zishuan muttered in his heart, and then said to Forbert, "Well, after the bauxite from Shuo province is shipped back, we will start firing the refractory cement that Forbert and I talked about previously. If there are any problems, send someone to call me at any time." The so-called refractory cement could be divided into aluminate cement, low-calcium aluminate cement, calcium-magnesium aluminate cement, and dolomite refractory cement. At present, the easiest cement to fire was aluminate cement, which was mainly made of bauxite and limestone. It was calcined to produce a clinker with calcium aluminate as the main component and alumina content of about 50%. After that, it was ground into a hydraulic cementitious material, which was called refractory cement. The refractory temperature of refractory cement was generally more than 1,580 degrees Celsius, so in modern society, refractory cement was often used as the lining of some high-temperature kilns and some high-temperature projects that were eroded by the atmosphere and rain for a long time. Forbert nodded and replied, "No problem." When he had asked Li Zishuan for the blueprint, Li Zishuan had already told him the formula and production method of refractory cement. The workshop was no longer the same as before, and had accumulated a lot of technology, so Forbert felt that it should not be difficult to fire refractory cement. Li Zuxuan took out 2 blueprints from his arms and handed them to Forbert. He said, "Forbert, I want to make 2 things recently. One is a furnace, and the other is a mold. The structure is not very complicated. You can just ask the craftsman to help me make 2 of them." Forbert took them suspiciously and roughly glanced at them. He roughly understood what Li Zuxuan wanted to make. He couldn't help but ask, "Young master, this furnace is very delicate, especially the ventilation performance of this thing. It's better than the furnaces we use now. But this mold, if you use this mold to make something, won't it be like a hornet's nest with holes everywhere? What do you want to use it for, young master?" Li Zuxuan smiled and said, "Forbert, what do you think of using it to shape coal powder?" The coal mold that he provided to Forbert was the kind of modern handmade honeycomb coal mold that was used for pressing connecting rods. Many children in the city might not have seen this kind of thing before, but Li Zuxuan in his previous life had not only seen it, but also used it. When he was young, his family was poor. His father tried all kinds of ways to earn money in order to provide for him and his sisters to go to school. There was no need to talk about the way to earn money. Other ways included fishing, selling dried fish, helping others build houses, and even going to the streets to sell his art when he was not in the fields. When he was 6 years old, his father bought 2 trucks of raw coal from somewhere. It was the kind of coal that was the size of a football. It was probably just dug out from a coal mine. After that, his family began to rely on making honeycomb coal to earn money. At that time, he was still quite sensible. Every day after school, he would help his parents make honeycomb coal. The children in the countryside were not so delicate. Those handmade honeycomb coal molds were almost as tall as him. But at that time, he also knew that his family was poor. If he did not work, he might not even be able to go to school. So even though his hands were blistered, he continued to work. Later, after making honeycomb coal for 2 years, his family did not continue to do it. Because the efficiency of manual labor was too low, they did not earn much money. But it was also because of that experience that Li Zuxuan was very familiar with the honeycomb coal mold. He could even draw it with his eyes closed. To put it simply, it was a bit similar to a syringe without a needle. Ground coal mixed with yellow mud was stuffed into the mold, compacted, and then pushed out by the piston and dried to form the mold. The only difference was that the piston at the end of the honeycomb coal mold's push rod was very different from the piston of a syringe. The piston was made up of 2 parts. One part was about 12 iron pillars of equal diameter and height. The other part was an iron plate with the same number, diameter, and distribution as the iron pillars. The iron plate with holes was embedded in the iron pillars, and the push rod was connected to the iron plate. In this way, when the slime was stuffed into the mold, it would cause the iron plate to move up with the connecting rod. And because of the existence of the circular iron pillars, there would be holes in the slime. Finally, when the connecting rod pushed out the slime in the mold, the honeycomb-shaped coal would be obtained. The principle was very simple. Forbert was considered an expert in engineering. When he heard this, he frowned and thought for a while. Finally, he shook his head and said, "I understand. Young master wants to make the shape of the coal into a honeycomb shape, so that the coal can burn more easily. This is indeed a very good idea. But has young master ever thought that even if the coal is ground into coal powder, there is no adhesion between them? It is very difficult to stick together." Li Zuxuan gave a thumbs up and praised, "Forbert has good eyesight. Haha. This coal powder is indeed as you said, there is no adhesion. But we can add something sticky to it to make it stick together. In this way, we can create honeycomb-shaped coal, together with the stove on the other paper. Forbert, do you think it will be very convenient for us to boil water in the future?" Forbert couldn't help but be startled. He finally understood that the 2 drawings that Li Zuxuan gave him were actually used together. He thought for a while, and after a while, he said with a face full of admiration, "Young master is really a genius. This kind of wonderful idea, even if I were 40 years younger, I am afraid I would not be able to come up with it." Chapter 1029. Actually, if Fu Bin had not discovered the coal mine in Yifeng County, Li Zishuan would not have thought of making honeycomb briquettes. At the very least, he would not have done it in the short term. But now that he had a big coal mine, he could not just take the coal from the coal and not use the coal inside, right? That would be a waste. The coal content in the coal mine was the majority, and the coal that could be directly used for combustion was relatively small. Following the principle that waste was a great crime, Li Zishuan decided to create the modern coal furnace with a furnace and honeycomb briquette. In the modern era, on October 1, 1950, Guo-Wendi's Household Industry Society was established to produce the new fuel developed by Guo-Wendi, honeycomb briquettes. In 1956, during the socialist transformation of capitalism, Guo-Wendi's Big Briquettes Processing Industry Society changed from a private operation to a state-owned enterprise. Honeycomb briquettes became popular throughout the country. According to the records of that year, burning normal coal needed to be shaved and added a few times a day. But burning honeycomb briquettes did not need to be lit every day, nor did it need to be heated and shaved. Thus, the annoying phenomenon of black smoke and flying ashes was completely eliminated. A family of 5 or 6 people burned normal coal every month, but burning honeycomb briquettes only required about 200 kilograms, and it also saved the wood used to guide the coal. The result of promoting honeycomb briquettes in the capital in the first half of 1958 was that the city and the suburbs did not have complete statistics. They saved about 7,000 tons of firewood and 70,000 tons of coal. Thus, in terms of saving resources, Li Zishuan felt that it was necessary to make honeycomb briquette. Although the consumption of mineral resources in this era was far less than in the modern era, it was better to save as much as possible. He had to leave some resources for the future generations, right? Actually, the main reason was that Li Zishuan still missed his parents and family in his previous life. He did not want his family to have no resources after 1,000 years. Li Zishuan planned to use the raw coal from the coal mine to make honeycomb briquettes, and also to use a portion of the coal to make coke. The so-called coking of raw coal refers to the process of heating coking coal to about 1,000 degrees Celsius, high-temperature dry distillation, under isolated air conditions. Through thermal decomposition and coking, it produces coke, coke oven gas and other coking chemical products. In terms of craftsmanship, it was not difficult. The burnt coal could be used as a reducing agent to smelt iron. Forbert, you must be joking. Since that's the case, I won't delay your work any longer. The furnace and molds aren't that urgent. Let's focus on the ironworks first. Hearing Forbert's praise, Li Zishuan did not feel proud. Instead, he felt a little sad. Perhaps it was because he thought of his parents in his previous life. All right then. Actually, these two things aren't complicated. I'll get someone to make a few for you later. Forbert nodded. Li Zishuan didn't say anything else. He cupped his hands at Forbert and left the western courtyard. Sister Wire, did you encounter any difficulties when you were making the telescope, Tilda? Yes. Of course he did. For example, that idiot little Ning. He's so clumsy every time. He broke a few of my lenses. Yamacho, you're here? Li Zishuan originally planned to sit in the workshop's office for a while, but he didn't expect to meet little Yu and Mo Lingwei in the hall on the first floor. Listening to their conversation, it seemed that there was something else going on. When Mo Lingwei saw him coming, she quickly stopped talking and greeted him. Sir. Little Yu had a booklet on her lap and a pencil in her hand. When she heard Mo Lingwei say that Li Zishuan was coming, she put the booklet on the chair and stood up to greet him. Yes. What are you guys doing, Tilda? Li Zishuan responded and asked with a smile. Mo Lingwei turned to look at little Yu and replied, Yamacho, I heard that there was a big movement at the workshop recently. I was curious, so I came to take a look. It's okay if I can't help, but it's even better if I can help Tilda. I didn't expect to meet little Yu, so we chatted for a while. Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask, what? The Mohists also have research on iron smelting, Tilda? He knew that the Mohists were good at building mechanisms, but he didn't know that the Mohists had research on iron smelting. Mo Lingwei said proudly, of course. There are many records of iron smelting in the Mohists' ancient books. I even gave a lot of suggestions to improve the blast furnace that Forbert is building now, Tilda. China had mastered the technology of smelting iron and steel from iron during the Spring and Autumn Warring States period. It was as easy as drinking water for the Mohist. Not only were they good at smelting iron, but the Mohists were also good at forging swords. The Mohist's master's personal sword, the Ink Snow Sword, was extremely famous in China's history. So no matter what, it was impossible for the Mohists not to be proficient in the art of smelting iron. Hihi tilde. Then I have to thank Ink Girl tilde. Li Zhuan saw that Mo Lingwei was serious, so he smiled and said politely. Mo Lingwei waved her hand and said, "Here, Yamacho, you don't have to be so polite. Now that I'm a member of the academy, it's only right for me to do something for the workshop." Li Zhuan smiled and looked at Li Yu. Without waiting for him to ask, Li Yu took the initiative and said, "Yamacho, a few days ago I heard that Sister Wei Yi became a professor at Yanghuang College. I met her today, so I wanted to write about her in the newspaper. It's a good thing for us girls tilde. Just now I was asking Sister Wei Yi about the details of how she made the telescope tilde." Li Zhuan was stunned and thought that little Yu's thinking was quite modern. Wasn't what she was doing now equivalent to the reporters in modern times interviewing famous people and then using the content of the interview as news? This little girl really had the talent to be a reporter. She was self-taught tilde. Haha. I see. Then you guys continue to chat. But little you have to be careful when you write the news. The production of the telescope is a secret of the college and the imperial court. Any technical things can't be mentioned in the newspaper. Otherwise, there will be big trouble tilde. Li Zhuan didn't object to little Yu setting Mo Lingwei as a role model for Tang Empire's women. But in terms of principles, he had to make it clear to Li Yu in advance. This was because the technology of the telescope was too important. If it fell into the hands of an enemy country, who knew how much trouble it would bring to Tang Empire? I understand, sir. When the time comes, I'll write the news and show it to you again tilde. Little Yu still knew the importance of the matter. She immediately replied solemnly. Okay. Li Zhuan nodded and looked at Mo Lingwei and said, Ink Girl, many of the things you know are related to Tang Empire's interests. So in the future, you have to be careful with your words and actions. Don't casually reveal things that you shouldn't reveal to others. Mo Lingwei stuck out her tongue and said, I know, Yamacho. I don't usually go out of the college, so I won't reveal any secret. That's the best. You guys continue chatting, I'll go up first. Chapter 1030. The next day, that Daili's headline attracted everyone's attention. How did a strong career woman become Professor Mo Lingwei of Yanghuang College? Whoa. Since when did Yanghuang College have a female professor? Professor? What's a professor? TSK. Wang Anfu, if you don't go to the Fengyu brothel more often, you won't be like this now. You don't even know about a professor of Yanghuang College. Haha. That's right. This brat usually spends all his energy on prostitute. Me. If you have something to say, just say it. Stop talking nonsense. TSK. Let me put it this way. Being a professor is the highest honor in the Yanghuang Academy. Those who obtain the title of professor will receive the best treatment in the academy. Needless to say, the generous salary will not be a problem. In addition to the salary, the professors of the academy will also receive an additional courtyard in the Cloud Mountain. That's really impressive. A villa on Mount Yunshan? Whoa. I saw it from afar before. It's really impressive. Speaking of which, being a professor gives you a villa on Mount Yunshan? That's really worth it. Should I give it a try another day tilde? To hell with you. Don't insult the word professor with your ignorant and incompetent behavior. Ha ha ha. I just didn't expect that a woman could become a professor of Yanghuang College. That's really surprising. But it makes sense. Look, this girl participated in the construction of the astronomical telescope. It's not an exaggeration to say that she's a professor. Astronomical telescope? Brother Pang, can you tell me what an astronomical telescope is? Astronomical telescope. I heard an old man mention it before. Most of the ordinary people were talking about how generous the treatment of a professor in Yanghuang College was. It was shocking that a woman like Mo Lingwei could become a professor of the college. However, some scholars were unhappy after reading the newspaper. What an insult to the educated! What an insult to the educated! The Marquis of Yong'an is too much. A mere woman actually dares to call herself a professor. How can we, the disciples of the saints, continue to study the world? In the Imperial College of the Imperial College, a Confucian scholar couldn't help but slap the table and stand up angrily after reading the headlines in the newspaper during class. Uncle Huai, are you talking about today's news from that daily? Another Confucian scholar asked as he stood up. The Confucian scholar named Uncle Huai stood up and said indignantly, "That's right, that's the news. The Marquis of Yong'an is really disgraceful. How can he compare a woman to the disciples of the saints? I'm so pissed off." In fact, his full name was Zhang Huaibo. He was a concubine-born son of the Zheng family of Xinjiang. Although he was born of a concubine-born son, he carried the name of the Zheng family of Xinjiang. No matter where he went, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. I saw the news just now too. I'm furious too. Me too. The Marquis of Yong'an has really gone overboard this time. Why don't we all go to the Marquis of Yong'an Manor to demand an explanation? Zhang Huaibo saw that the students in the classroom were all furious. He gritted his teeth and suggested, "Okay, let's go and demand an explanation from the Marquis of Yong'an. Let the Marquis of Yong'an revoke that woman's position as a professor. Yes, it must be revoked. Uncle Huai, if you want to go, I'll go with you." The classroom that was previously noisy suddenly became lively. After a while, a student weakly said, "Uncle Huai, I think we shouldn't go. Last time, the students of our college went to the Marquis of Yong'an Manor to demand an explanation. In the end, they were almost stripped of their academic status. The leader, Kui Yunhan, was even sent to Cheongzhou." These words woke everyone up from their dream. When these words came out, the few people who were arguing fiercely earlier were all jolted awake. They immediately recalled that a few months ago when Li Zishuan officially mentioned on the newspaper that the Marquis of Yong'an, Kui Yunhan brought a group of students to the Marquis of Yong'an Manor to cause trouble. In the end, they were wiped out in one fell swoop by the imperial guards sent by Li Zishuan. After that, Li Zishuan ignored the pleas of the Kui family's old grandfather and actually sent Kui Yunhan to Cheongzhou. This was a real lesson learned from the mistakes of the past. Furthermore, from the previous incident, it could be seen that Li Zishuan's current imperial favor was very high. It wasn't something that ordinary people could shake. Scholars like them who didn't have any scholarly achievements were even worse. Chichang's words are reasonable. This matter needs to be discussed at length. We can't just go rashly. After a while, someone betrayed. This was the traditional Confucian students. They advocated a gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall. Once they discovered that there might be danger ahead, they would usually run faster than anyone else. Yes, Uncle Huai, this matter needs to be discussed at length. Otherwise, the gains won't make up for the losses. Why don't we go find Professor Kui? He has the right to write a letter to advise against it. Let's ask him to help us advise His Majesty on this matter. Zhang Huaibo despised his stupid teammates in his heart. After hearing this sentence, he couldn't help but nod and say, "Okay. Professor Kui is an upright person who abhors evil. Let's go find him together. He definitely won't sit by and do nothing." Speaking of Kui Shanyu, this fellow was actually quite miserable. Previously, he had joined forces with the 7 great professors of the Imperial College to impeach Li Zishuan. Although he had forced Li Zishuan out of the Imperial College in the end, he didn't get any good results. Not only did he fail to run for the position of the Imperial College's secretary, but he was also called by Li in the Imperial Edict as a teacher who only knew how to fight for power and profit. As a result, his political career in the Imperial College had basically come to an end. In the following period of time, Kui Shanyu kept a low profile. It was likely that he didn't expect that while he was peacefully sitting at home, someone would deliver the opportunity for revenge to him. Wow! This Ink girl is so amazing. Despite being a girl, she can actually achieve her current status. She is truly too amazing. The The scholars were indignant that Mo Lingwei had ridden on their heads. The women of Chang'an were looking up to Mo Lingwei's glorious achievements and sighing that a woman could actually not lose to a man. Within the Changle Palace, after Princess Changle saw the news in the newspaper, she let out a similar sigh. According to Brother Chinkyu, the ink girl is from the Mo family and is proficient in arithmetic and construction. It is only natural that she can achieve such accomplishment. If only Changle had the same intelligence as the ink girl Tilda. Sitting alone by the window, Changle gazed at the ginkgo leaves drifting in the wind. She couldn't help but sigh. Everyone envies me, the princess of the Great Tang, but they don't know that I envy the ink girl, a free person who can do what she likes and pursue her true love. Tilda. Chapter 1031. Wow. Han Li, is this Mo Lingwei a professor at your college? South of Chang'an City, and La House, Lin family's backyard. Today was Yanghuang College's Saturday, so Iron Egg came to tutor Lin Hao. After Han Lijing went to Hadong Road, Iron Egg couldn't live alone in the Han village, so he was now living in Chang'an City's Li Mansion. Although his sister, Han Yushi, reprimanded him for the results of the monthly test, he still came to the Lin family to fulfill his promise. Lin Hao took the opportunity to read today's Tang Daily while he was squatting in the latrine. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets when he saw what it was. He quickly wiped his butt and limped out of the latrine. Then, he walked to Iron Egg's side, widened his eyes, pointed at the newspaper, and exclaimed. Iron Egg frowned and said unhappily, "She's a professor at our college. Young Master Lin, please don't call her by her name." Respect for teachers was a rule that every student of Yanghuang College must abide by. Sorry. Lin Hao coughed and touched his nose embarrassedly. He then said, "What I mean is, why is there a female professor at Yanghuang College?" Iron Egg's expression relaxed. He replied, "My master said that Yanghuang College is a place to educate people, develop their wisdom, and promote engineering. Here, it's all about talent. As long as one is talented and capable, no matter if he or she is male or female, old or young, he or she will be put in an important position." Professor Mo used her talent and knowledge to do hundreds of experiments in the workshop over the past few months. Finally, she created a telescope that can break through the limit of ordinary people's vision, so that even ordinary people can observe the stars in the sky. With such talent and achievements, my master said that she is worthy of being a professor. Lin Hao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He praised, "This Professor Mo is really a heroine. It's hard to imagine that your college's telescope was made by her." Tai Dan chuckled and said, "The Flame Yellow Academy is a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are many capable teachers and students here. Wait until you enter the academy in the future and you'll truly experience it." Lin Hao said with anticipation, "Don't worry, I will definitely get in next year, but your master is really a bold man. He actually dared to appoint a woman as a professor in the college. Isn't he afraid that other scholars will be dissatisfied?" Hee. Iron Egg frowned. "Yanghuang College was founded by my master. He can appoint whoever he wants to be a professor. Professor Mo. Is it a matter?" Lin Hao chuckled and said non-committally, "Heh. Maybe." Li Zishuan didn't care about what other people were saying about the Thatang Daily headline. As long as the content of the news wasn't confidential, other people could say whatever they wanted. In the afternoon, he received news that the first batch of bauxite that Fu Bin had brought back from Shirouzhou had arrived at the workshop. It was earlier than Li Zishuan and Forbert had expected. Since he had nothing to do, Li Zishuan went to the new workshop of the Chitsu Pavilion to confirm whether Fu Bin was digging bauxite or not. "Young master, look, these are all here." Forbert pointed to a pile of grey stone-like ores in the front yard of the workshop and said, "Take a look and see if these are the bauxite ores you want." Li Zishuan went forward and picked up a piece. He looked at it carefully for a while and finally nodded. "Yes, Forbert. This is the bauxite ores that I want." Forbert was relieved when he heard this. He let out a sigh of relief and laughed. "I heard from Xiao Bing that the local miners thought that he had lost his mind. If he was a normal person, why would he pay someone to dig up these seemingly useless stones? The bauxite that Fu Bin was digging was mainly bauxite. The main component of bauxite was alumina, which was hydrated alumina with impurities. It was a type of earthy mineral that was usually white or gray in color. It didn't look any different from ordinary stones, but the texture was very different when you held it in your hand. Bauxite was very soft, and its hardness was only 1 to 3. Ordinary stones, on the other hand, had a hardness of 5 to 6. The difference was still very big. It wasn't until the end of the Qing dynasty and the beginning of the Republic of China that someone discovered the technology to extract aluminum from bauxite. Haha. Not everyone would be able to discover good things. Forbert, follow the method that I told you before and make a batch of refractory cement, Li Zishuan said with a smile. These were all things that had been agreed upon before, and they had already been prepared. Uncle Fu naturally agreed. Li Zishuan saw that there was nothing else for him to do here, so he returned to Chang'an. Recently, he had been returning to his home in Chang'an every weekend. In the evening, Pang Feiji found Li Zishuan and cupped his fist. Marquis, someone from the palace said that the emperor wants you to attend the morning court session tomorrow. Morning court session? Li Zishuan was puzzled. Why is he asking me to attend the morning court session so suddenly? Is there anything important that is related to me in the court session? Pang Feiji scratched his head and said, Marquis, this. I don't know. All right, you can go now. Li Zishuan had only asked subconsciously. He didn't expect Pang Feiji to answer. After all, with Pang Feiji's connections, he might be able to get some information, but in the imperial court, he was far from being able to do so. I'll take my leave. After Pang Feiji left, Li Zishuan thought for a long time but could not come up with anything. He could only eat and rest early, feeling a little depressed. Early the next morning, he rode on Big White and led Pang Feiji and a group of guards to the palace. Outside Tai Chi Palace, he chatted with Cheng Yaojin and the others for a while. Then, he realized that there was a familiar yet unfamiliar person in the crowd. He walked up to take a look and smiled. Oh, isn't this Professor Kui? Why are you here today? Kui Shanyu knew that he was no match for Li Zishuan when it came to insulting others. He snorted and said, The Emperor summoned me, so I had no choice but to come. Li Zishuan thought about it. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Perhaps the reason why he was summoned by Li today had something to do with this guy. Not to mention what the old man was up to behind his back, just the fact that he couldn't sleep in this morning was enough to make Li Zishuan feel very displeased. Thus, Li Zishuan did not show it on his face. He turned around and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Professor Kui, I advise you to be kind. Otherwise, you will learn from Kui Shanfu's mistakes. You tilde. Kui Shanyo's expression changed drastically. He turned around and wanted to scold Li Zishuan, but Li Zishuan had already walked back to the group of generals. He could not make it in time. Go to court. All officials, go to court for an audience tilde at this moment, a eunuch at the top of the stairs shouted in a high-pitched voice. The officials immediately quieted down and lined up. They carried the imperial edict and walked up the stairs toward Tai Chi Palace. Chapter 1032. Kui Shanyu, are you the one who impeached the Marquis of Yong'an for insulting the teachings of the saints and misleading the students? Inside the Taiji Palace. Halfway through the morning assembly, Li suddenly called out Kui Shanyu's name and asked. Kui Shanyu was still thinking about the words Li Zishuan said outside the Taiji Palace to persuade him to be kind. When he heard Li call out to him, he was startled at first, then quickly went forward and bowed, Your Majesty, it's not that I want to impeach, but that I represent the thousands of disciples of the saints to seek an explanation from the Marquis of Yong'an tilde. Li Zishuan, who was resting on the coiling dragon pillar in the main hall, was shocked at this moment. It was finally his turn to go on stage. As expected, Li said, Marquis of Yong'an, come forward. Professor Kui wants to seek an explanation from you. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan responded and walked in front of Kui Shanyu. He asked with a smile, Professor Kui, I wonder what kind of explanation you want from me. Oh, no, it should be the thousands of disciples of the saints that you speak of. What kind of explanation do you want from me? Kui Shanyu swallowed his saliva and mustered his courage. The The saints have taught us that the heavenly sovereign is inferior to the earth, the universe is fixed, the inferiority is superior to the inferiority, the position of nobility and inferiority is determined, the way of heaven becomes a man, the way of earth becomes a woman. The universe knows the beginning, the Kuan creates things. But today, the Marquis of Yong'an allows a woman to steal a professor of Yanghuang College. Isn't this an insult to the teachings of the saints, a disgrace to the culture, and misleading the students? The heavenly sovereign is inferior to the earth, the universe is fixed. From the Book of Changes, Li Zishuan frowned, because he was not used to Kui Shanyo's previous words. Fortunately, he inherited the memories of 2 lifetimes. After pondering for a while, he finally understood that this old fellow wanted to use the mouth of Confucius to convey the idea of men being superior to women. You are indeed like your mother playing me. After hearing so much classical Chinese, Li Zishuan subconsciously wanted to recite a sentence of his own, but Kui Shanyu was dumbfounded when he heard it. Li Zishuan realized that something was wrong and quickly changed his words. Yanghuang College has always chosen people based on their ability. If Professor Kui is not satisfied with my appointment, you can compete with Ink Girl in knowledge. Why should we bring this small matter to the court and delay His Majesty and the other officials from dealing with the world's affairs? In fact, when he said you are indeed like your mother's play, he forcefully translated the modern RUF king kidding me into the classical version. It was normal for Kui Shanyu to be confused after hearing it. When Kui Shanyu heard that Li Zishuan wanted him to compete with Mo Lingwei, his face couldn't help but turn black. He said, "Ridiculous. This old man is a doctor of the Imperial College. How can I compete with a woman? Marquis Yong'an, don't try to change the topic. As a woman, Mo Lingwei shouldn't be a professor at Yanghuang College. What you're doing now, not only will I not agree, the millions of disciples in the world will not agree. No one would cheer for you if you won, but if you lost, people would say that you bullied a woman." Kui Shanyu knew this very well, so he wouldn't accept it even if he was beaten to death. There was a buzz of discussion in the civil officials' camp. Li Zishuan sneered, "Phut. In the end, Professor Kui, are you looking down on women? Then let me ask you, do you have a mother? Meaning, do you have a mother?" He was addicted to talking nonsense today, and some disgraceful words came out of his mouth. This time, Kui Shanyu understood. He said angrily, "Of course I do. Marquis Yong'an, please show some respect." Li Zishuan pursed his lips and said, "Respect? When was I disrespectful? You, on the other hand, were disrespectful to your mother." Kui Shanyu was stunned, and then his expression changed. "When have I ever been disrespectful to my mother?" The ancient times emphasized filial piety. If he was labeled as unfilial, he would really be cursed by tens of thousands of people. Kui Shanyu was not willing to take the blame. Li Zishuan replied, "Ha! Professor Kui, you said so much just now. Didn't you want to tell me that men should be superior to women in this world? Isn't your mother a woman? You know the teachings of the saints better than me. If I remember correctly, the saints once said, a gentleman upholds the fundamentals, and the fundamentals are born from the Tao. A filial brother is the foundation of benevolence. Professor Kui, you just said that men are superior to women. Aren't you looking down on your mother? Are you also insulting the saints' knowledge? You can't even meet the basic requirements of the saints. What right do you have to criticize me? The principles of a gentleman come from the Analects of Confucius. The meaning of the whole sentence is, a gentleman focuses on the fundamental matters. Once the foundation is established, the principles of governing the country will be established. Filial piety to parents, respect to brothers, this is the foundation of being a man." Kui Shanyo's face turned pale. He knew that Li Zishuan was digging a hole for him again, but he couldn't find a strong argument to refute Li Zishuan in a short time. This was because he was at a disadvantage in terms of mental strength. In terms of mental agility, 10 of him couldn't compare to Li Zishuan, who had a strong mental strength. In the civil officials' camp, the officials who were whispering before couldn't help but frown after hearing Li Zishuan's argument. Fang Xianling secretly nodded. In this hall, he was one of the few officials who agreed with the idea of equality between men and women. Because he and his wife were true love. Sophistry. Sophistry. Marquis Yong'an, don't slander me. I never said anything about men being superior to women. Kui Shanyu felt the burning pain on his face, but he still defended himself. Ha! You shouldn't admit it. Professor Kui, you're only this promising Tilda. Li Zishuan looked at Kui Shanyu with disdain and said, anyway, Yanghuang College teaches engineering. It's a matter of course to appoint all the excellent engineers to teach students. This is also an internal matter of Yanghuang College. Professor Kui, as an outsider, you don't seem to have the right to interfere, right? That's right. Little Xian is the Yamacho of Yanghuang College. Does he need to ask you for permission to appoint a professor? Kui Shanyu, I'm afraid you're interfering too much. Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but step forward and interrupt. The reason why the old man kept silent today was because he felt that with Li Zishuan's current fighting power, fighting Kui Shanyu would be a piece of cake. Now that he spoke up, he was just beating a drowning dog. Sophistry. Marquis Yong'an, you're insulting. Enough. Everyone shut up. Kui Shanyu wanted to refute again, but Li Zishuan, who was sitting at the head of the table, was getting impatient. Today's matter was already very clear. Li Zishuan appointing Mo Lingwei as a professor was indeed inappropriate, but the Confucian defenders led by Kui Shanyu found it difficult to argue against Li Zishuan. The other civil officials were also unwilling to jump out and join the battle. After all, no one would be able to accept being called "you have a mother." Mo Lingwei is a key figure in the construction of the astronomical telescope. Although she is a woman, her talent is enough to be a professor. Moreover, as far as I know, she's only in charge of experiments and not teaching. There's no such thing as misleading students. Li paused for a moment, then made the final decision. Chapter 1033. Moreover, we have also heard that the Marquis of Yong'an had appointed Mo Lingwei as a professor. This matter will end here. In Taiji Palace, Li had completely settled the matter of Mo Lingwei becoming a professor of the academy. He then turned to Kui Shanyu and sternly said, Kui Shanyu, I see that you are quite proficient in Confucian classics. Staying in the Imperial College will be a waste of your talent. Therefore, I have decided to transfer you to the Hongwen Library as a scholar. You will be in charge of writing history. Are you willing? Kui Shanyu's heart instantly sank. He anxiously said, Your Majesty, this subject's life goal is to pass on the Tao and cultivate talents for the Great Tang. This subject still wants to teach students in the Imperial College for a few more years. Your Majesty, please grant my wish. He was no fool. Although becoming a scholar in the Hongwen Library was the same rank as his current Imperial College professor, going to the Hongwen Library to write history was basically an idle job. He understood that Li found him annoying and wanted to chase him away. Li's eyes instantly turned cold. The temperature in the hall seemed to have turned cold as well. Kui Shanyu inexplicably shivered, regretting his rashness. Make the best use of people and materials. Ever since we ascended the throne, we have always used people based on their abilities. Beloved official Kui, you have a belly full of wisdom. Do you think that we have made an improper arrangement for you to write history? Li's cold voice traveled into Kui Shanyu's ears, causing him to shiver once more. Your Majesty, this subject, don't speak. Let beloved official Kong speak. Kui Shanyu still wanted to save himself, but Li didn't give him a chance to speak. He turned to Kong Ingda and said, Beloved official Kong, beloved official Kui has served in the Imperial College for so many years. You must understand his abilities the best. Tell me, is beloved official Kui suitable to write history in the Hongwen Library? When Kong Ingda heard Li call him, he couldn't help but frown. Kui Shanyu immediately looked over, praying that Kong Ingda would let him off the hook. But reality was merciless. After a few moments of silence, Kong Ingda clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, Academician Kui is familiar with the classics and history. He is indeed suitable to write history in the Hongwen Library. Actually, not only was Li fed up with Kui Shanyu, Kong Ingda had long been fed up with him as well. Yesterday afternoon, Kui Shanyu had submitted a petition to impeach Li Zishuan, but Kong Ingda did not know about it. Kong Ingda didn't support Mo Lingwei's appointment as a professor in Yanghuang College, but he wouldn't oppose it either. Although Li Er was the dean of Yanghuang College on the surface, everyone knew that it was only in name. Li Zishuan was the real master of Yanghuang College. Kong Yingda understood that Li Zishuan had appointed a professor to his academy. Even if he objected, he had no right to do so. Besides, Kong Yingda had always felt guilty towards Li Zishuan. He felt that if Li Zishuan had stayed at the Imperial College, the college would have become more and more glorious. The reason Li Zishuan had left the Imperial College was because Kui Shanyu had contacted others to secretly impeach him. Now, a similar thing had happened again. Kong Yingda was really disappointed in Kui Shanyu. He might as well follow Li Er's wishes and send him to the Hongwen Library. Ah! Kui Shanyu's heart finally turned cold when he heard this. At this moment, his mind inexplicably echoed what Li Zishuan had said before the morning assembly. Professor Kui, I advise you to be kind. Otherwise, you will learn from Kui Shanfu's mistakes. What was karma? This was called retribution in this lifetime. In less than an hour's time, Li Zishuan's seemingly careless words had actually become reality. Kui Shanyu really hated Zheng Huaibua and the other scholars who had urged him to impeach Li Zishuan. Ah! Minister Kui, are you willing to go to the Hongwen Library to study history now? Li Er nodded with satisfaction. If he could send Kui Shanfu to Lingnan, what could Kui Shanyu do? In any case, Li Er would definitely support the new study of engineering. If he did not take advantage of his strong control over the Tang Empire to let engineering take root, when his descendants ascended to the throne, engineering would be instantly strangled by Kui Shanyu and the other Confucian defender. After this year of witnessing the power of engineering, Li Er believed that if the Tang Empire wanted to last forever, it could not be separated from engineering. This subject is willing. Thank you, Your Majesty. Kui Shanyu sighed as if he had accepted his fate. He bowed towards Li Er. At this point, he knew that there was no use in struggling. At this moment, he seemed to have aged a few years, but his heart was even older. The rest of the ministers did not come forward to intercede for Kui Shanyu, including Wei Zheng, who had always liked to nitpick. First, Li Er's appointment was righteous and no one could find fault with it. Second, Wei Zheng and his wife's situation was similar to Fang Xianling and his wife's. He was also a person who respected and loved his wife. Kui Shanyu's previous remarks about men being superior to women made him feel a little uncomfortable. Official Kui is a righteous person and has worked hard for the country. He is truly a role model for all the officials. I will reward him with 10 bolts of brocade and 100,000 yuan. Li Zishuan thought to himself, at least you know what's good for you. But on the surface, he looked like a wise ruler treating his subjects kindly. Li Zishuan, who was standing below, curled his lips. Thank you, Your Majesty. Kui Shanyu stepped forward and bowed again. Then please report if you have any matters to discuss. If not, the court is dismissed. Li Er nodded and looked at the officials below. None of the officials spoke. Today, they had seen Li Zishuan's current favor. They could not help but sigh at Kui Shanyu's overestimation of his abilities. Just based on Li Zishuan's position in Li Er's heart, as long as it was not a crime of treason, no one could overthrow him. Court is dismissed. Li Er stood up and waved his hand. Fat. This Marquis of Yong'an is truly different. Who would have thought that a 7-foot-tall man like him would speak up for a woman? Although some of his words were a little crude, they were not without reason. Haha. In the imperial harem, Empress Zhongsun was chatting with concubine Yang and concubine Yin. The topic of their conversation was the scene that happened in the court earlier. Concubine Yang, who usually did not smile, revealed a rare smile upon hearing this. Isn't that so? Since ancient times, scholars have always said that only women and villains are difficult to deal with. But today, this great scholar, the Marquis of Yong'an, is actually speaking up for us women. How interesting. Concubine Yin pursed her lips and smiled faintly. Looking at the actions of the Marquis of Yong'an in this year, it does not seem like something those pedantic scholars would do, especially his wedding at the end of June. Even now, many people were still talking about it. If you ask me, that girl from the Han family is also very fortunate to have married someone of her own. Who knows how many girls in Chang'an City are envious? Li Zhuan, who had just left the palace, was completely unaware that a small morning court session had turned him into the legendary friend of women. His position in the hearts of women had instantly risen by several levels. Chapter 1034. Xiao Xian, you are indeed like your mother. What do you mean by that? After leaving the imperial city, Cheng Yaojin suddenly patted Li Zhuan's shoulder and asked. Li Zhuan was stunned. After a while, he said helplessly, Uncle Cheng, that was just a joke. It doesn't mean anything. Cheng Yaojin glared at him and said unyieldingly, Hey, don't try to play dumb with me. Although I don't know much about literature, I know that this sentence is definitely not as simple as what you said. Li Zhuan almost vomited blood. Uncle Cheng, why do you have to ask this? He did not like to swear in front of his elders. Cheng Yaojin chuckled and said, I just think that this sentence is quite easy to say. What's wrong with asking? Easy to say. If this old fellow learned it, he might even greet everyone he met with, You're just like your mother playing tricks on me. TSK, that would be a beautiful scene. Uncle Cheng, do you really want to hear it? Li Zhuan looked around and asked when he saw that there was no one around. Hey, of course. If you don't want to hear it, why would I waste so much effort to ask you? Actually, the meaning of this sentence is, are you king kidding me? After Li Zhuan said that, he quickly slipped away. But Cheng Yaojin was stunned on the spot. Cho Nyo, come here. After returning home, Cheng Yaojin waved at Cheng Chumo in the front yard. Cheng Chumo ran over and asked, Dad, you called for me. Cheng Yaojin made a sound of agreement. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky with a profound expression. Just when Cheng Chumo thought that his old man was going to instill some principles of life into him, Cheng Yaojin finally turned his eyes to him and said, You really are like your mother playing me? Gar Tilda. Cheng Chumo's face and heart were immediately in a state of confusion. Firstly, it was the first time he had seen his old man speak so eloquently. Secondly, he didn't understand what Cheng Chumo meant at all. Sometimes, being uncultured was really scary. You stinking brat, you've wasted your time in the academy, you can't even understand a single sentence. In the future, you're not allowed to go out and fool around during the holidays. Stay at home and study hard. Do you hear me? Cheng Yaojin slapped Cheng Chumo's head in exasperation. With a straight face, he ordered Cheng Chumo to go back to his room. Oh. Cheng Chumo rubbed the back of his head gloomily and replied, Sir, I'm sorry about yesterday's news. In the afternoon, Li Yu arrived at the Li mansion. After finding Li Zhuan, she immediately apologized. Li Zhuan was stunned. Little Yu, what's wrong with the news? Why are you apologizing to me for no reason? Little Yu looked up and said, Sir, I heard that someone is impeaching you in front of His Majesty because of yesterday's news. This is all my fault, if not for. Li Zhuan suddenly understood. He waved his hand and interrupted, so that's what happened. Little Yu, you don't have to blame yourself. What you did was right. Besides, aren't I fine now? But, no buts. I agreed to let you publish that news. And regardless of whether that news is true or not, the news of Ink Girl being appointed as a professor at the academy will spread sooner or later. When the time comes, those who should come will come. After all, some people are willing to be cheap and look for trouble. You can't stop them, Li Zhuan said half-jokingly. In fact, when he asked Little Yu to publish the news of Mo Lingwei being appointed as a professor, he had a deeper intention. That was to show that Mo Lingwei was treated well and widely respected for making telescopes. This was to stimulate people's enthusiasm for science in this era. This was to create momentum for public opinion. In his previous life, although the era he lived in was technologically advanced, there were still some unsatisfactory aspects. The one that left the deepest impression on him was when a teacher asked a student when he was young, Student XX, what is your dream? Under normal circumstances, the student would answer, Teacher, I want to be a scientist when I grow up. Or, I want to be a soldier when I grow up and protect my country. But what would happen when he went to university? Little kid, what is your dream? Uncle, I want to be a celebrity when I grow up. Or, Uncle, I want to be an internet celebrity when I grow up. Now that Li Zhaoxuan had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he didn't want the Tang dynasty to develop like that in the future. He felt that his Tang daily needed to use public opinion to stimulate the enthusiasm of the people to advocate science and technology. He wanted everyone to feel that scientists like Mo Lingwei were honorable and worthy of respect. Perhaps his power was just a drop in the bucket and couldn't really affect the overall situation, but some things were better done than not done. Some things needed someone to take the lead. Phut tilde. Hearing the second half of Li Zhaoxuan's words, little Fishy couldn't help but laugh. She said, "Sir, if Professor Kui heard this, wouldn't he be furious?" Hee hee. Li Zhaoxuan shrugged and said nonchalantly, "What does it have to do with me whether he's angry or not? Little Fishy, in the future, Tang Daily has to write more of this kind of news. We have to let the people know how great our Yanghuang College is. Moreover, the teachers of the college have always been contributing their wisdom to the Tang dynasty. They are worthy of everyone's respect." Little Fishy nodded vigorously and said with anticipation, "Yes, yes, sir, don't worry, I will." Actually, little Fishy really wants to become someone as amazing as Sister Mo, but I can't understand the principles and formulas that Sister Mo talks about. I know that I'm still far from Sister Mo. However, it should be a very interesting thing to let more people worship people like Sister Mo. Little Fishy is willing to do it. Li Zhaoxuan shook his head and laughed. "Little Fishy, what Ink Girl did is indeed great, but what you're doing now isn't bad either. You can use the pen in your hand to create a spiritual idol for the people." Little Fishy asked doubtfully, "Sir, what's a spiritual idol?" Li Zhaoxuan thought for a moment and said, "It's someone who can inspire you, encourage you, and let you find your way when you're lost. They can all be called spiritual idols. For example, the ink girl that you worship, Little Fishy, can be considered your spiritual idol." "Oh, I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, sir." Little Fishy smiled and thanked Li Zhaoxuan. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she said, "Oh, by the way, sir, thank you for speaking up for Sister Mo in the imperial court. Perhaps you don't know, but now all the women in Chang'an are saying good things about you." Hee hee. "I'll take my leave first." Little Fishy playfully stuck out her tongue, then bid farewell and left, leaving behind a black-faced Li Zhaoxuan. Chapter 1035. Kui Shanyu was entrusted with an important task by Li and was sent to the Hongwen Library to revise history. The group of supervisors at the Imperial College did not dare to cause any more trouble. For this reason, the Zheng clan of Xinjiang even sent someone to warn Zheng Huaibo to behave himself. Not only did Li Zhaoxuan have the emperor's heart, but the power that was related to him was also deeply rooted. It was almost equivalent to half of the entire Tang Empire's military power. Most importantly, Li Zhaoxuan might be hiding something extremely terrifying in his hands. Back then, the 7 cultivators sect of Snake Spirit Mountain was destroyed in a single night. The aristocratic families still remembered this in their heart. The Zheng clan was not willing to provoke Li Zhaoxuan. It was not that the Zheng clan was afraid, but that they did not have any deep grudges with Li Zhaoxuan. It was not worth it to fight to the death with him. Aristocratic families were all profit-oriented. The days suddenly became leisurely. For several days, no one came to disturb Li Zhaoxuan. As the end of the year approached, the weather became colder. Although it was not snowing yet, Chang'an was located in the north of China. Once winter came, the north wind would often howl. The wind was like a knife to the face. Recently, Li Zhaoxuan had been wondering if he should let the students of the academy have their winter break in advance. After all, the weather was indeed a little cold. The cold weather made Lana, who usually liked to go out and play, unwilling to go out anymore. The little girl stayed at home all day, wrapped in a thick fox fur coat and wearing cotton clothes inside. Her chubby appearance made her look even cuter. Take note, cotton clothes were not cotton clothes. Although there was cotton in the Tang dynasty, it was only used as an ornamental flower. At this time, it was not used to make cotton clothes. The so-called cotton robes were made from extremely high-grade silk. This type of silk was also known as bai. It was mainly used to make cotton robes. In the Book of Songs, The saying Chiue has no clothes, so he robes with his son referred to this type of robe. This kind of robe made of silk had excellent insulation properties. Of course, it was also quite expensive to make. Only wealthy families could afford it. However, for the poor, wearing a robe with a bai on it was a luxury. Basically, they would wear a bai robe. The so-called bai robe was a robe filled with a type of low-grade silk, and its ability to resist the cold was extremely poor. Even when some famous people were not successful, they would cause a lot of trouble because of this. For example, the famous Zheng Zi of the Warring States period, when he was not successful, he wore this robe. When he rolled up his sleeves in the middle of winter, his elbows would be exposed. Of course, in addition to silk materials, animal fur clothes were also necessary to keep out the cold. However, high-grade fur clothes were basically the patent of the rich and nobles. Of course, the common people could not count on them. It was conceivable that winter was a difficult season for most people in an era without cotton. Just listen to the great poet Du Fu's poem and you'll know, the cloth quilt has been cold as iron for many years, and the proud child is evil. Even the blankets were as cold as iron. Was this the Du Fu family in late autumn? What was the colder winter like? Just thinking about it made one shiver. Therefore, Li Zishuan could not help but sigh recently. Who knows how many poor people would freeze to death in an ordinary winter? Brother, look at how cold it is, hurry up and think of something. Lana clung to Li Zishuan and said pitifully. It was cold outside, but it was also cold inside the house. Although there was a charcoal brazier at home, she did not know why her brother went crazy and said that the charcoal brazier had to be ventilated at home. But this way, it would really be ice and fire. The front would be hot from the fire, and the back would be cold from the cold wind. At this time, she began to envy Li Zishuan. Although it was cold outside, Li Zishuan had internal energy and only wore a few layers of clothes. However, his big hands were always so warm. Therefore, whenever Lana saw Li Zishuan at home, she always liked to put her hands in Li Zishuan's palms to warm them up. Tilda. You little girl. Hot summer and cold winter is a natural cycle. How can your brother change the weather for you, Tilda? After hearing the little cutie's cute request, Li Zishuan was a little amused. Lana blinked and said cheekily, brother can't change the weather, but there must be other ways. Brother is the best. You little girl, you call it cold when there is a charcoal brazier? Why don't you go out and see? Is there anyone in the Li family outside who can afford charcoal? Mrs. Li said to her daughter in a bad mood. Lana pursed her lips and did not say anything. Li Zishuan said happily, if you want to talk about that, it's not like there's no way. Young master, Forbert sent someone to deliver a furnace and a batch of strange-looking charcoal balls. He said that he wants you to try it. An idea popped up in Li Zishuan's mind. San Bao suddenly came in and bowed. Oh Tilda. You came at the right time. Where are the things? Quickly bring them in. Li Zishuan's face lit up with joy as he said loudly. Ever since the last batch of bauxite, Fubin sent people to deliver a few more batches of iron ore, sulfur ore, and coal. The furnace in the workshop was almost completed recently, so Forbert started to study how to make honeycomb briquettes. As for the furnace used to burn honeycomb briquettes, the structure was too simple. Forbert directly asked his trusted craftsman to build it. Li Zishuan gave Forbert a very detailed method of making honeycomb briquettes. It only took 2 to 3 days for the first batch of honeycomb briquettes to be ready. How could Li Zishuan not be happy when he thought that he had brought a very practical modern item to the Tang dynasty? Young master, it's all in the yard. I'll bring it in for you now. Seeing that his young master was happy, San Bao was naturally happy as well. He smiled and replied. The rest of the family did not understand why Li Zishuan was suddenly so happy. Old Lady Yi smiled and asked, Xiao Xian, isn't this just a furnace? Do you have to be so happy? Grandma, this is not an ordinary furnace. You'll know in a while. Li Zishuan smiled and kept them in suspense. After a while, San Bao and Ah Fu worked together to move the furnace and honeycomb briquettes into the yard. Li Zishuan went forward to take a closer look. A familiar feeling instantly rushed to his heart. This was because from the appearance, This furnace and honeycomb briquettes were very similar to the ones he used at home in his previous life. "Brother, can this thing warm me up?" Lana looked at the furnace that was almost as tall as her and asked crisply. Li Zishuan rubbed her little head and smiled knowingly. "Ha. Lana, you guessed right, but there's no reward, haha." After that, he did not care about the little girl's coquettishness and went forward to personally pick up the fire tongs. This was something that existed before the Three Kingdoms. He clamped a piece of honeycomb briquettes to death and put it into the charcoal basin. Then, he lifted his head and said to Old Lady Yi, "Grandma, this thing is made of briquettes. I call it honeycomb briquettes. You'll know the magic of this thing in a while." Chapter 1036. The black and heavy honeycomb briquettes were set up in the blazing charcoal fire. The originally very warm charcoal basin suddenly became not so warm after some of the sparks were blocked. "Xian we don't lack charcoal at home. Why did you bring so many briquettes over? It's very difficult to burn them." Li Jingmo frowned. Although the briquettes that Li Zishuan picked up were a little different in shape, coal was still coal. In Li Jingmo's opinion, no matter what shape it would not be as easy to burn as charcoal. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Father, it's true that our family can afford to burn charcoal, but most of the commoners' families can't. Your son is doing good deeds. Moreover, this honeycomb briquettes are not only used to heat the fire. Just watch." Li Jingmo saw that his son was going to be stubborn to the end. He shook his head and stopped trying to dissuade him. However, Madame Li was very attentive. She asked softly, "Xian your honeycomb briquettes and stove are specially designed for the poor commoners? If that's the case, Mother supports you. Who knows how many commoners freeze to death in Chang'an every year? You are doing a great deed." Women generally believed in karma. Moreover, ever since Li Zishuan was saved by spiritual master Lingshu, Madame Li had become a loyal Taoist believer. At the end of every month, she would go to the Xuanju temple to pray for peace for her family. "Little Xian, grandmother also supports you. As the saying goes, there are 3 good deeds in a day, and in 3 years, there will be blessings. There are 3 evil deeds in a day, and in 3 years, there will be disasters. The Li family is now a wealthy family. Only by doing good deeds can we continue to be wealthy." Old Madame Yi patted Li Zishuan's arm and smiled kindly. The Yi family had 4 generations of Taoists. Under old Madame Yi's influence, many of the teachings of Taoism were already engraved in her heart. She believed in the cycle of karma more than Madame Li. Thank you, Mother. Thank you, Grandmother." Li Zishuan smiled. He didn't really care about karma or how good deeds would be rewarded. He only did good deeds to give himself peace of mind. Gradually, after a short while, the blue-yellow flames of the charcoal came out of the coal hole. The inner wall of the coal hole was also burning red. Li Zishuan looked slightly excited as he shouted, "It's done." Then, he used a pair of tongs to pick up the honeycomb briquette in the charcoal basin and carefully placed it into the coal stove. Then, he piled another honeycomb briquette on top of the honeycomb briquette. The coal holes between the 2 honeycomb briquettes overlapped. After everything was done, he looked at Li Jingmo and said with a smile, "Father, what do you think? This honeycomb briquette doesn't burn any slower than charcoal, right?" Before Li Jingmo could say anything, Yi Guozhong stared at the honeycomb briquettes on the ground in surprise and exclaimed, "This is amazing. This seemingly useless piece of coal, after little Xian's fiddling, actually burned so easily. This can really be considered as turning stone into gold." The price of charcoal in the Tang dynasty wasn't cheap at all, especially at the beginning of the Tang dynasty. There was a record in the old Tang book, tens of thousands of volunteers gathered in the capital. Firewood was expensive, but cloth was cheap. This was referring to the early Tang dynasty, when the country was just established. All the volunteers gathered in the capital, causing the price of firewood to rise. Although the price of goods during the Zhongguan era was cheap, the price of charcoal was basically maintained at 700 to 800 copper coins per stone, 100 catties. Good quality smokeless willow wood was even more expensive. Although 7 to 8 copper coins per catty of charcoal didn't seem expensive, it was a consumable item. How long could 1 catty of charcoal burn? For a wealthy family like the Li family, they naturally didn't care about the cost of charcoal. but for the common people, burning charcoal was equivalent to burning money. How many families could afford to burn charcoal? The late Tang dynasty Taoist poet Cao Tang described the kitchen in a fairyland in his 98 little traveling immortal poems. What do the kitchen maids cook? The stove is full of smokeless jade and red charcoal. In Cao Tang's view, using charcoal to cook was just a beautiful fantasy in fairyland. This poem proved the reality of the use of charcoal at that time. For the common people, using charcoal for cooking was an extremely difficult thing to do. In fact, during the Tang dynasty, the consumers of charcoal were mainly the upper class of society. During that time, the relatives of the imperial family and the first to fifth rank officials in the capital were provided with charcoal as part of their salary. During the Tianbao era, Emperor Xuanzong of Tang even set up positions in the imperial court to be responsible for matters related to charcoal. In the imperial court, there was also the position of charcoal envoy to be in charge of related matters. It was because of this that Yi Guozhong said that Li Zexuan's honeycomb briquettes were the means to turn stone into gold. After all, those briquettes were difficult to burn in the past. How was it different from stone? But now, after Li Zexuan did this, it completely turned waste into treasure, turning stone into gold. There was a huge amount of wealth behind this honeycomb briquette. What do you mean by turning stone into gold? This is obviously a meritorious deed. Xiao Xian, this honeycomb briquettes should be cheaper than charcoal, right? Old Madame Yi patted Yi Guozhong's arm, then looked at Li Zexuan and asked. Li Zexuan smiled and nodded. Of course it's cheaper, and it's cheaper by a lot. Grandma, even if this honeycomb briquettes are sold for only 1 copper coin, I won't lose out. He was now a real nouveau riche. 4 honeycomb briquettes, he only needed to consider the cost of manpower and transportation. The cost of each honeycomb briquettes was even lower, 1 copper coin per piece. He really wouldn't lose out. Yo, 1 copper coin per piece. That's really cheap. Old Madame Yi was also a discerning person. She estimated that each honeycomb briquettes weighed at least 1 catty. The price of 1 catty was less than 1 copper coin. Compared to charcoal, it was simply too cheap. Ah, brother. The honeycomb briquettes on top are also burning. It's so warm. Lana stared at the coal stove for a long time. At this moment, she suddenly shouted. Her little hands touched the outside of the coal stove to warm herself up, and her little face was full of excitement. Li Zexuan looked at it, then picked up a piece of honeycomb briquettes from the ground and put it into the coal stove. In the end, he said, this stove usually needs 3 honeycomb briquettes at the same time, so that the heat can be transferred to the stove. Now that the 2 briquettes below are already burning, the one above will burn even faster. Xiao He, go to the kitchen and get me a copper kettle, and fill it with water. Yes, young master. Xiao He responded and hurriedly pushed open the door and went out. Yi Farzhan guessed Li Zexuan's intention and asked, Cousin, are you going to boil water on this stove? That's right. The honeycomb briquettes, other than being used for heating, are also used to boil water and cook rice. And its advantage in this aspect is something that even charcoal can't replace. Li Zexuan replied with a smile. After a while, Xiao He came back with a copper kettle. The kettles of this era were made of pottery and copper, but their appearance was still very different from the modern kettles. Li Zexuan was too lazy to care about these things now. To him, it was fine as long as it could be used to boil water. He placed the copper kettle on the stove and opened the lid of the ventilation hole of the coal stove. After a while, the fire in the stove became more vigorous. In less than a quarter of an hour, there was a kai-kai hoo-hoo sound coming from the kettle. Mrs. Li said in surprise, this honeycomb briquettes boil water really fast, much faster than firewood. Li Zexuan replied, Mother, not only does this thing boil water quickly, it also lasts for a long time. Don't look at the 3 honeycomb briquettes inside. If you only use them to boil water, 1 honeycomb briquettes can burn for 6 hours at most. You need to change 4 honeycomb briquettes a day. If you only want to keep the coal fire burning and leave a small hole in the ventilation hole, 1 honeycomb briquettes can burn for about 12 hours. You only need to change 2 pieces of coal a day. This way, you can avoid the trouble of starting a fire every time. Combustion requires a certain environment, combustible, oxygen, and temperature. A single honeycomb briquettes can't be burned because they can't maintain the temperature. Honeycomb briquettes can only burn normally in the stove, and at least 2 honeycomb briquettes are needed in the stove. A normal household stove needs 3 honeycomb briquettes at the same time to boil water and cook. Li Zhaoxuan said all this from his experience. In his previous life, his family burned honeycomb briquettes for at least 10 years, so he knew the characteristics of honeycomb briquettes like the back of his hand. Beside him, Yi Yuzhu, old Madame Yi, and the others were all stunned when they heard Li Zhaoxuan's word. Burning a full day of coal in the stove only requires 4 honeycomb briquettes, which is 4 copper coins. If they burned charcoal for a day, it would cost at least a few hundred copper coins. 4 copper coins versus a few hundred copper coins, this was a difference of nearly 100 times. Even if you don't use charcoal, you still need firewood. The people outside Chang'an City can go up the mountain to cut firewood, but the people in the city have to pay for the firewood. Calculating the cost of firewood for a day, it was about the same as burning coal. It has to be said that this honeycomb briquettes really save money. Moreover, this thing doesn't have smoke, so it's many times better than firewood. Little Xian, this is a good thing. You don't know how much effort it will take to boil water and cook with this stove and the honeycomb briquette. If this thing is sold, the people, regardless of whether their family has money or not, will rush to buy it. Madame Li beamed with joy. When she had married Li Jingmo in her early years, she had changed from a rich young lady who had never done any household chores to a virtuous wife who was capable in both the hall and the kitchen. She knew the difficulties of the kitchen the best. Before coal and oil were developed and used on a large scale, there was almost no energy source that could compare to the importance of firewood. Firewood was the main source of firewood for cooking. That feeling of being burned by smoke and fire was really a kind of pain. Cousin, how much does this stove cost, Tilda? Yi Farzhan suddenly asked. Li Zhaoxuan muttered, this stove is made of pure iron, so it's naturally more expensive. The cost of each stove is about 150 copper coins, Tilda, but the lifespan of each stove is at least 5 years, so there shouldn't be any problems within 5 years. 150 copper coins, 5 years. If you calculate it carefully, using a stove and honeycomb briquettes to boil water and cook is indeed very cost-effective. But I reckon that many poor people won't be willing to fork out so much money to buy a stove. Yi Farzhan, who matured early, knew many more things than his peers. He immediately understood what the biggest obstacle was if the coal-burning method was to be implemented on a large scale. Little Xian, can we sell this stove to the people at a loss? Anyway, we don't lack money now, so we can treat it as doing good. Madame Li was a kind person. After listening to Yi Fashion's words, she couldn't help but suggest to Li Zhaoxuan. Mother, although I don't care about money, this isn't the way to do good. There are millions of poor people in this world. Even if we spend all our money, it won't make much of a difference. In my opinion, doing good has to be sustainable. We can't just do it once and there won't be a next time. Regarding the price of the stove, I will find another way. Mother, you don't have to worry, Tilda. Li Zhaoxuan shook his head. In his previous life, those world-class tycoons, such as Bill Gates, donated almost all their wealth to a fund under their name for charity. At that time, they had even persuaded Mr. Ma to donate all his assets like them, but Mr. Ma did not agree. This was because Mr. Ma felt that if money was donated to the poor, it would be dead money. Once the poor finished using it, that portion of money would be completely gone. However, the money in his hands was living money. It could be used to create more jobs, help more young people start their own businesses, and even help more poor people. Li Zhaoxuan felt that Father Ma's approach was very clever. Although he was rich now, he wasn't rich enough to help all the poor people in the world. Only by constantly accumulating strength could he continue to do good. Little Xian is right. There are too many poor people in this world. If we risk losing money to help all the poor people, it's tantamount to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. It won't last long, Tilda. But little Xian, you said that there's a better way. What is it, Tilda? Li Jingmo had been a businessman for half his life. Of course, he understood the stakes. He first agreed with Li Zhaoxuan's opinion, then asked. In the family, except for Lan everyone's eyes were on Li Zhaoxuan. Li Zhaoxuan frowned and thought, then smiled and said, "This method, wait until I come back from a trip to the palace tomorrow. Now that we have the stove, let's eat hot pot tonight tilde." In the middle of winter, the whole family eating hot pot together around the stove was probably the happiest thing in winter. Li Zhaoxuan's mind couldn't help but recall the scene of his family eating hot pot during the new year in his previous life. He felt an inexplicable bitterness in his heart. Hot pot. What's hot pot? Can it be eaten? Yi Guochong had lived for a long time, but this was the first time he heard the term hot pot. He couldn't help but ask. Li Zhaoxuan was stunned. He thought to himself, is there no hot pot in this era? After searching the memory of his predecessor, he quickly changed his words. Ahem. This hot pot is similar to antique soup, but the hot pot that I make is even better. Wife, let's go and help your husband prepare some food tilde. According to the Book of Wei, in the Three Kingdoms era, when Cao Pai was the emperor, there were already hot pots made of copper, but it wasn't popular at that time. During the northern and southern dynasties, people used hot pots to cook pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, fish, and other kinds of meat. Later, with the increasing economic and cultural development of the country, cooking technology was further developed, and all kinds of hot pots appeared one after another. During the Northern Song dynasty, hot pot was already available in the taverns of Kaifeng in Bianjing in winter. However, the hot pot at that time wasn't called hot pot, but antique soup, which got its name from the gudong sound when the ingredients were added to the boiling water. It was an original delicacy in China. In Bai Juyi's poem, Asking Liu 19, green ants new fermented wine, red clay small stove. Late night for snow, can we drink a cup of nun? He vividly described the scene of eating hot pot at that time. Okay, husband. Han Yushi smiled, then quickly got up and followed Li Zhaoxuan to the kitchen. Chapter 1037. Wife, help me fry some sesame seeds. En, husband. Xiao He, go and find someone to peel some garlic for you. Yes, young master. Xiao Shi, don't I remember that we have peanuts at home? Go get some and peel them. Yes, young master. Aunt Zhao, do we have mutton at home? Yes, young master. It's just that the mutton smells a bit strong. Young master, do you really want it? Yes. Not only mutton, but also fish. Hey. Today, I'll show you my knife skills. He planned to cut some mutton rolls and make some fish balls. In the kitchen, Li Zhaoxuan had put in a lot of effort for this hot pot. He planned to use all the seasonings at home, because the key to whether or not the hot pot was delicious was whether or not the dipping sauce was good. He planned to use sesame sauce mixed with peanut butter, then sprinkle some garlic, soy sauce, salt, vinegar, chives, and mustard. Although there was no chili, the overall taste would definitely not be bad. Sesame and garlic were both introduced into China during the Western Han Dynasty. Of course, there were these things in the Tang Dynasty. As for peanuts, this was a bit more complicated. Modern scientists generally believed that the origin of peanuts was in South America. After the great geographical discovery in the 15th century, it spread from South America to Europe, Africa, and Asia. However, there were also scholars who believed that China was also one of the origins of peanuts, based on two archaeological discoveries in the 50s and 60s of the 20th century. In 1958 and 1961, a number of peanut-like plant kernels were unearthed from the Wuxing Qianshan ruins in Zhejiang and the Xiuxirei Shanbei ruins in Jiangxi. Among them, the unearthed specimens in Jiangxi were more complete. After identification, it was confirmed that they were peanut kernels, and they existed around 2000 BC. However, archaeology was very strict when it came to certain conclusions. Out of the two discoveries, only one of them could be confirmed as a peanut specimen. This kind of isolated evidence was far from enough to prove that peanuts were originally from China and were not introduced from America after the great geographical discovery. Therefore, there is still debate about the origin of peanuts in the academic world. This book tentatively assumes that peanuts existed in the Tang Dynasty. Li Zhaoxuan cut up a few large plates of mutton rolls. Everyone in the kitchen was dazzled by Li Zhaoxuan's miraculous knife skills. Fortunately, Li Zhaoxuan had internal energy. If he had transmigrated into the body of a weakling who could not even truss up a chicken, He would not have dared to play like this. Seeing that Han Yushi had finished stir-frying the sesame seeds, Li Zishuan asked his wife to start stir-frying the peanuts. He personally ground the stir-fried sesame seeds into powder. As for the peanuts, he would do the same later. When the time came, the two sauces would be mixed together according to the ratio. Together with the seasoning, it would basically be done. As for the hot pot dishes, other than the lamb rolls, there were also Li Zishuan's special fish balls, chicken slices, pork rolls, and other meat dishes. As for the vegetarian dishes, there were only bean sprouts and tofu. The vegetables in his greenhouse hadn't even grown yet. This was also the only regrettable thing. After preparing the ingredients and the dipping sauces, Li Zishuan returned to the main hall. He picked up the wind-chasing sword that could cut iron like mud and began to modify the table. He actually dug a circular hole in the middle of the square wooden table. It was exactly one size bigger than the diameter of the coal stove. Old man Li frowned as he watched. In his heart, he thought that his son was really a prodigal son. After everything was done, Li Zishuan placed the coal stove under the table. By raising the coal stove, he made the coal stove extend out of the hole in the middle of the table. "All right, wife, serve the dishes. Sanbao, go to the kitchen and bring the pot over. Also, bring some water." Li Zishuan clapped his hands and said. Speaking of which, he really put in a lot of effort in order to eat hot pot in the Tang dynasty. After a while, the washed and cut ingredients were all placed on the table. A big pot was placed on the coal stove that passed through the dining table. In front of everyone was a grey dipping sauce sprinkled with chopped green onions and garlic. It looked very tempting. "Xiao Xian, how do you eat this? Don't tell me that after the vegetables are cooked, you still have to take them out to dip them in?" Yi Guozhong stared at the bowl of dipping sauce in front of him and asked in puzzlement. Sometimes, he was also very curious and wished that he could pry open Li Zishuan's head to see what was inside. Who asked this guy to come up with new tricks every once in a while? Good. Grandfather's eyes are really sharp. Actually, if you directly put all the ingredients into the pot and cook them, some things won't taste good if they're overcooked. The most authentic way to eat hot pot is to pick up the fresh vegetables and put them into boiling water. After boiling for a while, you take them out and dip them in the seasoning. It's fresh and delicious. At this time, the boiling water in the pot was already boiling. The bottom of the pot was actually just some seasonings like ginger, salt, green onions, and oil. It was very simple. As Li Zishuan spoke, he picked up a few pieces of mutton rolls and stirred them twice in the pot. The bright red mutton rolls turned dark grey in a short while. Li Zishuan directly put the boiled mutton into the dipping sauce bowl and dipped it in it. He smiled and said, although raw mutton has a strong rank odor, after it's boiled and dipped in the dipping sauce, not only will the rank odor be reduced, but it will also be very delicious. Grandmother, try it first. After saying that, he put the dipped mutton into old Madam Yi's bowl. Old Madam Yi beamed with joy and said, "Good, good, good. My good grandson. Grandmother will try it." Yi Guozhong, who was beside her, could only stare helplessly. The old man was very depressed in his heart. He could only follow Li Zishuan's steps like a child and boiled mutton for himself with a pair of chopstick. Delicious. This mutton is so fresh and tender. The dipping sauce tastes so good too. I've lived for so long, but I've never eaten such delicious mutton. Old Madam Yi put the mutton in the bowl into her mouth and chewed lightly. The freshness of the mutton rolls mixed with the fragrance of the sauce. In an instant, the taste buds on the tip of her tongue began to absorb the delicious taste of the mutton rolls like a person who hadn't eaten for 3 days. Lana also wants to eat the boiled mutton. Brother. Lana shouted after hearing old Madam Yi's evaluation. Come, brother will help you. Father, mother, wife, grandfather, everyone, let's start eating. Li Zishuan called out to his family as he boiled the mutton for Lan Er. Haha. Eat. Everyone eat. This mutton is really delicious after being boiled like this. Yi Guozhong also tasted the freshness of the boiled mutton and said excitedly. Soon, the atmosphere in the house began to rise. Eating hot pot was all about one person and many people. Only then would it be lively and warm. Yo. Why are you eating so early today? Looks like I came at the wrong time. Chapter 1038. Oh, this mutton is so delicious. How can good meat not have good wine? Xiao Xian, quickly get someone to bring the wine. I'll have a good drink with your father and grandfather. Everyone said that there was a Cheng Yarojin who appeared out of nowhere, but Li Zishuan ate a Cheng Yarojin in the middle of the hot pot. The old demoness had come here to see how the Li family's greenhouse vegetables were growing, because his family's farmstead and Qin Qiong's farmstead had recently started to introduce greenhouse vegetable planting technology. The result? The old man did not even look at the greenhouse vegetables. The moment he entered the house, his eyes were fixed on the mutton, fish, and dipping sauce on the table. After interacting with Cheng Yarojin for so long, how could Li Zishuan not understand what this old man was thinking? Thus, he did not say anything and directly tactfully invited Cheng Yarojin to eat hot pot together. In any case, with this old man's status, he did not have to worry about Wu Hu arresting him for the curfew when the sky turned dark. Cheng Yarojin gave Li Zishuan a look of approval, then sat down and started eating. As the saying goes, eat big pieces of meat and drink big bowls of wine. After eating for a while, Cheng Yarojin felt that something was wrong, so he shouted for Li Zishuan to bring the wine. Li Zishuan had no choice but to let San Bao go to the wine cellar to get a jar of immortal drunken wine. After the wine was served, the atmosphere became even more lively. Cheng Yarojin was a straightforward person. In this year, he had become quite familiar with Father Li. Yi Guozhong had been in a high position for a long time, so he was also experienced and knowledgeable. The three of them had a lot of common topics to talk about. Li Zishuan felt that Cheng Yarojin's alcohol tolerance wasn't very good. Moreover, he only wanted to eat hot pot and didn't really want to drink. Therefore, he didn't join them. He ate happily with Lan Madame Li, and old Madame Yi. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Cheng Yarojin burped and returned with the smell of alcohol. Before he left, the old man did not forget to tell Li Zishuan, burp. Xiao Xian, your family's hot pot, burp, is too delicious. Later, I'll send my chef over, burp, you have to get someone to teach him. I, old Cheng, haven't eaten so much in a long time, burp, I drank so much. The old man had completely forgotten his original intention of coming to the Li family. The only thing he remembered was the hot pot. It had to be said that in a situation where there was no war, the desire for good food was old Cheng's greatest pursuit now. The next day, near noon, Li residence. Feiji, take these blueprints to the workshop, and give them to Forbert in the next 2 days. Li Zishuan called Pang Feiji over, took out 2 pieces of paper and handed them over. Yes, Marquis. Pang Feiji left. Li Zishuan asked people to carry a coal stove and a basket of honeycomb briquettes into the carriage. The coal stove was still burning, and then he rode the carriage to the palace. He wanted to see Li. As for the blueprints that he just gave to Pang Feiji, they were the radiators and heating pipes that he had just drawn in the morning. The structure was quite simple, and he had already measured the dimensions in the morning. As for the dimensions of the house in Yunshan Villa, he had drawn the blueprints of the villa, so naturally, there was no need to measure them. Li Zishuan planned to install self-made heaters for his residence and Yunshan Villa at the same time. Anyway, now that he had the honeycomb briquettes and the coal stove, he just needed to set up a pot and arrange some pipes, and it was basically done. This was made by imitating the self-made heaters in the villages in his previous life. The principle was also very simple, a big boiler that boiled water. The furnace was double-layered, and the top and bottom were closed. The top was connected to a steel pipe, and the water pipe went up from the flue to the heater water supply. This point was the lowest point of the water pipe, and the heater end was the highest point. There was an exhaust valve, and the slope was 1%. The bottom level was connected to the heater return water, and the top of the return water pipe was connected to the heater water supply pipe. The height of the return water pipe was higher than the highest point of the supply pipe, and there was a water supply tank at the back. The bottom of the return water pipe was the lowest point of the heater, and the slope was 1%. The water in the furnace was heated and turned into steam, and through the water pipe, it dissipated to the highest point and turned into a mixture of hot water and steam. The hot water entered the radiator to dissipate heat, and its temperature decreased, density increased, and volume decreased. It entered the boiler through the return water pipe, and thus formed a circulation circuit. The slope of the water pipe for self-made heaters was very important. If the slope was reversed, it would not be hot. The water layer in the furnace had to be thin, 1 to 3 millimeters, because the thick water layer would consume coal. The exhaust valve at the highest point had to be opened, or else the whole system would be closed, and there would be an explosion. The reason why Li Zhaoxuan had only started to install a heater now was because he didn't have honeycomb briquettes or a coal stove. It was very inconvenient to boil water because charcoal could not last as long as honeycomb briquette. Now that he had created the honeycomb coal and coal stove, he had to quickly install the heating in his house. In the imperial palace, Li returned to the Li Zheng Hall in Shiyuan right after the morning court session, because there were charcoal braziers and heaters here. Although he was an emperor on horseback and knew martial arts, he was far from being invulnerable to cold and heat like a martial arts grandmaster. In this kind of weather, he would also feel cold. Li had just spoken for a while with Empress Zhongsun in the Li Jing Hall when an attendant from the Yellow Door came to report. "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong requests an audience." Li was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. "Oh, when did this brat take the initiative to look for me? Did he say what happened?" Ever since Li Zhaoxuan entered the officialdom, most of the time, he would only enter the palace when Li summoned him. It was extremely rare for him to take the initiative to enter the palace like today. Replying to Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong said that he is here to present a treasure. That attendant replied cautiously. "Present a treasure? Heh. Today, new things are happening one after another. Let him wait at the Sweet Dew Hall first. I will be there soon." Li's curiosity was piqued. He didn't care about the cold weather outside. He put on a fox fur coat and prepared to go to the Sweet Dew Hall to meet Li Zhaoxuan. After all, this was the imperial harem, and Li Zhaoxuan was already an adult and a married man. Of course, he couldn't let him come here. If it was at the beginning of the year before Li Zhaoxuan was married, Li might have met him in the imperial harem. But now, it was absolutely impossible. "Your Majesty, this concubine also wants to see what treasure the Marquis of Yong is offering. I wonder if I can go with Your Majesty?" It was Empress Zhongsun who was also interested. She asked Li. Haha. Since Maid Guanyin is interested, then let's go together. But it's very cold outside. Maid Guanyin, you have to wear an extra layer of clothing. Li laughed and agreed very straightforwardly. "Thank you for Your Majesty's concern. This concubine knows." Empress Zhongsuan's heart warmed. A palace maid helped her put on a mink fur coat before the husband and wife left. Chapter 1039. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Zhaoxuan saw Li and Empress Zhongsun walking out from the back of the hall. He quickly retracted his gaze and bowed towards the two. Rise. Li waved his hand and couldn't wait to get straight to the point. "I heard that you are here to present a treasure, but why don't I see the treasure?" Although Li Zhaoxuan was young, he was extremely cunning. Usually, it was hard to take advantage of him. Today, he actually took the initiative to present himself. Li really wanted to know what surprise Li Zhaoxuan brought. Li Zhaoxuan said solemnly, "Your Majesty, the item that I brought today is a little big. It is still outside the hall. May Your Majesty allow me to get someone to bring it in?" "Oh, quick. Zhao Song, get someone to bring the item that Duke Yong'an brought in." Hearing this, Li immediately said, "A little big." Now, he was even more curious about what Li Zhaoxuan brought. Zhao Song received the order and left. Moments later, he brought in 4 eunuchs carrying a coal stove and a basket of briquettes. Seeing the eunuchs carrying in a lump of metal and a basket of black items, Li couldn't help but frown. Because these 2 items didn't look high and mighty at all. Feeling slightly unhappy, Li walked down from above and looked at Li Zhaoxuan unkindly. "This is the treasure that you want to present to me, Tilda?" "Hey! What a special coal stove." Halfway through his sentence, Li realized that there was a fire burning in the stove. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Li Zhaoxuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, this isn't a coal stove. This is a coal stove. Inside is burning coal. Coal tilde. How can coal fire be so strong tilde? Li wasn't the kind of emperor who didn't know about worldly affairs. Hearing this, he immediately frowned in disbelief. At this moment, Zhongsun also walked down from above. She carefully sized up the honeycomb briquettes in the bamboo basket and said after a moment, "Your Majesty, the briquettes brought by the Marquis of Yong'an are very special. Not only are the coal briquettes of the same size, there are also many holes of the same size in the middle. This concubine guesses that it is because of this that the fire in the furnace is so strong." Li Zishuan was stunned. Then, he turned his head to look at the bamboo basket. As he looked, he asked, "Li Zishuan, is what the Empress said true?" Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, the Empress has sharp eyes." Just as the Empress said, the reason why the charcoal balls are so easy to ignite is because of its special structure. Because these briquettes were shaped like honeycombs, I call them honeycomb briquette. Today, the treasures I present to your Majesty are this coal stove and the honeycomb briquette. Li calmed down and nodded. To be able to turn useless coal into this kind of easily flammable honeycomb briquette, it is indeed a treasure. In that case, the imperial court might be able to consider mining a few coal mines next year. But how did you make these honeycomb briquettes tilde? Seeing the honeycomb briquettes, Li felt as if he had seen a pile of gold. The Great Tang had discovered many coal mines in the Hadong Road area, but because the raw coal was hard to burn, the mining value was not high. But now, it was different. Li Zishuan said helplessly, "Your Majesty, this honeycomb briquettes were made by smashing the coal briquettes, adding a binder, and casting it through a mold. Today, I present these two items to your Majesty. First, I want to show your Majesty the advantage of combining the honeycomb briquettes and the coal stove. Second, I want to discuss something with your Majesty." Advantage tilde? What advantage? Could it be that this honeycomb briquettes are easier to burn than charcoal tilde? Leo asked. Li Zishuan repeated what he had told his mother and grandmother yesterday about the advantages of using honeycomb briquettes to boil water and cook rice. Before Li could say anything, Zhongsun couldn't help but exclaim, "That's right. 4 honeycomb briquettes can boil water and cook rice for an entire day? Marquis Yong'an, is what you said true?" Li Zishuan smiled and nodded, "Absolutely true. And a normal family cannot boil water and cook rice for an entire day, so the actual consumption of honeycomb briquettes is definitely less than this." Haha. Good stuff. This is really good stuff. Li Zishuan, let me ask you, how much does this honeycomb briquettes and the coal stove cost tilde? When Li heard this, he could not help but feel that the honeycomb briquettes were more convenient than the coal briquettes. He laughed and asked. Li Zishuan replied, "The cost of a honeycomb briquettes is less than a copper coin. As for the coal stove, it is about 150 copper coins, but a coal stove can be used for at least 5 years. Li nodded, "That's right. That's right. It's cheap and practical. The commoners will definitely like it. This is really a treasure that benefits the country and the people. Haha. I also like it." Empress Zhongsun had a worried expression. "Your Majesty, although the honeycomb briquettes are cheap, the price of the coal stove is on the expensive side. Not everyone can afford it. To fully promote the use of coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes, I'm afraid there are still many difficulties." Li's face instantly darkened. Clearly, he agreed with what Empress Zhongsun said. Li Zishuan bowed and said, "Your Majesty is right. This is also the second reason why I came to find your Majesty today." Li's gaze darkened, and he said, "Speak." "Your Majesty, now that the Tang Empire has been stable for less than 10 years, the price of charcoal in the eastern and western cities has always been high. Burning charcoal is no different from a fantasy to the commoners. But in winter, the weather is cold. Other than boiling water and cooking rice, most people also need a fire to keep warm. Chang'an is the capital of the Tang Empire. Every year, many poor commoners freeze to death, not to mention the other remote areas. There will definitely be more people freezing to death. And now that there are cheaper and more durable honeycomb briquettes, the price of charcoal will definitely continue to drop. Correspondingly, there will be more and more people who can afford to burn coal. But to the commoners, the price of coal stoves is indeed too high. But without coal stoves, the use of honeycomb briquettes is extremely limited. And now that it is winter, there are still many poor commoners who are suffering from the cold. So, honeycomb briquettes and coal stoves must be promoted to the commoners together. And in order to help the commoners survive the winter, I can sell the honeycomb briquettes and coal stoves at cost price to the poor commoners without earning a single cent. But my power alone is ultimately limited. So, I have a small request, and I hope your majesty will allow it. Li Zuxuan said slowly with a sincere face. Hearing this, Li was silent for a moment, and he said, "It's good that you still have this kind of heart. I really didn't misjudge you. Actually, since the beginning of winter, I have been thinking about how to reduce the number of commoners who freeze to death. But in Chang'an alone, there are tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of poor commoners who are suffering from the cold. The money in the national treasury cannot be used now. If you have a way, quickly say it. As long as your request is not too much, I will allow it." Chapter 1040. Inside the Sweet Dew Hall. Li and his wife stared eagerly at Li Zuxuan, because Li Zuxuan had just mentioned a problem that they were very concerned about, which was the problem of the poor people freezing in winter. In fact, in the previous dynasties of the Tang Empire, no matter which dynasty, many people would freeze to death every year. In the era where cotton had not been planted on a large scale, the price that the people had to pay to wear warm clothes was too high. Your Majesty, I wish to set up a public welfare organization to help the poor people. Li Zuxuan clasped his hands and said the idea that he had been brewing in his heart these days. Public welfare organization? Marquis Yong'an, what is public welfare? Empress Zhongsun was puzzled. Li also looked at Li Zuxuan curiously, thinking, why does this kid always pop new words out of his mouth? Could it be that he learned all these from that dream? Your Majesty, the so-called public welfare is related to the welfare and interests of all the people of the Tang Empire. I set up this public welfare organization mainly to call on the rich people to donate money, then I will use this money to help the poor. At that time, every time I receive a donation, I will donate 4 coal stoves and 200 honeycomb briquettes to 4 poor families. My workshop will not earn a single cent and will just treat it as doing a good deed for the people of the Tang Empire. Li's face was bewildered as he said, "This is for no reason at all. Why are you suddenly so kind?" Li Zuxuan let out a sigh. In order to make old Li believe him, he could only pretend to sigh deeply and say, "Your Majesty, many people are very poor. My heart aches when I see it. I remember that I read a poem 2 days ago and was deeply moved. I wonder if Your Majesty and Your Majesty are willing to listen to it." Li was even more suspicious. "Poem? What poem? Read it." Empress Zhongsuan's face also revealed an interested expression. Li Zuxuan saw that the time was right and did not keep them in suspense. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "This poem is said to be written by a teacher from a village outside the city. The old teacher passed away 2 months ago and left this posthumous work. I saw it by chance. I am a dignified man, but after reading it, I could not help but want to cry. Get to the point." Li Zuxuan began to fabricate an empty yet reasonable main character for the story. Li on the other hand, seemed a little impatient. His face darkened as he said unhappily. Li Zuxuan hurriedly cut to the chase and recited in a deep voice, "Ahum." The poem went like this: "In August, the wind roars angrily, rolling up my house to the 3 layers of reeds. Marrow flew across the river and sprinkled on the outskirts of the river. Openly hugging Marrow into bamboo, lips parched and mouth parched, unable to breathe. Returning home, leaning on his cane, he sighed. The cotton quilt has been cold as iron for many years. Jiaoa has been treading on the bed and cracking inside. Since she lost her sleep, the long nights have been soaked with sweat. Building thousands upon thousands of mansions, great protection for all the poor people of the world. Wind and rain do not move, as calm as a mountain. Whoosh. When did I suddenly see this house before my eyes? Even if my house is broken, I will still be able to freeze to death." Du Fu's The Song of the Thatched House Being Broken by the Autumn Wind, which was also a must-memorized poem in middle school, was affectionately recited by Li Zuxuan in this kind of situation. A miserable scene of the house leaking on an autumn night, wind and rain intertwined, the cotton quilt was like iron, Jiao has been treading on the bed and getting wet all night, unable to sleep, suddenly appeared in the minds of Li and Empress Zhongsun. But a poem by a dignified poet would not be so simple. Showing the misery of one's life was only on the surface. The deeper meaning was in the latter half of the poem. The last few sentences of the poem had a change of style. For Li and Empress Zhongsun, the image of a stooped old man who was in a difficult situation but still worried about the country and the people. The sharp contrast between the front and back made this image particularly distinct. It simply pierced the depths of one's soul. Empress Zhongsun covered her mouth, the rims of her eyes were somewhat red. Only to hear her murmur in a low voice, "The cotton quilt has been cold as iron for many years. Jiao has been treading on the bed and cracking inside. Building thousands upon thousands of mansions, great protection for all the poor people of the world." Marquis Yong'en, you just said that the old man who wrote this poem has passed away? Li Zishuan bowed and said, according to the news I received, the old man is indeed no longer in this world. It seems that he froze to death. This fellow was secretly muttering in his heart, "Great poet don't blame this junior for stealing your poem. This Marquis is also to realize your dream of great protection for all the poor people of the world." Empress Zhongsun, who had always been graceful, strong, virtuous and magnanimous, showed a rare weak side at this moment. Her face was mournful and pale. The old man was destitute and dejected, but still worried about the country and the people. Such a person actually froze to death at home. It is really the misfortune of the Tang Empire. Li didn't say anything, but his face didn't look too good. After hearing Li Zishuan recite the poem, he first felt that he was a bit like a fatuous ruler. Otherwise, how could there be people under his rule who were full of wisdom, but didn't get the chance to use their talents, and finally froze to death in poverty at home? However, he quickly calmed down and felt that there were many suspicious points. The biggest suspicious point was that according to Li Zishuan's range of activities in the past 3 months, he could determine that the old man he spoke of was in a village near Chang'an City. However, since that village was very close to Chang'an City, if there really was such a talented old man in the village, how could there not be any news in Chang'an City? As long as there was a slight movement, his subordinates would definitely be able to find out. Therefore, in the end, Li's heart was already 70% to 80% sure that the old man that Li Zishuan spoke of at the beginning was completely nonsense. However, even if he was sure, what could he do? Inside and outside Chang'an, there were indeed many people who suffered from the cold every year, just like what was described in the poem. Although those people might not have the profound consciousness and lofty ambition to build thousands of houses and shelter the world from the cold, they were still Li's people. They should not be frozen to death. It is indeed a good poem. The person who wrote this poem is also a great talent. The thousands of thoughts in Li's heart could only turn into a long sigh. At this time, Li Zishuan struck while the iron was hot and said, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the original intention of this official to set up the Public Welfare Fund was to gather everyone's strength to help those poor and destitute people. Or people like the old man who had talent but had no opportunity and was in a difficult situation. Only in this way, tragedies like the old man's would become fewer and fewer." Empress Zhongsun took a while to calm down her emotions. She turned her head and said to Li, "Your Majesty, Marquis Yong'an's method of setting up the Public Welfare Fund is really novel. This is the first time I have heard of such charity. However, it will not bring pressure to the national treasury. Your Majesty, why don't you approve? Li looked at Li Zishuan and nodded. "Yes, I approve. I allow your Public Welfare Fund to be set up in the name of the Imperial Court." Li Zishuan smiled and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Chapter 1041. Inside the Sweet Dew Hall. After Li agreed to Li Zishuan establishing the Warm Tang Public Welfare Foundation in the name of the Imperial Court, Empress Zhongsun said happily, "Marquis Yong'an, if your public welfare organization is established, remember to tell Bengong. Bengong also wants to contribute her meager strength." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Empress, you misunderstand. What ability does this official have to shoulder such a heavy responsibility? What this official means is that the president of this public welfare organization should be Empress. This official will not hold any position in this public welfare organization. Empress Jongsun couldn't help but be startled. This answer was completely out of her expectations. However, after a moment, she still smiled and shook her head, saying, "Hey, Marquis Yong'an, you're even scheming against Bengong Tilda? That won't do. Bengong usually has many things to do. Bengong can't take care of your public welfare organization. When the time comes and the important matter of saving the people is delayed, Bengong will become a sinner Tilda." Although she didn't understand why Li Zishuan would make such a decision, she had always been a low-key person. This kind of public appearance that would easily attract attention was something she definitely wouldn't do. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "As the master of the imperial harem, it's normal for Empress to have no time to care about other things. However, as the president of the public welfare organization, Empress doesn't need to take care of it every day. The other people in the public welfare organization will naturally help Empress resolve her worries and difficulties." Leah seemed to have understood something at this moment. He looked at Li Zishuan with a smile that wasn't a smile, then waved his hand to interrupt Empress Jongsun, who was about to speak, saying, "All right. In Jun's opinion, Guanyin maid, you should accept the position of president. Although this kid doesn't hold a position in it, he probably already has plans for the other positions in the public welfare organization. Guanyin maid, you don't have to worry Tilda. The matter was already very clear. Li Zishuan wanted to establish a public welfare organization to help the people, but he was worried that he would gain too much prestige among the people and cause the officials to impeach him. Thus, he took the initiative to invite Empress Jongsun to be the leader of this public welfare organization to shoulder the prestige of the people. In this way, he could do good deeds in peace and avoid being suspected by the king because of his high popularity among the people." Li Zishuan didn't say it out loud, but he was still a little unhappy with Li Zishuan's measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own yardstick. Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask himself, "Am I so petty in this kid's heart Tilda? Oh Tilda." Hearing this, Empress Jongsun seemed to have understood something. She looked at Li Zishuan and said with a smile, "Since this non-profit organization has a president, there should also be a vice president, right? I wonder who in Marquis Yong'an's heart is willing to shoulder this heavy responsibility Tilda." Cough cough. Li Zishuan coughed dryly and said with slight embarrassment, "This subject wants my humble wife to take on the position of vice president. Does Nyang think this is possible?" Leah's guess was right. He really didn't want to cause too much trouble because of charity. Moreover, he did charity for his own happiness, not for the people to be grateful for his kindness. Of course, since this charity organization was proposed by him, it couldn't be that it had nothing to do with him, right? It wasn't that he was blowing his own trumpet, but this charity organization really couldn't become popular without him operating it. It just so happened that his wife had always wanted to find something to do, so he could let her participate in the management of this charity organization. Hearing this, Leah's face showed an as-expected smile. Empress Jongsun blinked and said with a smile, "Since you proposed the candidate, I certainly have no objections. It's just that this charity organization should have a name, right Tilda?" To be honest, she really didn't have time to take care of this charity organization. Li Zishuan was willing to let Han Yushi be the vice president, and Jongsun couldn't wait. Because Han Yushi was here, if something happened to the charity organization in the future, would Li Zishuan have the nerve to stand by and watch Tilda? Therefore, she was happy to see Li Zishuan's candidate. Li Zishuan pondered and said, "Why don't we call it the Enchanting Charity Fund?" "Your Majesty, what do you think?" Enchanting, good. Let's call it Enchanting." Li Er's eyes lit up, and he clapped with a smile. "It's indeed a good name, the meaning is good." Empress Jongsun also praised. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Since Your Majesty and Your Majesty have no objections, then let's call it Enchanting. I will personally invest 20,000 strings of cash, and these 2 days, I will also use that daily to gather the rich folk to donate money, and strive to let all the poor people in Chang'an City be able to use coal stoves and burn coal before the new year. As for the other provinces and counties, time is too tight. I'm afraid there won't be enough time this year." Empress Jongsun hurriedly said, "Since I'm the president, how can I not contribute money? Marquis Yong'an, I will take out 3,000 strings of cash to use for the new Enchanting Foundation. Tilda. She thought that with some of her own private money and some gold and silver jewelry, she should be able to gather 3,000 strings of cash. The virtuous Empress Jongsun never thought of letting Li use the national treasury or the palace treasury's money for personal matters. Li waved his hand and said, "Guanin's servant, there's no need for that. I'll take 5,000 strings of cash from the palace treasury and donate it to the new Enchanting Foundation in your name." After that, he turned to Li Zishuan and said, "Marquis Yong'en, I have no objections if you want to establish the new Enchanting Foundation to do good deed. I also believe that with your personality, you won't embezzle the donations, but you have to control your subordinates. My money isn't that easy to take." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty, I'll be careful. I'll make sure that every donation of the new Enchanting Foundation is properly spent." As a modern person, he knew better than anyone how important honesty and fairness were to a charity foundation. The incident with a certain Mai in his previous life had directly lowered the social credibility of a certain 10-word association to a freezing point. That's for the best," Leah said faintly. Seeing that there was nothing else here, Empress Jongsun said goodbye to Li and left. In the hall, only the two of them were left. Li clasped his hands behind his back. After a long time, he said slowly, "You little brat. I'll tell you one more time, I'm not Liu Bang, and you're not Han Xin." After saying this sentence that had no head or tail, Li snorted and left in a huff. It was obvious that he was very unhappy. "Sigh. I'm just too lazy to mess around. Otherwise, even if you're Liu Bang, I'll still be able to pull you down." Li Zishuan curled his lips as he fantasized in his heart. He understood what Li meant, but he didn't regret doing so, because he was a person who didn't like trouble in his bones. However, just because he didn't like trouble didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. Just as he thought, if Li was really an emperor like Liu Bang, who killed meritorious officials, he, Li Zishuan, wouldn't just sit and wait for death. Whoever didn't let him have a good life, he wouldn't let them have a good life. Chapter 1042. Marquis, Manager Fu said that the things you want will be ready in 2 days. When the time comes, he will send someone to deliver them to you. After returning home from the palace, Li Zishuan met Pang Feiji at the entrance. Pang Feiji cupped his fists. I understand." Li Zishuan nodded lightly. He was secretly happy. It seemed that he would be able to use the heater in a few days. What a corrupt life. When he returned to the main hall, his family was waiting for him to eat. Seeing that he had returned, Han Yushi hurriedly ordered the dishes to be served. Because the food cooled quickly in winter, before Li Zishuan returned, the cooked food was kept warm in the pot. From this, one could see Li Zishuan's important position in the Li family. He was the proper head of the family. During the meal, Li Zishuan told his family about the Warm Tang Foundation that he had told Li and Empress Jongsun in the palace. Sure enough, old Madam Yi, Madam Li, and Han Yushi immediately became enthusiastic. "Good. This is a good thing." Old Madam Yi put down her chopsticks and looked at Li Zishuan. She said enthusiastically, "Xiao Xian, I didn't bring much money this time, but I still have some valuable jewelry. If I pawn it, it can be exchanged for 1 or 2,000 strings of coins. When the time comes, I will donate it to your Warm Tang Foundation. Consider it a token of my appreciation." Madam Li hurriedly said, "Mother, what are you talking about? You can keep your jewelry. If you want to donate money, take it from your daughter. How can I let you pawn it?" As the son-in-law, Li Jingmo naturally had to show off in front of his mother-in-law. He also said, "Mother-in-law, Yuzhu is right. You two are now in Chang'an. No matter what, we can't spend your money. This 2,000 strings of coins will be paid by your son-in-law." Old Madam Yi patted Yi Yuzhu's hand and smiled. "Yuzhu, Jingmo, this old woman is doing a good deed. How can I use your money? This will make it seem like I am not sincere in my heart and will be punished. You two, don't fight. If you really feel bad, you can also donate some money to Little Xian's Warm Tang Foundation." Li Jingmo still wanted to argue, but Yi Guozhong directly waved his hand and said, "Enough." There was no need to persuade him anymore. The Yi family still has a shop in the capital, so there's no need for you to pawn it off. Tomorrow, I'll go to the shop and withdraw 2,000 strings of coins. In any case, the Yi family was a prominent family. How could they not have any property in Chang'an? No matter what, there were still one or two small shops. But in the end, it was mainly because Yi Guozhong, who had been cultivating all his life, wanted to do charity. Otherwise, he would not have used his family's wealth. When Madame Li heard Yi Guozhong's words, she didn't try to persuade him any further. She turned to Li Zishuan and said, "Then Xian mother and your father will also donate 2,000 strings of coins as a token of our appreciation." Although Li Zishuan was in charge of the family, Mrs. Li and Li Jingmo still had their own private savings. "Husband, I will also donate 2,000 strings of coins. However, you should find someone else to be the vice president of the Enchanting Foundation. I'm afraid that I'll ruin your plans." Han Yushi hesitated for a moment and said to Li Zishuan. When she heard that the president of the Enchanting Foundation was Empress Zhong's son, she immediately panicked. She could manage the family's internal affairs, but to be Empress Zhongxuan's assistant, she had no confidence at all. That was the high and mighty mother of a nation. Li Zishuan patted his wife's hand and said softly, "Wife, let me ask you, do you know how to read the accounts?" This, of course. Han Yushi didn't understand, but she still answered. "Then do you know how to use people?" "I know a little." After being the mistress of the Li residence for so long, she naturally knew how to use people. "Then it's fine." Li Zishuan clapped and said with a smile, "Wife, don't think that the vice president position is so complicated. As long as you know how to read the accounts and know how to use people, there won't be a problem. Besides, your husband will help you from behind. What are you afraid of?" Li Jingmo also said, "Yushi, Xian'er is right. This old man knows that you also want to do something for the Enchanting Foundation, but because the Empress is also in it, you might feel some pressure. However, if you don't do some things, it will always be a big mountain in your heart. Only when you try it will you realize that it's not difficult at all." Li Jingmo, who was old and experienced, already understood the hidden purpose of Li Zishuan pulling Empress Zhong's son into the Enchanting Foundation. Old man Li was very pleased with his son's wise decision, so he also hoped that his daughter-in-law could participate. That was why he tried his best to persuade her. "Yes. Yushi, don't worry, Xian'er will support you. Mother will also support you. Now that I have nothing to do at home every day, I'll help you manage the Enchanting Foundation." Madame Li persuaded with a smile. When Han Yushi saw this, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. Most importantly, she was willing to accept this responsibility. Therefore, she hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right. Husband, I'll be the vice president." "Thank you, father. Thank you, mother. Your daughter-in-law won't let you down. Hee. Sister Yushi, don't be afraid. When the time comes, Lan'er will also help you." The little cutie Lan'er joined in the fun. Instantly, everyone laughed. 15 minutes later, after lunch, everyone dispersed. Only Li Zishuan, Yi Fazhan, and Lan'er were left in the main hall. Yi Fazhan came over to Li Zishuan and said, "Cousin, Fazhan also wants to do something for the Enchanting Foundation, but Fazhan only has 20 strings of money. Can you lend me some first?" When Li Zishuan heard this, he thought to himself that his cousin's worldview was extraordinarily righteous. No wonder he could become an immortal revered by millions of people in the future, and eventually become the leader of the world's Taoist sect. Fazhan, doing good doesn't matter if it's big or small. As long as you put your heart into it, it's true good. A good heart will be immortal. 100 lanterns will shine brightly for 1,000 miles. Yi Fazhan was silent. After a while, he saluted and said, "Thank you for your advice, cousin. Fazhan will donate all the strings of money in a while. However, Fazhan still wants to do something. I wonder if Fazhan can help with the Enchanting Foundation in the future." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course." Yi Fazhan expressed his thanks and left in satisfaction. Lan'er was not to be outdone. She said, "Brother, cousin Fazhan has already donated money. Lan'er also wants to donate money." Lan'er saved up 50 strings of money. "Lan'er wants to donate all of it." "Ah, Lan'er, Where did you get so much money from? Li Zexuan was shocked. Me. I'm not telling you. Anyway, Lana wants to donate money, the little rich lady said proudly. Chapter 1043. The next day. That daily threw out 2 bombshells and Chang'an City was once again bustling with noise and excitement. From today onwards, Curious Pavilion will launch a honeycomb-shaped coal ball and a matching coal stove. Using honeycomb-shaped coal to boil water and cook rice, you only need to consume 4 pieces of honeycomb-shaped coal each day. Each piece of honeycomb-shaped coal only costs 1 copper coin. The coal stove only costs 200 copper coins. Moreover, a coal stove can last for at least 5 years. A coal stove sold to the rich would definitely not be sold at cost price. There are so many workers in the workshop who need to eat too. First, there was an advertisement in the newspaper that piqued the curiosity of the people. In the layout of Tang Dynasty Daily, apart from the headline in the middle of the first page, another important position was the position of the first article at the beginning of the article. Under normal circumstances, advertisements would not be placed there. This time, Li Zexuan was abusing his position for personal gain. Honeycomb-shaped coal? Coal stove? What the hell is this? Is it really as amazing as the advertisement says? When the people saw the advertisement, their first reaction was to ask questions. Hey, other shops' products might be fake, but Curious Pavilion's products are definitely not fake. The advertisement says that 4 coal balls cost 4 copper coins and can boil water and cook rice for an entire day. It must be real. That's right. Curious Pavilion's products have always been authentic. They have never boasted before. Wow. If that's the case, then burning honeycomb-shaped coal is much more cost-effective than burning charcoal. Yeah. When the East Market opens, I'll go to Curious Pavilion to buy a coal stove and some honeycomb-shaped coal. Although honeycomb-shaped coal is cheap, the coal stove is not. Each one costs 200 copper coins. Heh. Didn't you read the newspaper that a coal stove can last for at least 5 years? On average, it's only 40 copper coins a year. How is this expensive? It's still cheaper than burning charcoal. Hehe, that's true. I wonder if honeycomb-shaped coal is as good as charcoal. I'll go take a look later. If it's really good, I'll only burn coal this year and not charcoal. Haha. Let's go together. Let's go together. After the early risers of Chang'an saw the new news announcement in the newspaper, it didn't take long for people to gather in groups to buy coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes. This was the current status of the pavilion in people's hearts. They always believed that no matter what the pavilion produced or how high the price was, it would always be the best. This was similar to the modern Apple. No matter what new product Apple launched, no matter how expensive it was, countless fans would rush to buy it. The only difference was that the items in Strange Interest Pavilion were usually worth the price. Compared to the items themselves, the prices were not considered expensive. However, no one would have expected that the introduction of honeycomb coal would completely change the energy structure of the Tang dynasty. The era of using coal as the main energy source would soon be gone, and the change in the energy structure would provide the most solid foundation for the transformation of social production method. In his previous life, the reason why the British Empire was able to launch the first industrial revolution in the 18th century was mainly because of the power revolution brought about by the steam engine. And the energy used by the steam engine to generate power was coal. Quick, look at today's headlines. Just as the people were about to go to Strange Interest Pavilion to buy honeycomb briquettes and coal stoves, someone discovered the second bombshell of that daily. What's wrong? What's wrong with the headlines? Whoa. From today onwards, the Imperial Court will officially establish the Warm Tang Charity Foundation. The Empress will be the foundation's president, and the Marquis of Yong'an will be the vice president. In the near future, the Warm Tang Foundation will be launching a 2-month warm winter campaign. Every time the foundation receives a sum of money, the Marquis of Yong'an will donate 4 coal stoves and 200 honeycomb briquettes to poor people who can't afford coal. The Warm Tang Foundation's headquarters will be located in the former workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. From today onwards, it will accept donations from wealthy people. All donations will be used to help the people in need. The Warm Tang Foundation is willing to accept the supervision of the people and promises that every donation will be recorded and verified in the future. In addition, the Emperor and Empress are extremely benevolent. They will donate 5,000 strings of cash to the Warm Tang Foundation to help the poor. The Marquis of Yong'an will donate 20,000 strings of cash to the Warm Tang Foundation. The Marquis of Yong'an will donate 2,000 strings of cash. The Marquis of Yong'an's mother will donate 2,000 strings of cash. The Yi family of Nanyang will donate 2,000 strings of cash. Kindness will taint the heart and never die. The Warm Tang Foundation appeals to all citizens of the Tang Empire who are able to afford to donate a portion of your love. Not a single copper coin is missing, and not a lot of money. Every single copper coin you donate will be sent to the people in need. Let us use our love to warm Chang'an City. Someone read out the headline of that Tang Daily. Those who were lucky enough to hear the news were stunned. Charity foundation, donation, these were terms that had never appeared before or rarely appeared. All of a sudden, they all appeared, catching people off guard. The news of Li and Empress Zhongsun donating 5,000 strings of cash was even more shocking. It made the people's scalps tingle. Since ancient times, the dynasties of the Central Plains changed every few hundred years. However, there had never been an emperor who used his own money to help the poor people. Many emperors were high and mighty. They had never stepped out of the palace in their entire lives. They had no idea what the suffering of the people was. As a result, there was a Jinhui emperor in history who said, "Why not eat meat?" However, ever since Li ascended the throne, not only did he implement benevolent policies, he even wanted to use his own money to help the poor. In this era where imperial power reigned supreme, this was extremely rare. Many old people who had experienced the chaos of war couldn't help but kneel in front of the palace and chant, "His Majesty is benevolent. Long live Tang Empire." After a long while, some citizens couldn't help but comment, "The Marquis of Yong'an is also very benevolent. He actually donated 20,000 strings of cash. Heh. Isn't that obvious? The Marquis of Yong'an has always been benevolent to the citizens. Didn't you see that his wife and mother donated money? That means that the Marquis of Yong'an alone donated 24,000 strings of cash. Wow. The Marquis of Yong'an is really a philanthropist. Heh. You're still saying that it's too little. Don't you know the relationship between the Yi family of Nanyang and the Marquis of Yong'an? The previous head of the Yi family is the Marquis' maternal grandfather. He's currently living in the Marquis residence. Then doesn't that mean that the Marquis of Yong'an's family donated 26,000 strings of cash? Of course. Right, didn't you guys notice that the newspaper said that the Marquis of Yong'an would give 4 coal stoves and 200 honeycomb briquettes to the poor every time he received a donation? According to the price of honeycomb briquettes and coal stoves, that's worth 1,000 copper coins. That means that the Marquis of Yong'an will have to fork out 200 copper coins every time the foundation receives a donation. I'll say it again. Back then, money was equivalent to 800 copper coins. Without a doubt, I'll definitely support the Marquis of Yong'an's business in the future. Why wait until the future? I'll go to Chitsu Pavilion to buy some coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes later. It's just nice that the weather has been cold recently. I can use them. I'll go too. I'm going to donate money to the Warm Tang Foundation. I don't have much, but I can still donate 3 to 500 copper coins. I'll donate 3 to 500 copper coins too. I'll donate 10 strings of cash. Wow. Boss Liu is generous. I'll be eating noodles at your noodle shop from now on. Yes, I'll definitely come here often in the future. A storm of public charity was about to sweep through the city. Chapter 1044. This is the call of the heart, this is the dedication of love, this is the spring of the human world, this is the source of life. As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful human world. Outside, there was a storm of charity, but in the Marquis Yong'an manor, there was an intermittent singing. Listening to the lyrics and the tune, it was obviously the famous modern song, The Dedication of Love. The voice of the singer was also very sweet. That crisp voice was like the chirping of an oriole in the valley, pleasant to the ears and intoxicating. This voice was not Han Yushi's, nor was it Xiao He or Xiao Shi's. She was not anyone in the Li manner. Yes, yes, yes. Not bad, not bad. That's the tune. In the main hall, Li Zishuan sat on the seat of honor. On his left sat Han Yushi, and on his right sat a beautiful lady. That lady only wore a jade green dress in the middle of winter, and a green pleated skirt with scattered flowers and mist. Her body was covered in a thin green veil. Her shoulders were cut, her waist was slim, her skin was smooth, and her aura was like an orchid. Her long black hair was only tied up with a delicately carved plum hairpin. Her beautiful eyebrows were wide and delicate, and her green hair was dyed with the mist of spring. She had a spiritual energy that was like the clouds and mist of Mount Wu, but if one looked carefully, one would be able to see that there was a faint sadness that seemed like self-pity within her. At this moment, her hands were still on the strings of the zither, and Li Zishuan opposite her was applauding. As for Han Yushi, although she was smiling, no one knew what she was thinking. Then, Fei Yan, can you sing the complete song for Marquis and Madam again? The lady stood up and bowed, then asked softly. Her voice was as beautiful as the spring water, making people feel comfortable and relaxed. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. Okay. Miss Yang please sing. Speaking of Miss Yang Li Zishuan had never seen her before, let alone know her. However, Cheng Chumo, Li Huiran, and the other rich playboys who liked to walk their dogs and hang around the brothels would definitely know her. This woman was the famous courtesan of 100 Flowers Tower in Chang'an City, Fang Fei Yan. She was the goddess of countless men's dreams. Many rich young men could not get close to her even if they spent a lot of money. At most, they could only get a smile from her. But even so, there were still countless people who flocked to her. Today, Li Zishuan had asked Pang Feiji to invite back a girl who could sing the best in Chang'an. Pang Feiji did not know what Li Zishuan wanted to do. At first, he hesitated. He hesitated about what kind of girl he should find for Li Zishuan. Then, he felt a little conflicted. He felt that if he found a girl for Li Zishuan, he would be letting down Han Yushi, the mistress of the Li mansion. Later, this fellow secretly found Xiao He and asked her to send this news to Han Yushi of the West Courtyard and let her make the decision. He did not have to wait for long before Han Yushi's reply came. Her reply was very simple. There were only 2 words, do it. Pang Feiji thought about it and ran to 100 Flowers Tower. He found the so-called Mother Hua and asked her to invite Fang Feiyan out. Under normal circumstances, 100 Flowers Tower did not receive guests during the day. Moreover, Fang Feiyan was not someone who could be invited by ordinary people. However, Pang Feiji was from the Marquis Yong and Marquis Mansion. He represented Li Zishuan, the most dazzling new noble in the Tang dynasty. He was also the god of wealth in the eyes of businessmen. Mother Hua did not dare to offend him. She quickly asked someone to invite Fang Feiyan out. Then, the rest of the matter was logical. Oh, it was not logical. After Fang Feiyan arrived at the Li mansion, she was actually received by Li Zishuan in the main hall of the Li mansion. This made her feel a little ridiculous. Logically, if a man admired her and invited her to his house, shouldn't they talk about romantic affairs? How could they talk about romantic affairs in the main hall of a mansion? However, what happened next was even more illogical. Li Zishuan invited her over just to teach her how to sing. Moreover, it was a song with such straightforward lyrics without any literary talent. Alright, since Li Zishuan was still polite to her, Fang Feiyan could only sing along. However, after singing once, she was attracted by the beautiful melody of the song and could not help but start to compose the music for the song. Later on, she was also conquered by the lyrics that she had always looked down on, because although the lyrics were straightforward, the purest and most selfless feelings, as well as the truth, goodness, and beauty of the world, were the most touching. As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful world. What a beautiful vision this was. At this moment, Fang Feiyan's jade-like fingers were gently stroking the strings of the zither. Her fingers were like butterflies dancing on the strings as she softly sang, "This is the call of the heart, this is the dedication of love, this is the spring breeze of the human world." The sound of the guqin and the singing were like thin and bright silk. They were smooth and dense as they quietly stretched out. They stretched out, and stretched out again. Just like this, they passed through the main hall, passed through the main door of the Li residence, and floated above Yongla Lane. They were all pervasive and drilled into people's hearts. Xiaoxi, do you think the young master has fallen in love with this vixen? Outside the main hall, Xiaohe sat on the stairs in front of the door. She rubbed her chin and said to Xiaoxi beside her with a depressed expression. Xiaohe tilde. We have never met Miss Fang before. How can you say that about her? Xiaoxi patted Xiaohe's arm and said softly. Did I say something wrong? Look at her wearing so little in the middle of winter. She must be trying to seduce the young master. It's over. If the young master is really seduced by this vixen, the young madam will be in trouble. Xiaohe said worriedly. Xiaoxi shook her head and said, no, the young master is not that kind of person. Xiaoxi, what do you know? You don't know how many men in Chang'an have been seduced by this vixen. The young master is also a man. How can you be sure that the young master will not be seduced? I believe in the young master. The young master only asked Miss Fang to come over and sing. Xiaohe, you must be thinking too much. Actually, not only were the two of them arguing, Madame Li in the East Courtyard was also guessing what her son was trying to do today. Old master, do you think Xian wants to take in a concubine? Take in a concubine? Even if he wants to take in a concubine, he can't take in a brothel girl. Not to mention that our family is now a big family. Even in the past, this old man would not allow him to take in such a dirty woman. Old man Li snorted. Jing Mo is right. Xiao Xian can take in a concubine, but he definitely can't take in a brothel girl. This was Yi Guozhong's voice. Actually, these people were thinking too much. Front courtyard, main hall. The song ended and the crowd dispersed. Li Zhuan stood up to send the guests off and said, Miss Yang when you go back, you must teach this song to the other sisters in your brothel. Also, tell your Mama Hua that for the next month, it's not that the 100 Flowers brothel can't sing other songs, but this song must be sung 10 times a day. Otherwise, I will definitely settle the score with her. Chapter 1045. Li Zhuan did not look down on the women in the brothel, but he did not like them either. Fang Feiyan was indeed beautiful, but he was not the kind of loser who could not move when he saw a beautiful woman. To be honest, ever since Fang Feiyan entered the house, he was only admiring her voice and beauty. He did not have any improper thoughts about Fang Feiyan. This was because he felt that women who lived in that kind of environment would not be simple. She was not his cup of tea, and he would find it troublesome to marry her. He did not like trouble. He liked a simple woman like Han Yushi. Besides, Han Yushi's beauty might not lose to Fang Feiyan's. Li Zhuan was very satisfied with his current life. He asked Fang Feiyan to come over because he wanted to bring the song Dedication of Love from his previous life to Tang Dynasty and spread it all over the country. This was because this song could evoke the kindness in many people's heart. My lady, we are in luck this time. Fang Feiyan left the Li residence in a carriage and headed to Peace Square. On the way, her personal maidservant said happily. What kind of luck, Tilda? Fang Feiyan was still intoxicated by the melodious melody. After hearing the maidservant's words, she asked subconsciously. Hee. Now that the Duke of Yong'an has taken a liking to you, you don't have to worry about being taken advantage of by those stinky men anymore. Isn't this considered luck? The maidservant said with a smile. Fang Feiyan suddenly came to her senses. Her cheeks immediately turned red. She rolled her eyes at the maidservant and said, See, don't talk nonsense. Which eye of yours saw that the Duke of Yong'an was interested in me? If you talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Hee. Then I won't talk about it. I won't talk about it. The maidservant thought that her lady was shy and hurriedly begged for mercy with a smile. However, Fang Feiyan knew herself best. She did not see any lust in Li Zhuan's eyes when she was in the Li Zhuan's house. Moreover, Li Zhuan had treated her to the main hall of the mansion, which explained the problem. From the beginning to the end, Li Zhuan did not have the slightest interest in her. Others might not believe it, but Li Zhuan's purpose of inviting her over was most likely to simply let her learn the song Dedication of Love. To be honest, Li Zishuan was young, promising, handsome, talented, and knew how to take care of women. After all, he had the title of Friend of Women. Fang Feiyan was a little attracted to him. However, from Li Zishuan's cool and clear eyes, Fang Feiyan understood that it was impossible between them. Moreover, she was just a prostitute in a brothel. She was not worthy of marrying into a big family like the Li family. Therefore, Fang Feiyan could only smile bitterly in her heart when she heard Caier's words. Since ancient times, beautiful women were often ill-fated. As a prostitute, she felt that the best ending for her was to obtain her freedom and live out the rest of her life peacefully by herself. The first news of the day on that daily had completely aroused everyone's interest and curiosity about coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes. As soon as the East Market opened, the commoners flocked to the Strange Taste Pavilion. In an instant, there was a very long line in front of the Strange Taste Pavilion. Shopkeeper Sun didn't disappoint his customers. He placed 7 to 8 coal stoves in front of the Strange Taste Pavilion. Each stove was filled with 3 burning honeycomb briquettes. On top of the stove was a kettle that was boiling hot water. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, these are the coal stoves and honeycomb briquette. It is extremely convenient to use them to boil water and cook rice. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look first before you decide whether to buy or not. Shopkeeper Sun yelled at the top of his lungs. Hey! So this is what a coal stove looks like. It looks like it is very convenient to boil water. It is said that it can burn for a day at most 4 pieces of coal. I don't know if that is true. Hearing someone ask this question, Shopkeeper Sun smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please be at ease. Our Strange Taste Pavilion has never sold fake goods, nor have we ever boasted. Actually, when you use this coal stove, you will find that it saves more coal than you think. Furthermore, this coal stove is especially convenient when you want to change honeycomb briquettes. Here, words alone are no proof. This old man will give everyone a demonstration." After saying this, Shopkeeper Sun asked someone to bring over a pair of fire tongs. He found a coal stove that had been burning for a long time, lifted the kettle from the top, and then inserted the fire tongs into the stove. The crowd only saw him press down hard, and a burst of crackling sounds could be heard. That was the sound of the honeycomb briquettes being crushed under the stove. Shopkeeper Sun took out the fire tongs and removed the ventilation cover under the stove. Then, he used the fire tongs to dig out the crushed coal. After that, he picked up a new honeycomb briquettes and placed them into the stove. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, changing coal is as simple as that. Shopkeeper Sun handed the fire tongs to the servant and turned around to look at the customers in the queue with a smile. The whole process didn't even take half a cup of tea's time. Seeing this, everyone was shocked again and again. This coal stove is really too convenient. That's right, these 200 copper coins are really worth it. Shopkeeper Sun, don't say any more, quickly start selling. No matter what, I want to buy a coal stove today. How can Strange Taste Pavilion's products be bad tilde? Even if it's bad, I still want to buy it. I'll just treat it as supporting Marquis's charity. At the back of the queue, a large man impatiently shouted. Immediately, countless people followed behind him and responded, "That's right. Shopkeeper Liu, don't say any more, quickly start selling. The people in front aren't willing to buy it, but we are. That's right. They don't believe in Strange Taste Pavilion's products, but we do. Whether it's good or bad, we still want to buy it. Who says I'm not buying? Shopkeeper Liu, quickly start selling. I want to buy a pair of stoves and 200 honeycomb briquette." Seeing this, Shopkeeper Liu decisively announced the start of the sale. This time, the workshop had started preparing the stoves and honeycomb briquettes a few days in advance. They had prepared a sufficient supply, so he didn't have to worry about running out of stock. Speaking of which, the workshop's blast furnace had already been completed 4 days ago. On the same day, they had started refining steel. The iron ore, coal, and sulfur ores in Yifang County were all being transported to the workshop in an unending stream. Now, the new workshop had basically said goodbye to the predicament of a shortage of raw materials. With the raw materials, the workshop could produce the stoves and honeycomb briquettes at full capacity. The production speed was terrifying. Every day, they could produce at least a few hundred stoves and hundreds of thousands of honeycomb briquettes. Moreover, as the process matured, the production speed would only increase. As for the production of bicycles, the workshop had temporarily put it on hold. Firstly, the stoves and honeycomb briquettes were life-saving items. Secondly, it was winter now, so there weren't many people willing to ride bicycles. If they produced more bicycles, they might not be able to sell them. Of course, the last reason was completely based on Li Zishuan's own subjective assumptions. In fact, even in winter, the number of people who wanted to buy bicycles didn't decrease at all. Every morning, there were still people riding bicycles in the cold wind, blindly comparing themselves on Vermilion Bird Street. Chapter 1046. That Ang Daily's second piece of news today completely aroused the enthusiasm of people to do charity. The original workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion was completely surrounded today. As today was the first day of the Warm Tang Foundation's establishment, Empress Zhongsun, as the president of the foundation, naturally had to make a trip. Under the protection of the palace guards, Empress Zhongsun led a group of palace maids into the workshop of the curious pavilion slowly. This place had already been cleaned up yesterday, and now, the original materials and equipment in this workshop had all been transferred to the new workshop in Plum Village. A few families that were close to the Li family had also sent people to help. For example, Madame Cheng of the Cheng family, Madame Yuchi of the Yuchi family, Madame Qin of the Qin family, and so on. Basically, the matriarchs of the families had personally come. These noble women usually had nothing to do at home. It was rare for a public welfare foundation to appear in Chang'an City, and the person in charge was someone they knew. This kind of work that could not only help acquaintances but also accumulate virtue and do good deeds, and the work was not complicated, how could they not come? They all rushed over as soon as they heard the news in the morning. With them by the side to help command and dispatch, the burden on Han Yushi's shoulders instantly became much lighter. So much so that when Empress Zhongsun arrived, everything that should be prepared in the workshop was already prepared, and they were just waiting for people outside to donate money. Greetings, Your Majesty. Empress Zhongsuan's phoenix carriage arrived, and Han Yushi and a group of noblewomen in the workshop all bowed and saluted. Empress Zhongsun smiled and said gently without any airs, "No need to be so polite. Hihi, it's so lively today. All the Duchess madams are here." Madame Qin smiled and said, "We're all idle people at home. We heard that Yushi has a work that can accumulate virtue here, so we discussed it and all came to help." Madame Cheng agreed and said, "Although I often go to the temple to burn incense and worship Buddha, after hearing about this Warm Tang Foundation, I still feel that this is more practical. In the future, I won't have to go to the temple every few days." Empress Zhongsun nodded and said, "Compared to the illusory heavenly merit, the Warm Tang Foundation's actions of directly helping the people can be seen and touched. It is indeed more practical. This Empress thanks the Duchess madams for coming to help today. Your Majesty is too polite. This is what we should do," everyone hurriedly said. Empress Zhongsun smiled, then turned to Han Yushi and said, "Yushi, I usually have many matters to deal with in the palace. In the future, you will have to take responsibility for many matters here. If there's anything you're unsure of, just send someone to inform me." Han Yushi was still a little reserved in front of Empress Zhongsun. After all, they didn't interact much. Moreover, the other party was the high and mighty mother of a country. Hearing this, she bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Empress Zhongsun walked over and grabbed her hand. Smiling gently, she said, "You little girl, I am now the president of the Warm Tang Foundation, and you are the vice president. In the words of men, we are colleagues. Why do you need to be so reserved? Your Marquis of Yong'an isn't as obedient as you are in front of His Majesty and this princess. Haha." Li Zishuan, who had just walked through the gate of Yanghuang College, inexplicably sneezed. This fellow couldn't help but think to himself, "Looks like the weather is indeed getting colder. I, this young master, have the strength of a martial arts master, but I still can't withstand it." In the original workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, Han Yushi heard Empress Zhongsun say this, and the reservations in her heart instantly disappeared by half. She smiled slightly and said, "Your Majesty is right. Yushi doesn't know much about the world. In the future, I hope your majesty can give me more guidance. Empress Zhongsun smiled and said, speaking of experience, although the Marquis of Yong'an is young, he is like an old fox who has lived for who knows how many years. On this point, why do you still need to consult this empress? Haha, alright, no more jokes. From now on, this will be the headquarters of the Warm Tang Foundation. Yushi, if you lack manpower, just tell this empress. Now, let the people outside who are waiting to donate money quickly come in. Han Yushi smiled and agreed. To be honest, she really did lack manpower right now. If it weren't for the Cheng family, Yuchi family, Qin family, Niu family, and Li Jing family's madams bringing people over to help, with the current situation, with the people she brought from the Li family, she really wouldn't have been able to handle it. However, these dukes' madams definitely couldn't come over to help every day. Now that Empress Zhongsun said this, Han Yushi's heart immediately calmed down a lot. She ordered the servants to open the door of the workshop, and the people outside consciously lined up and began to donate money one by one. Small donations like a few hundred copper coins and a few strings of coins were basically counted in person. As for large donations like 100 strings of coins, they would be specially brought to another place and counted on the spot by a dozen or so experienced warehouse workers. This wasn't done for the sake of special treatment, but to save the entire line's time. My master wants to donate 10,000 strings of coins. The money is all in the cart behind. Please send someone to count it. The moment the manservant at the front of the line spoke, he immediately shocked everyone. Han Yushi, Empress Zhongsun, Madame Cheng, and Madame Qin, who were standing in the corridor and talking, all looked over in unison. 10,000 strings of coins. Just looking at the number might not move all of them, but what was this 10,000 strings of coins used for? This was for charity, not for business. To put it bluntly, it was a gift. Other than people like Li Zhaxuan who were extremely wealthy and didn't think much of money, there probably weren't many people in the entire Tang Empire who would be willing to take out 10,000 strings of coins to give away for no reason. This little brother, may I ask who your master is? In the courtyard of the workshop, there were several tables set up today, and the people naturally lined up in several lines. The person in charge of the line that the manservant who said he wanted to donate 10,000 strings of coins was Wang Zhong. Old Wang stared and asked. That manservant was still considered polite. He cupped his hands and then replied loudly, Steward Wang, my master's surname is Cao, and he avoids literary works. He can be considered old friends with the Marquis of Yong'an. My master said that the current emperor is so considerate of the people, and the Cao family is also willing to share the emperor's burden. So it's Boss Cao. Boss Cao is deeply righteous. This old man admires him. This little brother, please come in. There will be someone in charge of counting the coins. Wang Zhong came to a realization and then had someone bring the manservant to the backyard. Cao Wendong. This empress has heard of him. I didn't expect there to be such a deeply righteous person among the merchants. In the corridor, Empress Zhongsun whispered softly. Then, she looked at the time and said, Yushi, and the duke's madams, this empress still has some matters to attend to, so this empress will leave first. Thank you for your hard work here. No one had any objections. Empress Zhongsun led her people and left through the back door of the workshop. Chapter 1047. After Empress Zhongsun left, Han Yushi, Madame Qin, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. Although Empress Zhongsun appeared approachable, it was inevitable that they would feel pressured when they were with her. Yushi, this boss Cao is really generous. He actually took out 10,000 strings of cash all of a sudden. Compared to him, Godmother is really stingy. Madame Qin lamented. After they saw the newspaper this morning, not only did they come over to help, but they also followed behind to donate some money. Most of them were hundreds or thousands of strings of cash. Although it was not a small amount, it paled in comparison to Cao Wendong's 10,000 strings of cash. Godmother, you can't say that. My husband once told me that no matter how good or small it is, as long as there is sincerity, then it is true kindness. Once the heart is touched by kindness, it will be immortal. Han Yushi held Madame Qin's hand and explained with a smile. Haha. Sister, listen, this child Xiao Xian is really talented. Everything he says is so reasonable. Unlike my family's Cho Nyo, who is always reckless. Madam Cheng patted Madam Chin's arm and said with a smile. Auntie, you must be joking. Big brother Cho Nyo is a person who values friendship and righteousness. He is also my husband's good brother. How is he reckless? Han Yushi hurriedly said. Madam Cheng immediately beamed and said, Haha, Yushi, don't speak up for that kid. As his mother, how can I not know what kind of person he is? Although she said this, the smile at the corner of her eyes could be seen by everyone. After a while, everyone's good impression of Han Yushi couldn't help but increase. This was also a popular policy among the ancient aristocrats. Through the friendship between the mistresses, the relationship between the two families would become stronger. As they spoke, many people had already donated their money. According to the rules set by Li Zishuan, anyone who donated money to the foundation, no matter how much they donated, would receive a special certificate from the Enchanting Foundation. In fact, instead of calling it a certificate, it was more appropriate to call it a donation certificate. However, Li Zishuan gave it a better name, the Certificate of Honor for Doing Good. Before today, the workshop had prepared a lot of templates for the Certificate of Honor. The name, donation amount, and donation date were all left blank. After receiving the donation, the staff of the Warm Tang Foundation would fill in the donation information on the Certificate of Honor template and ask the donor to sign and put their thumbprint on it. Then, the foundation would stamp it with a special seal. There were 2 copies. One would be given to the donor as a souvenir, and the other would be kept in the foundation's records for monthly audit. In fact, every donation received was recorded in detail in the foundation's account books. The reason why the foundation kept records was to keep an extra evidence for future audit. This way, not only could it prevent people from falsifying the accounts to a certain extent, but it would also make people more convinced. After the citizens donated their money and received the Certificate of Honor from the Warm Tang Foundation, not only did they not feel the disappointment of losing money, they even felt a trace of satisfaction. Hey, this little thing was quite pretty, but what were the words written on it? What kind of honor? Honor? Fat. Wang Mazi, you're so embarrassing. That's the Certificate of Honor for Doing Good. You can't even read. What's the use of that thing? Why don't you give it to me? Pitui. Why should I give it to you? I can't read, but my Sanmaro can. I'm going to give this to that kid to prove that his father did a lot of good in the past. After donating their money, the citizens were delighted with the Certificate of Honor for Doing Good. They now had something to brag about. At this moment, a scholar-looking middle-aged man suddenly said to Wang Zhong and the others, His Highness the Crown Prince donated 3,000 strings of cash. Steward Wang, please have someone count it. Once this was said, the surrounding people were shocked again. His Highness the Crown Prince. His Highness the Crown Prince also sent people to donate money? Haha. His Majesty is benevolent, and the Crown Prince is also benevolent. Our Tang dynasty will only get better and better. The citizens' happiness instantly soared. But what happened next made the commoners' hearts burst with happiness. Princess Changle donated 3,000 strings of cash. King of Wei donated 3,000 strings of cash. King of Han donated 1,000 strings of cash. Hajian County donated 5,000 strings of cash. Concubine Yang, Concubine Yin, Concubine Yang, and Concubine Wei donated a total of 4,000 strings of cash. After finding out about the existence of the Warm Tang Charity Fund, all the important figures in the royal family sent people over to donate money. This was because even their boss, Li had donated money, so how could they not do anything? Moreover, this was a great opportunity to raise the reputation of the royal family. Apart from the royal family, the wealthy merchants also donated generously, especially the members of the Flame Yellow Chamber of Commerce. They donated the most money. Needless to say, Cao Wendong donated 10,000 strings of cash. Apart from that, Feng Jihua donated 5,000 strings of cash, Liao Shifan donated 3,000 strings of cash, Zhong Jingyang donated 3,000 strings of cash, Lin Wenyuan donated 3,500 strings of cash, and Wang Ranbiao donated 10,000 strings of cash. These merchants and landowning households were the first to stand with Li Zishuan. When Li Zishuan established the Warm Tang Charity Foundation, they were also the first to respond to the call. The effect of them taking the lead was undoubtedly very beneficial to the foundation's development. Under the influence of Li and the other members of the Yanghuang Chamber of Commerce, many commoners who were not from wealthy families had also come to donate money. Although it was a small amount, many a little makes a mickle. There were over 1 million permanent residents in Chang'an City. If these people worked together to do something, then the accumulated power was definitely not something to be ignored. This was not the end. In the afternoon, at the original workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion, the headquarters of the Warm Tang Charity Foundation, there was a small wave of people who came to donate money. This was because when the civil and military officials heard about the charity storm in Chang'an City, they all sent people to express their sincerity regardless of whether their families were rich or not. Because Li had taken the lead in donating money, if they did not do anything, wouldn't that be not giving old Li face? Of course, the political environment in the early days of the Tang dynasty was very clear, so there were still many civil and military officials who sincerely wanted to do good. Duke Zhao donated 3,000 strings of cash. Elder Xiao donated 2,000 strings of cash. Left Minister Wei donated 100 strings of cash. Among the thousands of strings of cash, 100 strings of cash suddenly popped out. Everyone was stunned, but strangely, no one mocked the donor for being stingy. Wow! Left Minister Wei is so generous this time. He actually donated 100 strings of cash. Yeah. I remember when Marquis Yong'an's wedding, Left Minister Wei only donated 5 strings of cash. Heh. Looks like Left Minister Wei really cares about the commoners. Of course. Chapter 1048. South of Chang'an City, and La House, Lin family's front yard, main hall. Dad, why did we only donate 3,500 strings of cash? I heard that the Cao family donated 10,000 strings of cash. Lin Hao said with a hint of dissatisfaction. From his tone, it was clear that he was disdaining his father for donating too little money this time. He was truly the foolish son of a landlord. Lin Wenyuan's face darkened when he heard that. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Bastard. So what if it's 3,500 strings of cash? Is 3,500 strings of cash too little? Our 3,500 strings of cash can definitely be ranked in the top 20 of the donations received by the Yuan Tang Foundation today. Lin Hao was not afraid of his father. He pursed his lips and said, "No, Dad. What I mean is that since our family is doing business in Tang Dynasty, we should do something for the people of Tang Dynasty. We have to be a righteous merchant in the eyes of the people. Only then will the people take care of our family's business. Dad, look at the reputation of the world's righteous merchant that His Majesty personally bestowed upon him." Lin Wenyuan's face darkened. He immediately felt that his son's words made sense. In today's era where that Ang Daily could quickly transmit information, if he could leave his name on the newspaper by donating money and it reached Li Er's ears, he might even be bestowed the title of Righteous Merchant of the World. Even if Li Er did not give him the title, his benevolence and righteousness would spread to the ears of thousands of people through the newspaper. At that time, the Lin family would have a reputation. Would they still have to worry about their business? But, have you finished the homework Han Xiao gave you a few days ago? If you haven't, then hurry up and do your homework. If you can't get into Yanghuang College next year, you'll see how this old man will deal with you. Lin Wenyuan was silent for a moment, then scolded Lin Hao with a straight face. "Ah, Dad, if you want to do homework then do it. Why are you being so fierce? Besides, when it comes to exams, man proposes, and God disposes. There's no point in forcing me. Hey, don't hit me. I'll go, okay?" Lin Hao still wanted to pester his old man for a while longer, but he saw that Lin Wenyuan was about to get up and hit someone. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. Immediately, this guy didn't say anything and turned to leave. "Me. Stinking brat." Lin Wenyuan clapped his hands and snorted. A moment later, he shook his head and sighed, "Alas. This old man also wants to donate more money." However, the current Lin family did not have that much money in their account. Only this kid is carefree and doesn't know the taste of worry. A large portion of the Lin family's wealth was now spent on the Yang Huang Chamber of Commerce's business. But up until now, Lin Wenyuan had only received 4 bicycles from the Chamber of Commerce, which only added up to a few hundred strings of coins. Compared to the money he had invested, the rate of return was too low. Therefore, most of the Lin family's wealth was tied up in the Chamber of Commerce. There was not much cash flowing in their accounts. Lin Wenyuan had really tried his best to raise 3,500 strings of coins this time. However, Lin Wenyuan was not worried about his family's business. He was waiting for the next cycle of bicycle production. When that time came, just by selling bicycles, he would be able to recoup his cost. "Master, why did you donate 10,000 strings of coins all of a sudden? Even if you're doing a good deed, you shouldn't do it so generously." In Cao Wendong's house, Cao Wendong's wife was complaining unhappily. "Madam, this old man has his own plans. You don't have to worry about this." Cao Wendong was unmoved and frowned. The woman wanted to say something but was interrupted by Cao Wendong. "Madam, let me put it this way. This old man donated 10,000 strings of coins to do a good deed and also to test my luck." "Test your luck? What luck?" "Haha. Madam, don't forget who the president of the Warm Tang Foundation is. That's the current Empress. If this old man is noticed by the Empress because of this 10,000 strings of coins, His Majesty will be happy and reward our cow family with the title of Righteous Merchant of the World. Then, madam, do you still think this 10,000 strings of coins is not worth it?" Cao Wendong slowly explained his plan. Previously, Feng Zhihua had been rewarded with the title of Righteous Merchant of the World by Li because of his meritorious service at sea. Cao Wendong was no exception. Although his family was richer than Feng Zhihua's family, the title of Righteous Merchant of the World was not something that could be measured with money. Scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants were destined to have a low social status. If they could get the official title of Righteous Merchant of the World, their status would be different. Madame Cao was also tempted, but she hesitated. "But what if Her Majesty and His Majesty don't reward us?" Cao Wendong said expressionlessly, "Then just treat it as a good deed. Also, with this 10,000 strings of coins, we can show our faces in the newspapers, right? When the news of the Cao family's benevolence spreads, it will be good for our family's business." He had a good plan. People like Cao Wendong were not purely doing charity. However, Li Zexuan had already expected this type of person, and he did not dislike it. So what? As long as someone is willing to fork out money, no matter what their goal is, the Warm Tang Foundation will receive the donation. With money, we can help even more poor people. Do the three of you think this is not a good idea? Li Zexuan arrived at Yanghuang College early in the morning. After reading today's Thatang Daily, Ma Ju, Yang Sailu, and Li Gang came to Li Zexuan to ask about the details of the Warm Tang Foundation. During the conversation, Li Gang suddenly raised his concern about the motives of the rich people who donated money. Ma Ju also agreed, but Li Zexuan did not mind it at all. But this way, those with impure intentions can use this opportunity to gain fame and fortune. Yamacho, you can't encourage this kind of evil trend. The upright Li Gang could not stand such hypocrisy. He frowned and objected. Li Zexuan smiled. "Mr. Li, you're wrong. I don't agree. Back then, Zigong did a good deed and did not accept any reward, but he was beaten up by the saint. Zilu saved people and received a cow as a gift, but was praised by the saint. I think these two allusions should be appropriate to use here, right? The two allusions came from the Analects of Confucius. Zilu saved people from drowning and received the gratitude of the cow. Confucius said, the state of Lu will save people from trouble. Zigong redeemed people and did not accept the Jinyu mansion. Confucius said, the state of Lu will not redeem people. Zilu accepted and persuaded virtue. Zigong gave and stopped kindness. This was Li Zexuan's attitude towards charity. People who do good should be rewarded. This way, more and more people will join the ranks of doing good deed. As for some rich people who put on a show by doing good deeds, Li Zexuan did not think it was a problem. As long as they paid the money, they could show off however they wanted to. Not only that, Li Zishuan would also provide a platform for those people to show off as much as they wanted, because this was the only way to receive a large amount of donations. Chapter 1049. Fine. Looks like I've been too stubborn. It's for the good of the poor. I have no objections. In Yanghuang College, Li Gang finally sighed and accepted this reality. Yang Sailu stroked his beard and smiled. Haha. I told you, Wenji, you're too focused. Everyone in this world is for profit. If we don't give some benefits to those who do good, how can this kind act be sustained in the long run? Li Gang nodded in agreement. Ma Ju sighed. Marquis Foresight. I'm impressed. I can foresee that before long, the Warm Tang Foundation's scale will grow bigger and bigger. When that time comes, millions of people will benefit from Marquis's decision. Li Zishuan smiled and said, the most important thing now is not to discuss the Warm Tang Foundation but to prepare for the Academy's final exams. I've already told the three of you that I want to bring forward the final exams. Have the questions been prepared? The reason why the final exams were brought forward was because the weather was getting colder and colder. The Academy's teaching buildings were made of cement, so it was still quite cold in the winter. The other reason was that Li Zishuan wanted to let some of the students participate in the Warm Tang Foundation's Warm Tang operation. It was a kind of experience for the students. Yang Sailu nodded and replied, the questions for each subject are out, but the students haven't had time to revise yet. Yamacho, do you want to consider delaying the exams for a few days? Actually, the Academy's classes for this semester were basically over. The only problem was that the students had not started revising for some of the classes. Li Zishuan shook his head. No need. It's to see how well the students understand the various subjects. It's better if they don't revise. It'll show their true level. Today is Tuesday. Inform the students that the final exams will begin the day after tomorrow. This, Yang Sailu was a little confused. What kind of twisted logic is this? Li Gang smiled. Haha. Kong Gui, you don't have to worry about the students. If they don't want to revise, then so be it. Besides, what Yamacho said might not be completely wrong. Since Li Gang said so, Yang Sailu had no choice but to agree. Li Zishuan said again, Mr. Yang, give me the test papers for each subject later. I'll take them home tonight and look at them. Yes, Yamacho. After Li Zishuan left, Li Gang and Yang Sailu immediately called for a meeting of the subject leaders. They conveyed the news that Li Zishuan was going to hold the final exam in advance the day after tomorrow to the subject leaders of the various departments. Wang Ji, Mo Huai, Xu Hongji, Xiao Dayan, and the others were not particularly surprised. This was because when Li Gang asked them to come up with the questions 2 days ago, they had already guessed this possibility. However, they did not expect it to come so soon. The meeting was very short. After Yang Sailu conveyed Li Zishuan's message, he announced the end of the meeting. All that was left was for the leaders of the various departments to relay the news to their respective homeroom teachers. As a result, when school was about to end in the afternoon, all 16 classes of Yanghuang College received this unfortunate news almost at the same time. What tilde? The final exam is the day after tomorrow tilde. Sir, we just finished all the courses last week. That's right. We just finished studying last week. We didn't even have time to revise. How can we take the exam? F***CK. Isn't this a scam? Who came up with this rotten idea? The students were all in an uproar. However, no one could change Li Zishuan's decision. After realizing that the exam would be held as scheduled the day after tomorrow, the students gradually quieted down. Silence meant acceptance of reality. Many students had already secretly planned to work overtime to revise for the next 2 days. Sure enough, when it was time for dinner today, the students ate exceptionally quickly. After dinner, most of them returned to the teaching building and took advantage of the fact that it was not yet dark to read for a while. When it was dark, they returned to the dormitory. Without washing their feet or faces, they took out their books and immersed themselves in reading. F***CK. It must be Yamacho who set us up. Only Yamacho would be so evil. In the dormitory, Cheng Chumo muttered as he flipped through the classics textbook. All right, Cho Nyo, it's useless to say more now. Why don't you read for a while before the lights go out? Qin Huayu advised. Look. There are 5 courses in just one day. Even if I don't sleep, I won't be able to finish them. Sigh, I guess I'm done for this time. I just hope the final results don't come out before the new year. I still want to have a good new year. The far-sighted Cheng Chumo had already considered the problems after the exam. One could not help but admire his big heart. Qin Huayu shook his head and said, Cho Nyo, it's not good for you to give up on yourself like this. It's not like you're the only one who didn't revise. All the students are in the same situation. If you can read more before the exam, you'll have a better chance. You should hurry up and study. To put it bluntly, he was saying, don't give up on treatment. You can still be saved. Cheng Chumo thought about it and felt that it made sense. He laughed and said, Eh? Huayu, what you said makes sense. All right, I'll study. Hee hee. I might not be the one who gets the last place. Qin Huayu was speechless. So this guy's pursuit was to be satisfied as long as he didn't get the last place? Sun Zifan and Li Tai, the 2 guys who usually like to insult others, did not mock Cheng Chumo tonight. That was because the 2 of them were fully focused on their revision. Similar scenes were happening in almost every dormitory. The dormitory, which was usually bustling with noise and excitement after school, was exceptionally quiet today. That was because the academy had a rule that when it was 9 o'clock, all the dormitory lights had to be turned off and the students had to go to bed. If anyone violated the rule, the consequences. Actually, many students had experienced the consequences of violating the rule. Those who had experienced the collective punishment of standing up that night would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Therefore, the students wished they could break the quarter hour into half to use. Who would have the time to gossip? As night fell, tens of thousands of lights lit up one after another. Because of the curfew in Chang'an, there were only patrolling marquises and night watchmen on the streets. Peace Square was the most special square in Chang'an City. It was the only square that did not have a curfew. It was brightly lit every night. Meng Jiao wrote in after passing the imperial examinations, the past was filthy and unworthy of praise, but the present is debauched and unrestrained. Flushed with success, the horse gallops swiftly, seeing all the flowers of Chang'an in a day. He wrote about how proud he was of becoming the son of heaven's disciple. Speaking of which, this old man was also a refined person. After becoming a grand scholar, the first thing he did was to ride a fast horse to admire the flowers. He didn't admire peonies, nor did he admire morning glories. Instead, he went to Peace Lane to look for beautiful girls in the brothel. Tonight at Peace Lane, there was no proud scholar like Meng Jiao, who had just passed the imperial examination. However, tonight was destined to be an extraordinary night,